Um, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Behalf of Terry, welcome everyone for this very important session on long-term strategy on adaptation and adaptation readiness in India. I'd like to invite Dr. Viva Dhawan, Director General Terry, to give her welcome address and opening remarks. Ma'am, please.
Whatever suits.
Okay, maybe. Uh, Very good morning, and thank you for being with us for this morning session. We all are here at this COP27 and basically discuss and take action towards achieving the world's collective climate goals as agreed under the Paris Agreement. And the convention and I welcome everyone to this important session that focuses on adaptation and India's agenda in strengthening it. I'm extremely glad and thankful to the Secretary, Environment, Ms. Leena Nandan, and Member Secretary, Dr. Kamal Kishore, along with other fellow panelists to the podium and discussing in due course India's role and contribution with regard to adaptation. And I'll also like to put on record the support Terry gets from MOEF. I should say that we are able to do or take baby steps in contributing to fight climate change and finding solutions. And all that is possible for Terry to do with support of Ministry of Environment and Forests. So thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. Now, climate change has severe implications on our natural resources, economic activities, food security, health, physical infrastructure, and so on. And last couple of years, really speaking, it has shown that whatever the predictions were made, the reality is far more uglier than that. And it is our countries, we can always say that climate change is going to have impact globally, but perhaps many others can recover from the disaster in a very short time, or it is economic damage is not at the personal level is not so much than the fellow colleagues, fellow people in our country where it is their life-saving goes and they don't know what to do. And therefore, as nation also, we have to look into what to do. We are also talking in terms of food security because that has also become a challenge. Till few years back, we all were very happy in India and many other countries that we are moving towards eradication of hunger and perhaps malnutrition. But due to the pandemic and due to other reasons, geopolitical reasons, including Ukraine war, it is going to emerge as a major problem. Now, food production is a clean activity because as student of science or otherwise, it is water plus CO2, and that is what photosynthesis is. So indirectly, food production involves fixation of carbon dioxide. But as we industrialized, the food production itself has become a very, very energy-intensive process, and also to some extent a polluting process because there is quite a bit of GHG emission, and their contribution in the overall percentage of agriculture is also going up. So when we are talking of adaptation, I think we have to look into all possible sectors, including food production. Now, again, it goes without saying that it is also causing loss of biodiversity. We ourselves, because to increase food production, we have gone towards choosing varieties which gives us higher output and higher productivity. At that stage, it was somewhere compromising on the nutritional security. But today, we know that those species which are today being commercially cultivated may not be able to survive due to the extremes of temperatures or precipitation. So therefore, there again, we have to move towards much more research in that area and developing new varieties and so on. Unfortunately, India also is a very, very sensitive country in terms of its vulnerability to climate change. And the entire country, more or less, it is under threat to lives, livelihoods, and so on. And I don't have to mention what has happened due to flash floods in Uttarakhand and floods in many other areas of the country. And I'm very sensitive towards it because there are people, it's not that they are suffering today because they have lost everything, their entire one more generation is, or rather they had become poorer. So that becomes a very sensitive issue. We are also talking about melting of glaciers, and of course, the immediate the problems which are going to arise because of that. And we are also witnessing, not so much this year, the decrease in rainfall. Now it is more erratic, and that essentially means, and there is more pouring on a particular day, that everything in a way goes wasted. It is not even absorbed by the soil. And the glaciers, they are gradually melting, and they are going to have impact on the availability of water in the rivers. And I'll say it might create tension over years because the rivers are not confined to India alone. They pass through India and go to the other countries. And then it can become an issue of conflict in years to come. And that also results in some impact on the ecosystems as a whole. And it goes without saying how important the biodiversity is to the country. And we are hotspots for many species. India is very fortunate to have rich biodiversity. While agriculture biodiversity, we ourselves have lost to some extent, but we also have gene banks where that is available. But other biodiversity, if we lose that, it's not going to help evolution as a whole either. And it's also going to bring imbalance in the survival of other species as well. Some species will become more and some will become less. And we are also talking about livelihoods, because availability of some of the species at the local level which were consumed by the local communities and so on. And there again, it is basically impacting the nutrition part of it. They are becoming more malnourished because some of the species, either we are not growing or the climate today is not favoring growing them in those very regions. If we look at the coastal system, due to the sea level rise and increased frequencies of extreme events, again, there is mangrove cultivation that is becoming a major problem, and we really have to take care of that. And when we look at all this, I don't have to emphasize, you all appreciate that adaptation and adaptation readiness becomes a matter of utmost priority and urgency. And I must congratulate all Indians and India as a whole, that we have already identified ambitious mitigation targets, and we are working towards it. And as country, of course, we are taking every possible step, but somewhere it is also that they need to be backed up by incremental and transformative adaptation synergized with climate-sensitive development to achieve climate-resilient development pathways. And it has to be along with the international developments as well. The key task to achieve adaptation scenarios and adaptation readiness in India is to create an analytical framework which entails realistic assumptions to design smart future-looking scenarios, resourcing the adaptation interventions, which will require mobilization of finance and available technology, and lastly, governance of adaptation, which will engage relevant stakeholders and create robust monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework. The role of every stakeholders become crucial in this process in helping achieve the desired goals. And the panel is structured to provide inputs from the government and the private sector and their role with regard to pushing this agenda forward. And the initiative that our Honorable Prime Minister has launched, LIFE, that is a very important step which ensures that every stakeholders becomes part of finding the solution, and therefore it is perhaps responsibility of each one of us as well. So with these words, I welcome you once again and look forward to a very fruitful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhawan, for your remarks. Now, I would like to welcome Ms. Suruchi Badwal, Director, Climate and Air, TERI, to present and shed light on this topic. Ma'am.
Thank you, Soham, and honored to basically be here today for this discussion. If we can have the slides up, please. So very honored to have the Secretary Environment, Member Secretary NDMA, and other fellow panelists join us here today on this session on adaptation readiness and long-term strategy on adaptation in India. What I have with me is a few, next slide please, a few thought-provoking slides that I thought to use the opportunity for with regard to the discussion we are having here today. Can I have the next slide? Oh, maybe I need to do it. So just to go back to the very definition that the science basically offers to us with regard to adaptation, and to see what we understand by it as a whole, the definition basically calls for the ability of a system to adjust and respond effectively to the changes in the climate. And we do know that adaptation does have strong complementarities with development, but of course the fact that it is not business as usual development, it is something over and above development that we are talking about when we are referring to adaptation. We're also sure about the fact that these actions should be targeted towards particular climate risks and exposure, and it should be able to indicate the risk reduction that can be achieved through the actions that are proposed or undertaken. So while we are developing and we have a focus on development, I think the need is to see whatever development we are basically doing is done in a climate conscious manner, wherein we are able to reduce the related risks to the various climate concerns that we have. We all basically are aware, and it is well known, that there are risks to countries with the exposure that we are basically experiencing to changes in the climate, and there are various kind of events that basically we are exposed to, both gradual changes in the climate with regard to temperature and precipitation patterns, but also extremes in the form of first order impacts of floods and flash floods and heavy precipitation incidences that we are now observing in the country in many ways. Also droughts with erraticity that Dr. Dhawan mentioned, which is leading to water scarcity in some pockets within the country, and secondary order impacts linked to the first order impacts, which are related to landslides, impacts on drinking water quality, health impacts which are of particular concern. So a rippling effect with regard to the impacts that are being observed, and of course India is sensitive to many of these impacts. It's a large agrarian, next slide please, a large agrarian society, and there are risks to livelihoods and infrastructure which pose huge challenges to the country. There are economic implications, including losses and damages. So there's a whole discussion in this forum, in the negotiating forum on loss and damage. And of course, India is experiencing loss and damages around the clock with all these events basically striking us. There are issues with regard to price fluctuations and its impacts on poverty, exacerbation of inequities in societies, and the issue of societal inclusivity, which is basically raising issues with regard to climate equity and justice within the country. So these are very important issues that concern us and our societies, basically experiencing the changes in the climate and getting impacted. Of course, the development gap widens the adaptation gap. The UN adaptation gap report is out now. We do know we are way beyond in terms of where we should be with regard to adapting to the risks of climate change. But as a developing country, I think we face an enormous challenge because we already experience a development gap, and the adaptation gap adds on to that in terms of presenting its own complexities. Therefore, we need to understand within the country the patterns of climate risks that are emerging, what are the associated vulnerabilities with regard to these patterns of risks that we are talking about, what is the plan for adaptation that basically we would like to take forward, what is the means of implementation of adaptation that we should be talking about within the country, and then adaptation implementation. What is the implementation that we are moving forward with? Is it adequate? I think we need to question ourselves, and if it's not adequate, what do we need to do more to make it effective? So what is adaptation effectiveness, so that the risks basically that we are talking about are negated and are addressed constantly. Now, what is adaptation readiness? It's a concept that is floating globally, where the objective is to capture the strength and the existence of governance structures and policy processes that determine the roadmap for adaptation in any given country. It is used in combination of other approaches that countries basically use with regard to identification of adaptation options, prioritization and reporting on progress for adaptation, and is largely oriented towards mapping adaptation within a particular country. Adaptation readiness basically covers spatio-temporal aspects of research and implementation, considering horizontal and vertical integration of adaptation in the system. It is a proposed framework that seeks to evaluate the readiness of adaptation, considering different criteria. Next slide, please. So this is basically the framework that is basically proposed with regard to looking at adaptation readiness, and there are different elements of adaptation readiness that are basically, considered that countries basically report on with regard to reporting back on how well prepared they are with regard to taking adaptation forward. Next slide, please. These are the different elements, the 5 or 6 elements that are considered in the readiness factor, starting all the way from political leadership with regard to support for adaptation, institutional organization around adaptation, decision making and stakeholder engagement, availability of usable science to inform decision making in the field of adaptation, funding and finance for adaptation, and public support for adaptation. There's a whole range of criteria attached to these readiness factors with regard to what criteria can be used to measure the readiness factor and the indicators that may help, whether these are statements from your top leadership, from the Ministry of Environment and Forests or line ministries, or we are talking about national research programs or national programs of implementation or publications that are coming out from the country, which can all be documented to basically reflect on how prepared a country is with regard to taking adaptation forward in its agenda. Next slide, please. So India's adaptation readiness, it has been an active player in the UNFCCC negotiations since 1992. It has a commitment from the top leadership, including the ministry, with regard to both mitigation and adaptation actions. On the reporting side, we are reporting through India's national communications, NDCs, where basically we have a small component on adaptation. On the implementation processes side, we have the national missions on climate change, the state plans on climate change. We have the establishment of the NAFCC, the National Adaptation Fund on Climate Change, and the NAFCC projects. But of course, we are preparing ourselves to develop the National Adaptation Plan, which is still to basically be detailed out. Of course, what we do feel as Terry is it would be important for India to also develop India's readiness to adaptation and the documentation of it, and how that would basically be useful in the overall contribution to the overall negotiating process, the global stocktake which is due for next year, and also provide inputs to the global goal on adaptation, which is Article 7.1 of the Paris Agreement. Next slide, please. So long-term strategy for adaptation in India, basically to conclude, should be embedded in the principles of a systems approach, targeting immediate climate risks in the near term, but looking at transformative adaptation that looks at novel policy options and positions adaptation firmly as a component of development, policy and practice in the long run. And India's NAP, National Adaptation Plan, should be dictating many such details. We do look forward, we do hope to strengthen India's case for adaptation in the global, national, and local agendas, and ensure that our communities, next slide, are better protected and resilient to climate risks. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us your time. And sir, And of course, we look forward to a healthy discussion in this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Now we will welcome our panelists for a panel discussion. We have a very rich panel. And after this context-setting presentation, we look forward to a very engaging discussion. So we already have Shri Kamal Kishore, Member Secretary, NDMA, and Indian Co-Chair CDRA Executive on the dais. May I request Ms. Deepa Bagai, Head India Office, NRDC, Ms. Mardi McBrien, Director of Strategic Alliances, International Sustainability Standard Board, and Ms. Rinika Grover, Head Sustainability CSR Apollo Tires, to please come on the dais. And yeah.
Thank you very much.
The discussion will be moderated by Mr. R.R. Rashmi, Distinguished Fellow Terry. Over to you, sir, for the session.
Right?
Thank you, Som. And once again, very good morning to all of you. It's wonderful to have the Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change amongst us, along with the esteemed panelists. It's an important issue that we are going to discuss, the adaptation readiness in India, and the kind of institutional framework, the resources, and the decision-making process, and the plans that we have for enhancing adaptive capacity in India. All these issues have been flagged by Suruchi very well. Thank you for your presentation, Suruchi. Since the presentation has laid out the basic framework for our discussion, I'll not dwell too much on that. I'll just flag three things so that the panelists can focus on those issues. One is, as she was pointing out, the first issue is the issue of assessing the risks and vulnerability very clearly. The extent of climate risk or disaster risk which is present in India because of the climate change, and the degree to which different states and different regions in India are vulnerable to that. So first is the task of identifying the scale and size of the problem. Second is enhancing the adaptive capacity of the communities and the states to deal with these risks. And obviously, that requires an institutional framework. It also requires a plan of action. So the kind of programmatic plans that we can have to deal with these risks in the government setup and by the civil society in general, those are again the important areas of our vision which we need to spell out. And last is the resources. If we have an institutional framework, if we know what exactly is the problem, we also need to have resources or a financing plan for supporting those actions. So to what extent can the states and the different sections of society be enabled through a resource framework? Now, I'm sure the panelists will throw more light on this, but I'll just mention for your information, and maybe I'll highlight. We have something called a Finance Commission Award to the states based on forest cover. We also have an adaptation fund to which Suruchi referred at the central government level. We have, of course, the corporates. They have their own central, corporate social responsibility budgets. So all of this, and the multilateral development banks, DFIs, and other institutions at the global and the national level, they can all pool in. So it's possible to mobilize resources from different sources. So the kind of resource framework that we need to have. I'll invite the panelists to discuss. Uh, I'll stop here, and since we have a very rich panel, I'll first of all request Dr. Kamal Kishore, Member Secretary and DMA, who has been piloting the entire initiative on disaster risk reduction, and NDMA has taken a number of outstanding steps in this area. So, Dr. Kamal Kishore, you are welcome to share your thoughts with us and tell us how India can, assess the risks, the kind of risks that we face in the area of climate change, and to what extent we can deal with this effectively.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to share some thoughts. Before I talk about how we can be ready, adaptation ready, I just want to say that we have to closely look at how disaster risk reduction can inform our adaptation work, because 90% of disasters are related to weather and climate in India as well as globally. So in terms of number of events, also in terms of the economic loss, in terms of number of people who are affected by disasters, most of them are, 90% of them are affected by weather and climate related event. Even some of the geophysical disasters such as landslides, the trigger is often emerging from an extreme weather event. And in this area of work, while we have to do a lot more than what we have done, there are some areas where we have made significant progress. And I think it is important to first, recognize that we've made progress, and to find out why we've been able to, make some headway in that. So two in particular I will highlight. In the last 15 to 20 years, we've reduced cyclone-related mortality by something like 95 to 98%. And it's not like a fluke, we've like time and again events which were comparable to 1919 Odisha cyclone have occurred, and mortality has been in 2 digits and sometime low 2 digits. So I think that's really important. Similarly, if you look at last 7 years, we've had tremendous heat waves. This year particularly, March was the hottest March in the last 113 years. April was second hottest or third hottest in the last 113 years. And yet, we did not see a spike in mortality. Of course, I know some of you will challenge me on that and say that attribution is not good. We don't know whether deaths are being attributed to mortality, to heat waves or not. But even if you look at all-cause mortality, there should be a spike. If you have 1 in 100-year event occurring in the month of March, you should see a spike in all-cause mortality, but we did not see that. Because right now, 22 states and more than 100 districts/cities have got heat action plans. We have our colleagues sitting here from India Met Department. The heat wave forecast is improved. We have longer lead time. They are location specific. We do not have one size fits all for the whole country. So why have we been able to reduce losses, particularly in terms of number of deaths from cyclones and heat wave? There is a scientific dimension to it, of course. I mean, we have reduced the uncertainty in our cyclone forecast. Now, if IMD says that cyclone landfall will occur in location X, plus minus, 5 kilometers north, 5 kilometers south, it really happens in that zone. Earlier it was, the landfall will occur here, but the zone of uncertainty is 50 kilometers north, 50 kilometers south. Just imagine the implication of how many more people you need to evacuate if the zone increases. So if you increase the uncertainty by twice, 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers, you have to square it. So you need 4 times more people to be evacuated. And the kind of evacuation we do in cyclones in our country, more than 100 countries in the world do not have population. That big a population, the scale at which we are able to evacuate people and then put them back, send them back without any major problem. Same is the case with heat wave. I think, the forecasts are much better now. Red, orange, green. The communication is much better, greater lead time. We have thresholds developed for different locations. We do not use the same threshold across the country. So we celebrate the improvements we've made on the scientific side. But what we perhaps do not do enough is the work that we've done with communities. The secret of success in saving lives in Odisha is not just with IMD. It is with the work that we've done with communities. The cyclone shelter in Odisha, before our cyclone risk mitigation program and after cyclone risk mitigation program, there is one key difference. Earlier, these used to be cyclone risk mitigation shelters, cyclone shelters, and they were owned by the government, maintained by the government, and when there was a cyclone coming, you couldn't find the key. Where is the key? And when you opened it, it was not livable. Now they are called multi-purpose cyclone shelters. These are owned and managed by communities. There's a fund, there is a committee at the village level that actually runs the shelters, and make sure that, and it is used in normal times as well. It's not used only during the cyclone. So by empowering communities, by making sure that they own these processes, it is really a combination of a bottom-up approach and a top-down approach. Forecast and warning comes from top-down, and preparedness happens really bottom-up. In each village, you can go and actually see the cyclone drill that the village community does, how they organize themselves, how they ensure that women, children, old people are adequately taken care of while moving. Same is the case with heat wave. Its forecast is one thing, but ultimately forecast and warning has to be given to someone who needs to be aware and empowered to act on it. So I think that is really important, that how we've been able to mobilize the initiative, energy, imagination of people. And this is where the whole Prime Minister's initiative on life, that is you could summarize it in one word, it is, make it a Jan Andolan. And that is the only way you can do it, may involve everyone. Having said that, having talked about these successes, it is important to recognize that we still have many problems. I can highlight 2 events from this year. There was a landslide in Manipur. We lost many lives. We should not have lost even one life. That we should be able to give landslide early warning based on the kind of rainfall that is expected. In Amarnath Yatra, we lost people in July. So I think we have a number of events happening in the country where we have a loss of lives, which is preventable. And today I'm focusing mostly on loss of lives, but there is others also. So how do we go forward in a time of uncertainty? Before I wrap up, I just want to propose 3 strategies. One is that we have to update our risk assessments more frequently. In the face of a changing climate, your risk assessment is going out of date, not in a decade, but in just a couple of years. And the second is that we have to do some no regrets vulnerability reduction measures. So if you are a city which has had incidents of urban floods, doing drainage cleaning before the flood season is a no regret solution. Whether the rainfall is increasing or not increasing, how does it matter? There are so many things where vulnerability reduction will have benefits. And the third is that we have to diversify our risks, whether it is in agriculture sector or in any other productive sector. We can't put all our eggs in the same basket. This is how people who invest in the stock market do. They don't put everything in one. You diversify risks, in the face of uncertainty, that's a very good way of managing risk. With that, thank you very much, and quite looking forward to engaging in the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal Kishore. That was extremely wonderful. You have highlighted the two things, which have led to the success of some of the ongoing programs. One was about the evacuation strategy which you have built up with the involvement of the communities. And secondly, the information, effective communication and building correct database and passing on the information to the communities. So these are very important signals, and the three solutions which you have given. I'll come back to that after one round of discussion with the other panelists. Let me now invite Ms. Deepa Bagai, who is head of the India office of NRDC now, and she has been a formal civil servant and also worked with Multilateral Development Bank earlier. So, Deepa, over to you. If you can tell us what kind of innovative solutions are possible in the area of adaptation, or any other successful examples that we can think of in building up the capacity of the communities.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to see Leena sitting here as the Secretary of Environment and guiding the process which India has taken forward with so much success and shown to the world what is it that we can do. And of course, to welcome and appreciate what Dr. Kamal Kishore has said and done. I've known him for a long time. And in UNDP, he led this process for many, many countries. And it's a great pleasure and honor that he came back to India and is doing this for India. The successes which he has outlined are really quite remarkable. Rashmi ji ke bare mein, about Rashmi, what can be said except that he's a leader in this field, and it is a matter of pleasure and honor that he is guiding this discussion. But coming to the point, and our esteemed panelists on both sides, it is a great pleasure for me to be speaking here today and talking about the innovative solutions that actually can make a change to the way we look at these things. Dr. Kamal Kishore highlighted that there are small, important things that can be done to make very, very big changes. But the important thing is that that risk has to be assessed in a very sensitive and sensible and also robust way. My mother often says that if somebody is sleeping, you can wake up that person. But if someone is pretending to sleep, then you cannot wake up that person. So the important thing here is that we should not pretend to sleep. This is too critical for us to actually be allowing ourselves that luxury of pretending to sleep. Now, when I say that, what do I mean? I mean that we have to be awakened, be alert to those risks around us. And how do we do that? Now, Dr. Kamal Kishore mentioned the issue of the heat action plans. Heat action plans have started in India since many years. NRDC was working since maybe 2013, 2015 on working on those heat action plans. They are now in 100 cities. They are in 23 states. But we definitely need that those heat action plans are implemented with much more alacrity, with much more sensitivity, and with many more resources in all the states. So making a good plan is only part of the solution. The important part is that we are able to actually exercise that solution in a way that that solution is not only available to each one, but each state, each city is actually implementing that solution. Now, these heat action plans have saved many lives, as we said. But there is so much work to be done. We need to think of many more innovative ways to make sure that, if we just look at the heating and cooling part in India, which is such an important part of our daily lives, it's not something which invites a lot of drama like, a flood. But the insidiousness with which heat creeps on all of us. So we look at solutions. We say, oh, the air conditioner is not working, let us be. But, let us try to go to the hills. And even there, what Dr. Kamal Kishore was mentioning, what do we check? We check if a landslide is likely to happen because it's rained a lot. All those things are available to us. But what about that hawker who is standing on the street? What about that construction worker who's right out there and has no recourse? What about those people who live in the slums and for whom that heat is like a pressure cooker and they can't even get out of it? I mean, if you go to some of these slums at night and see how the people are sleeping, just looking at little windows of air to come in, it is something that all of us have to be conscious about when we think of these and we think of the big plans to keep this person in mind when we are thinking of that. So what are some of these very simple solutions? One is cool roofs. Now, cool roofs is something that is not complicated, that is not rocket science, that is not technologically very challenging, but it needs a big, like Kamal said, andolan. So it's a small thing, but if each municipality would look at it, if each municipality would just think of doing this as a, as something which every house has to do. Perhaps there's improvement in the kind of paint. Somebody from Vijayawada was telling me yesterday that, in 2 years, the roof paint goes away and it rains so much. So we should think of something where this paint can last longer. That's not a huge solution for a country like India. Similarly, we were talking about having a complete cool roof campaign in the city of Jodhpur. And the cultural and the heritage aspect of that beautiful blue city, it's just a question of adapting that white paint. And we were talking to some of the technology providers who said that that is easily possible. Then, of course, there's the issue of finance. For someone who's living in the slum, to say that you have to pay 300 or 500 rupees to paint your roof, for that person, for her, it's not her most important expense. She will say, okay, if it just means that I will suffer the heat more, I'll be prepared to suffer it. But I don't have that kind of money. So how do we provide that kind of, very basic financing structures, maybe to the municipalities, where they can take up this? We go to the municipality and say that, paint all your roofs, get this to be done. Where does the money come from? They say, we are very stretched for our budget. We don't have this kind of money. Would you be able to support us? Would somebody be able to support us? These are small mechanisms by which very big changes can be achieved. So these are not things that are rocket science, but this is, the theme of this COP, together for implementation. That's really the important part now. It's not for anyone else to tell us what we need to do. We know it. Each state, each city, each community has to come together. You mentioned how communities in Odisha are doing this when it comes to cyclone warnings. If heat can be treated as that's actually one whole aspect of a disaster waiting to happen. And it's not the number of deaths. It's the thermal comfort, it's the discomfort, it's the illnesses, it's the lack of working productive hours that these people have on the ground. All those things are really about adaptation. So why I was giving this very specific small example is to say that this is what life is all about. When the Prime Minister says, turn off the light bulbs, these are the small things that will bring life to this movement of adaptation. So I would say that just for scaling up the adaptation initiatives, what do we need to do? Convergence with existing international, national, and subnational programs. Easier said than done. easy access to finance and green funds, what I was mentioning about the municipalities, for example, and skill development and capacity building related to these climate-friendly strategies. And of course, last but not least, institutional strengthening at all levels. And here I will turn to Secretary Environment to say, for example, that the national action plan, adaptation plans are being developed. Now, if heat action plans are completely integrated and made a part of this national adaptation plan, and each city, each municipality is encouraged to make this plan as part of their own plan, of our national plan, and we put in place a monitoring mechanism, a review mechanism to make sure that this is actually happening, provide the capacity development and finance support that is needed, that's when we'll be able to make a small difference. I would just like to end with a couplet from Sahir. Just 2 minutes. For those of you who understand Hindi and Urdu, माना कि इस ज़मी को न गुलजार कर सके, meaning we could not turn our earth into paradise, but कुछ खार कम तो कर चले गुजरे जहाँ से हम, कुछ खार कम तो कर सके गुजरे जहाँ से हम, meaning we just reduce some of the thorns on the way. I think if we do that, that is what adaptation is all about. So that is what I wish that all of us can do together. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepa. That was extremely apt, and you said that the small interventions can make big impacts. So the idea is basically to prepare plans and integrate them with the larger vision that we have. So heat action plan is one example which you have highlighted, which needs to be brought into the national adaptation plans very clearly, and then interventions have to be planned. Thank you. Let me now invite Ms. Mardi McBrien, Director of the Strategic Alliances International Sustainability Standards Board. Ms. Mardi, we have heard about the interventions of ISSB in other fora as well. I mean, we have been talking about, taxonomies of different kinds, taxonomy of climate finance, taxonomy of, steel, or different kinds of interventions. Do you have a similar vision for taxonomy of adaptation? Where the states and the national authorities, subnational authorities can be told clearly that these are the adaptation interventions and they will have clear outcomes, and there is a program for financing those interventions on the basis of such taxonomy.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure I can solve all those problems today, but what I can do is outline what we are doing at the International Sustainability Standards Board to set one global standard, a global baseline for reporting material climate and sustainability information to capital markets. What that does, if we're successful, will help move the money from the global north to developing and emerging economies to help finance the mitigation and adaptation solutions we've been hearing today. And how we'll do that. So at the International Sustainability Standards Board, we were set up a year ago, we're only 1 year old, to harmonize the sustainability reporting landscape globally, particularly with an emphasis on capital markets, so information for the investor community. We understand it's two-track. We understand there is another whole world of reporting out there, largely led by the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, which focuses on wider stakeholders. Our mandate's about investors and mobilizing that much-needed money to move. And the way we do that is through trust and transparency. So we hope that our global baseline will enhance the assessment of sustainability-related risks and opportunities, allowing capital to be more efficiently allocated, bolstering risk management and financial stability. So those more resilient business models, markets, and wider society we've heard elements of this morning. It will also support the shifting capital allocation towards more sustainable investments in developing and emerging economies, helping move towards that adaptation and mitigation, again, you've been talking about this morning. It has the potential to lower the corporate cost to capital and capital for more sustainable business models. So that's really important, lower cost of capital for Indian businesses to be able to invest to more sustainable and resilient futures. It helps provide investors with more consistent, comparable and decision-useful information on corporate performance to the global markets. So by using the global baseline of the ISSB, your markets globally will understand what you're saying, be able to compare it to your peers and move money faster. It will also build that important, as I said earlier, trust, transparency needed to foster those resilient markets in India, as well as minimize greenwashing, which is ever too prevalent, and I know is key and at the heart of the BSRS in India. I think this is the time to be taking reporting from voluntary to mandatory globally, and you've already taken steps in that in India already. I think what else is important, and I'm very aware the clock is ticking, we've only got a few more minutes left. I think that we really look at building digital into our solutions from the beginning, into our standards from the beginning. That is the plan. Our first standards, our climate standard and our wider sustainability standard, come into the market by the summer, the northern summer, so June next year they will be out, and we'll be looking globally to get those standards adopted. I must say, and just for clarity, these standards build on what the market is already doing globally. So we brought these standards together. We brought the integrated reporting framework, which I know you know well in India, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board sector metrics, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure recommendations, the Climate Disclosure Standards Board's work, and the WEF IBC metrics. So if any of your companies were already doing that work, rest assured it has been built into these standards as the global baseline, and will start to be rolled out globally. So much of your market is well on the way to already being in a good place to disclose against these standards as they come in, and on a voluntary basis to start with, or on a mandatory basis. I'd also say that at COP this week, we made two very big announcements that will support the adaptation mitigation pathways in India. The first was that CDP, who many of your big companies disclose against and drive action against, will be aligning their platform from 2024 disclosure cycle with the International Sustainability Standards Board's climate reporting. That's a big step forward. That will drive corporate action in India against our standards. The other big announcement that we made this week is we launched a partnership framework for capacity building in developing and emerging economies. And that's really understanding that we do have a way to go. And this isn't necessarily going to be easy for everyone. We need to make sure we get India involved in the development of the standards, so you can have a say. These are truly global standards. We want everyone's voice to be heard. This is a massive effort. We need the best brains on this everywhere to make sure that we can get all market participants' voices in the development of the standards, but also in the implementation of the standards. So the program will work globally, from regulators right through to preparers and every layer in between, to help educate and raise the global floor, so we really can start to mobilize the money that the money for adaptation and mitigation that is so front and center in our conversations this morning. Honourable Minister, it's a pleasure to be on a panel with you, as well as esteemed guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBrien. Thank you for this update on the work being done by the board, and we will look for, with interest, to the future developments in this field. This is likely to impact on the growth of our financial system and addressing the climate risks very substantially. The last but not the least speaker today on the panel is Ms. Renika Grover, who represents the corporate sector. And she is the head and sustainability and CSR of the Apollo Tyres. So she brings a different kind of vision, because involvement of corporate sector into adaptation activities is normally not thought of. This is a completely different area, but I will hear with you with interest if you have any plans, and how do you look at this entire business of building the adaptive capacity of the communities.
Greetings. I hope I'm audible. Greetings to everyone, and thank you, Terry, for providing Apollo an opportunity to be amongst absolutely a length with speakers. And Honorable Minister, it's a pleasure to be on the same dais as yourself. We're talking about adaptation and resilience. And of course, it's just when we talk about adaptation and resilience, let's look at India in terms of what's just 1 year, like 2021, how it unfolded in terms of the catastrophic events that happened. We had like 5 or 6 cyclones, and there was these erratic monsoons which caused floods. And then we had mother of all COVID, the Delta as well. So that itself talks about how the entire ecosystem's changing and how much adaptation and resilience is important. And when I was just looking at the statistics, adaptation, and we've highlighted about the cost as well when Suruchi was highlighting. Adaptation is about, in terms of India, and I could be, this is Google's figures, it's about 4 point. I'm sure the minister can help me, ratify the figures as well, because it's about 4.5% of the GDP approximately spent on adaptation, and it's bound to increase to over a 5.5%. So when we're looking at adaptation and resilience, and these are the figures, and also 2 days ago there was this conversation on the same panel where some gentleman mentioned about over 300 billion US dollars that would be required for India to meet its NDCs. It's a huge tall task for India to kind of reach its targets as well. But when we're looking at climate change, combating climate change or sustainable production, which Dr. Dhawan mentioned in terms of food insecurities, food securities and all that stuff, and or looking at green economy, there is one thing which is also highlighted over here is it needs to be fair and equitable, and we cannot leave a strata of the community, which is our communities, at risk as well. There is a lot of work that is required for the communities to be adaptive and show resilience as well, and that's something very, very specific, and it kind of outlines the overall concept of just transition, which says that healthy communities or healthy healthy economies and clean environment needs to be, they need to coexist. It goes hand in hand. And it's at the backdrop of this, I just wanted to highlight what we are doing in terms of the social interventions. So there are two things specifically, and I could talk about a lot more, but in the interest of time, and I'm just cognizant of time, I'll just stick to those two as well. Health is a critical area, because when you have healthy economies, it kind of makes sure that your communities are resilient in the event of the climate catastrophic stuff events that happen. So when we look at India overall, I mean, of course, when World Health Organization presented, it said that we are, in terms of our health initiative, we are 112th out of the 197 countries. So we decided to work on a health initiative for the truck drivers community, because those are the unsung heroes, and also they're the lifeline of the economy. So we have this huge program to make sure that the healthcare of the truck drivers is provided to them because of their lifestyle issues, because of their long working hours. They do not have accessibility to the healthcare system the way they should have. And we have basic healthcare conditions provided, awareness and kind of intervention measures as well on tuberculosis, HIV, AIDS awareness, non-communicable diseases such as diabetes or blood pressure, high blood pressure, heart conditions. These are something that they experience on an everyday basis. So we have about 32 healthcare centers in the transshipment hubs where the drivers could actually make it more accessible for them. And it covers around 19 states of India. So the advantage of that is if there is one way they get provision of a service, they do not have to come back to the same healthcare. It can be across India, the network is provided. Saying that, the most important thing over here is the partnership, the PPP models. We speak a lot about that in every possible sector. And the intervention, what we believe, it needs to be inch wide and mile deep. And if that intervention has to take place the way it needs to be, this gargantuan effort, it has to have the partnerships as well. So there is a partnership from the government where we have partnered with the government, Ministry of Health, Central TB Division, NACO, to ensure that we can take the service out there and the drivers community can avail this service. The other thing which we realized was, because we alone can't do, I mean, there is always these funds, limitation of funds, availability of funds. So we partnered with like-minded organizations, our OE partners, or even who were outside of our, who were not even related to our supply chain, to say that if we have a similar vision, let's not work in a silo, let's just collaborate and implement these services. We have that. And the third is that we also have international institutions such as USAID or Elton John Foundation, who are providing technical expertise. So it's a mix. And plus, last but not the least of all, is the stakeholder partnerships at the grassroots level, because it needs to be a bottoms-up approach, which Dr. Kamal Kishore has been highlighting throughout, that it has to be both ways. So there are these stakeholder groups of Truck Drivers Association who've been working together to kind of implement this program and evolve it the way it was, because it kind of covers a lot more in terms of its reach. So just trying to make resilient, and in terms of COVID, when the times of COVID happened, we were able to use these infrastructures with the government to provide vaccination to the drivers community at ease. So that kind of helped massively to kind of disseminate this whole process. If I have time, I can talk one more, but in the interest of time, it was on the rubber tappers' livelihood, which is again linked to our work, but I think I am seeing the time, so I would just, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Grover, for highlighting the importance of health as part of the National Communication Adaptation Plan. And of course, the importance of partnerships and involving the stakeholders in this for success of any program. Thank you very much. Now, and in fact, I'm going to invite the Secretary for her concluding remarks. And before that, I'll just permit me if I ask every panelist for a 30 seconds question. Dr. Kamal Kishore, you talked of diversifying the risks, but why have we not been able to cover the risk of floods so far in our plan?
So I think flood is the most difficult hazard to work with in any part of the world. So as far as reducing mortality from floods is concerned, the flood-related mortality in India is already low. I mean, of course, we shouldn't accept even loss of even a single life. It's, preventing the economic losses, the losses that occur by when people are displaced, etc. There are some solutions that we implemented in 50s and 60s, which constituted building embankments and dikes. And now in the next generation, we have to see how we can integrate ecosystem-based approaches into flood risk management as well.
Okay, thank you. Deepa, you talked of the heat, plans. Being the head of NRDC, in the cooling strategy that India has, what kind of interventions do you think we should focus on?
Yeah, it's fine now, yeah. So these rapid fire rounds are always very difficult, but I do have to say that when we are doing this, I think the important thing is that we try and bring in as much convergence as we can. That is the first issue. And involvement of the largest possible number of partners, but also some mechanisms for effective implementation and monitoring to be built in a way with the states and with the city governments, which at the moment I think that's a challenge. And I think in terms of planning, I think our plans are usually extremely good. When I worked in international organizations, we always looked to India's plans as excellent plans, drawn up with great detail, but the implementation is the biggest challenge.
Right, thanks. Ms. McBride, you talked of the new initiatives that you also talked of partnerships. What one single measure which India should take, what would you recommend?
Oh, obviously, adopt ISSB's global baseline as soon as possible and help move the money.
That's easier said than done. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Ms. Grover, you have also talked of partnerships, but from private sector, corporate perspective, if I look at the problem of resources at the community level, where do you think corporate sector can come in?
In terms of partnerships?
Partnerships, resource building, providing them resources to, implement their plans.
With regards, where exactly corporate sector, I certainly feel, and I'm just talking from the way we've been working in the past, it just feels that we're still working in this silo side a lot, and there needs a lot of collaboration at the community level in terms of building awareness and resilience as well. So that's where the lack of information that trickles down in the communities is there. It's massively where the corporate sector can come in. Of course, everybody talks about funding, but I would say it's massively working together to create awareness at the grassroots level. That would be the most challenging in the, it's an uphill task.
Okay.
And that's where its maximum amount of effort is required.
Okay. Thank you. Let me thank all the panelists now and invite Ms. Leena Nandan, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We are very fortunate and honored to have with us here. So I'll request her to give a special address and then comment on the panelists' thoughts if she wants.
Thank you and good morning to everyone. I did request that my intervention not be at the initial stage because I was far more keen to listen to the views and the ideas expressed by the participants. And I must say this has been a very meaningful session because of the participation that Terry has lined up. And we had speakers who have talked about from NDMA, and Ms. McBrien has talked about international baseline, because the most attractive and the most complex part of it is the financing. So I think her views, as well as Ms. Grover talked about how corporates are looking at coming into this whole climate change issue from the CSR or CER perspective, call it what we may, in a much more meaningful manner. So this has been a session in which the context setting, and Ms. Dhawan spoke about it right at the beginning, the biggest challenge is in terms of food security and water security. And it's, in fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say it's an existential crisis for the whole world. The future of the planet is at stake, the future of mankind is at stake. We are heating up the earth and we are doing away with the sources of sustained food and water, which is the only way that mankind can sustain. So I think that context was very well established. And Suruchi also spoke about how adaptation has to be complementary with development, but not business as usual development. So adaptation must come at the forefront of all our development interventions. So I think that point was very well established. Mr. Rashmi, in fact, then put the whole picture together when he spoke about the institutional arrangement that needs to be in place, the resources and the action plan. And each will make up the whole, but is equally significant in itself. And I think that has to be the crux of today's session and the outcome, I would hope, of today's discussion and deliberation, because let not these thoughts and these views remain confined to this session and then die a natural death the minute we all step out of the room. It has to be carried forward into something very specific. And that is why what Ms. McBrien said in terms of developing a global baseline, so that there is transparency and there is investor confidence for investing in adaptation projects. And that has been the biggest challenge. In a larger context, we've been talking about climate finance and how it is extremely important for the finance flows to come to developing countries. But even climate finance so far, despite the fact that we still have not arrived at a definition of what climate finance means, which is the biggest question mark upon all these discussions and deliberations that have been going on through repeated COPs. But even if we were to set that point aside for a moment, all finance is being focusing on mitigation, reduction in emissions. What about finance for adaptation? What about the losses to lives and livelihoods? And Kamal underscored the fact that whereas we have made gains in better weather forecasting, in better adaptation through the kind of not only community shelters that we are building, but also management of those shelters. But these one-off interventions will never really be sufficient to respond to the challenge. We have to mainstream, we have to upscale. And Ms. Bagait talked about innovation and small interventions. But innovations and interventions are not going to carry the day. These again have to build into the larger plan of action. So I come back to the point that Mr. Rashmi laid out when he said the institutional arrangement, the action plan, and the resource mobilization all have to walk hand in hand and all have to see the macro picture through the same lens, because we cannot move in disparate directions. And that is why I would hope that today's discussion actually leads us to much more specific deliberations on what we mean by global baseline, how do we bring the fund flows, what does India need to do. And I hope Teddy will engage deeply with Ms. McBrien and Ms. Grover, because they are very important participants in this whole discussion, in this whole narrative of bringing in the resources to be able to carry out the right project level changes. There is no doubt a National Adaptation Fund. There is a lot of budget which is going into it, and I think Ms. Grover talked about what is the percentage. So about 7% of our GDP is for adaptation. That is the scale of expenditure which is there at the moment. But is it sufficient? Not by a long shot. Not when we look at the devastation to the lives and livelihoods of people. Not when we look at the way agriculture, animal husbandry, dairying, pisciculture, all of this has to change. All of this has to adapt. But also the way that we need to converge our plans. So if there is a community that we are targeting and we are successfully mobilizing them in managing the cyclone shelters, why can't the same community be the recipient of the information that we need to tell them in terms of the right way that they need to do their economic activities? If they are constructing houses in which the drains are being blocked, and that is going to lead to a landslide or a mudslide at a later stage, that same community, while it is being helped on the one hand, has to be nurtured with the information. We are, for India, reaching out to the same Indian population of 1.4 billion. And therefore, let us not look at each of us in silos, carrying our messages. So how do we converge, in fact, information dissemination? If NDMA has been able to mobilize in the vulnerable areas, the community to be able to respond effectively to weather alert, why can't the same community be the recipient of information for agriculture related activities, for the various other economic activities that can guide them to take the necessary steps? Today, there is a lot of information, but is it disseminating down to all the strata, or all the people like us who are well informed, well educated, and who need to take the right decisions? We are all there. But the people who need to be informed, who need to take the right choices, are we actually being able to reach out to them? And when you talk about PPP, Ruchi, Ms. Grover, let me say Ms. Grover. So when you talk about PPP, today let us redefine what we mean by PPP. It's not just public-private partnership, it is creating pro-planet people. And that is the mission life, that clarion call which our Prime Minister has given to the world, and which we have launched as recent as October this year in Ekta Nagar in the presence of the UN Secretary General. So when we talk about pro-planet people, we need to give them the information to make the right choices. We need to be able to get the finances flowing to them. We need to be able to take the right policy decisions, so that whatever government does, be it through the central or state government or urban local governments, we are able to actually move in the right direction in a planned and integrated manner. So I hope that as an outcome of today's session, we will have more focused breakdown discussions into the specific aspects that have been thrown up in today's deliberations. Let not the discussions end there, because the challenge is facing all of us. We are all cognizant of it. Now is the time for action. Thank you.
Madam and all the participants here, we have Act for Earth policy brief which Terry has prepared on live, which you just referred to, the Secretary. It will be great if we can launch in her presence. We'll be honored to have you with us on this occasion. If somebody can take a snap, and we can consider this as released.
So just to give a few details with regard to the policy brief. It's a virtual launch on internationalizing lifestyles for environment at COP27. It's a stock taking of the G20 with regard to sustainable consumption and production, and of course where India stands with regard to the G20 with regard to many of these parameters with regard to lifestyle. So it's basically supporting the mission life that the Prime Minister had announced and take stock of different countries and their contributions with regard to their footprints. And of course, paving the way for discussions for the G20 presidency next year for India. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon in India. I welcome all of you all to the presentation on climate action through Maji Vasundhara by Government of Maharashtra. Let me introduce myself. I am Shivani Mehta, climate change and sustainability expert for Maji Vasundhara program, Government of Maharashtra. It is an immense pleasure to be able to be here and to present on behalf of Government of Maharashtra. I thank Government of India for giving us this opportunity to present the work done by Maharashtra on climate change. I'll also introduce our today's panel. We have with us Mr. Praveen Darade, Secretary Environment and Climate Change, Government of Maharashtra, and Mr. Chandrakant Vibhute, Deputy Secretary, Environment and Climate Change Department, Government of Maharashtra. Maharashtra has been proactively working on climate change, and thus Maji Vasundhara was launched on 2nd October 2020. It is a statewide campaign which brings together local bodies and the citizens of the state to take strong climate action. Maji Vasundhara is based on Pancha Mahabhuta, which are the 5 basic elements of nature: Bhumi, Vayu, Jal, Agni and Akash. In order to give a detailed idea of this Abhiyan, I request our Secretary Sir, Mr. Praveen Darade, to give an in-depth presentation on Maji Vasundhara Abhiyan.
Acha, I have to just press green. Which button? Yeah, just go there and I'll also ask somebody. Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome all of you for today's session on behalf of Government of Maharashtra. I am representing on behalf of Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And this is an effort on line with the Government of India and Honorable Prime Minister's vision. Government of Maharashtra has taken a lead and framed a policy as well as taken the community together in implementation at the grassroots level. All of you are aware that Maharashtra is one second most populous state in India, having a population more than 124 million. Maharashtra is one of the biggest economy in India, contributes 14% to the India's GDP, home to India's 13.5% urban population, one of the most urbanized state. Nature and ecosystem is more than 720 kilometers of coastline, biodiversity rich Western Ghats, forest cover 20%, multiple national parks, sanctuaries, tiger reserves, and Maharashtra is also known as the tiger capital of India. Next, need for sustainable development. If we look at the figures from creation of Maharashtra state, which was created in 1960, for the last 50 years, steep increase in Maharashtra's population is nearly 184%. At the same time, the rise in urban population is more than 355%. 39 million people have been added since 1961 to 2011. Next. Maji Vasundhara as a solution for a global environment, climate change. We have identified three major issues of increasing population, increasing urbanization, rapid infrastructure development. So the natural system, there is a lot of degradation. So we have found out a solution for this in the form of Maji Vasundhara, a citizen-centric with the people's participation and communities' participation and holistic statewide competitive campaign to protect and restore our natural resources. We have taken 5 elements in this campaign, namely earth, air, water, energy and enhancement, Bhumi, Vayu, Jal, Agni and Akash. The first component consists of protection and restoration of green spaces, solid waste management. Second component, air quality monitoring, promoting clear transport. Next is water, enhancing water resources, rejuvenation and conservation, promoting treatment and reuse of water in all newly just framed urban development control regulations of Maharashtra government. Next component is use of renewable energy and energy consumption. Maharashtra is promoting use of renewable energy as well as electrical vehicles with the policy incentives for the users. Then awareness activities of information, education and communications has been taken through this campaign on a statewide scale. What is the process? I would like to explain the audience the process which we follow in this campaign. There are 6 stages. First stage is registration. Local bodies register themselves to participate in this campaign and there is a portal. Second stage is this registration is done during the month of June to August. 3 months time is given them to register. Then in the month of September, we disseminate the toolkit. Climate action areas are disseminated to the local bodies through a toolkit on which they have to work. Then through MIS, participants self-report the initiatives taken by them during the whole 1 year period during the campaign. Then the third stage is we do the assessment of all the participants through the desktop. And all the participants through a third-party desktop assessment is done. After the desktop assessment, field assessment is done of the selected participants and with the citizens' feedback. And the last stage is award ceremony. Top performing local bodies and the officers are awarded for their best efforts and the communities. We started this campaign in January 2020. That was the first year of Abhiyan 1.0. And during the first campaign itself, we got a very good response from nearly 683 institutions, consisting of 395 urban local bodies and 288 rural bodies. In a short span of 1 year, more than 2.2 million trees were planted and about 127,000 tons of compost was produced. 5.8 thousand rainwater harvesting facilities were created. 755 water bodies were cleaned. 1.23 million LED lights and 70,000 solar lights were installed. 18,000 awareness events through all these urban and rural local bodies with the participation of the communities and the citizens on the climate change mitigation has been organized throughout the year. The result of this 1.0 campaign was 370,000 tons of CO2e avoided, equivalent to CO2 absorbed by 17 million fully grown trees. On the basis of the success of this first campaign, we launched the second Vasundhara Abhiyan 2.0 from the April 2021 to March 2022. In this campaign, the response was huge as compared to the first year. Hardly there were 683 people or institutions participated, whereas in the second phase, 11,968 institutions, including all the urban local bodies of 406 and 11,562 rural bodies participated in this campaign. And the results were 13.7 million trees were planted, almost 14,000 green areas were created in a short span of 1 year, and they are maintained by the local communities and the local urban and rural bodies. More than 155,000 electrical vehicles were purchased and procured by these participants, created rainwater conservations, potential of about 1142 billion liters of water. More than 7,000 percolation points were created. 3.73 million LED lights and 260,000 of solar lights were installed during this campaign of 1 year. Solar installations of 42 megawatt was done in this 1 year, short span of 1 year. 818,000 awareness events, because there was a large number of urban and rural bodies, were organized throughout the Maharashtra to participate in this campaign to make them aware about the climate change and their mitigations. As a result, 1.3 million tons of CO2 elimination was CO2e was avoided, equivalent to CO2 absorbed by 66.5 million fully grown trees. So I would like to highlight the achievements during these 2 years from the Jan 2020 to March 2022 as a cumulative. 15.9 million trees were planted in a short span of 2 years with the people's and community participation, both urban and rural local bodies. About 15,000 green areas were created and maintained by them. More than 155,000 electrical vehicles were procured. About 8,000 groundwater percolation points were created. 4.95 million LED lights were replaced and 337,000 solar lights were installed. 836,000 awareness events were organized by the communities themselves about climate change and their mitigations. About 1.6 million tons of CO2e was avoided during these 2 years, equivalent to CO2 absorbed by 81 million fully grown trees. I would like to share with you some of the pictures, the sites which before and after, they speak for themselves. Creation and maintenance of new green areas in the urban and local bodies. Second is a picture, and similarly the another picture. These pictures speak for themselves a volume. Then we also promoted promotion of cleaner transports in Maharashtra. We promoted a huge number of electrical buses shift towards cleaner transportation in Maharashtra and vehicles We have come out with the electrical vehicle policy supported by the government, and we are giving the incentive for procurement of electrical vehicle buses as well as vehicle for individuals, institutions, governments, corporates. Promotion of cleaner transports, two-wheelers also. We have created charging facilities in the cities as well as in the rural areas. Uh, Villages have taken and in the urban local bodies have taken a lot of initiatives where they rejuvenated their old resources of water to conserve traditional water system in the Maharashtra. These are some of the pictures where they have cleaned the earlier water resources, traditional water system, and now they have become a very clean places as well as we could conserve the water. At the same time, solar panel installation was done on a large scale in this campaign to, and implemented in a decentralized manner as an initiative to go for a green energy and clean energy. Next. These promulgation spots to make citizens aware about the importance of preserving natural ecosystem were created in all the urban local bodies as well as rural local bodies with the participation of the communities on a large scale. Awareness activities were taken right from the school children level to the common man communities involving the local leaders, local communities. Now we have started with the third phase of this Maji Vasundhara Abhiyan, and the participation in this Abhiyan on year, if you look at 1.0 and 2.0, there is 17 times increase from 1.0 to 2.0 and 25 times increase in 3.0. This campaign has been launched in June 2022. Registration portal was open for all the local bodies in Maharashtra. Total 16,824 local bodies have registered in 3.0 campaign. This is 41% more than 2.0 campaign of Maji Vasundhara. Scalability, I would like to talk about the scalability. It is highly scalable using the existing government mechanism, using urban local bodies and rural local bodies. And it can be adopted by any national, subnational government without any monetary involvement. We are just spending very small amount, just giving an awards to the urban local bodies, rural local bodies, and recognizing their efforts, community level efforts, officers level efforts. So it's a sort of giving them motivation in continuing with their good work. It involves community participation, citizen participation, making it a public movement and resulting into multifold impact. Could be a game changer for emerging economies. Next, we give the awards at the different levels. Best local bodies, we have divided them into the three different Amrut cities having a population more than 100,000, and then municipal councils and Nagar Panchayats having population less than 100,000. These are the urban areas. Then the rural areas, Gram Panchayats, local self-governing institutes at the village levels. We also give the awards to the communities as well as to the best officers working at the divisional commissionerate level, district level, collectors, and Jilla Parishad COs. Highest performing local body thematic areas of the Bhumis, we recognize their efforts for creation of new green areas and best waste management practices done in their urban local bodies as well as rural local bodies. We have this very good initiative of e-pledge to to increase the participation of each and every citizens and the community. An initiative to motivate every citizen to take a conscious and collaborative efforts towards the betterment of the environment. The pledge suggests very small actions at the individual levels to be done by the citizens in their day-to-day life. So there are more than 22 million people have taken these pledges, and they are working on their pledge every day, and which is contributing directly to the improvement in the environment. We have also created a curriculum with the help of UNICEF and the experts in the field of education for the students from 1st to 8th standard, an initiative to inculcate green values in the children through education. The theme includes biodiversity conservation, solid waste management, personal and community health, water resources management, energy, air pollution, climate change. There are nearly 19 chapters, and with the help of the state government, education department, we have handed over it to the school education and sports department, and they have incorporated this into the curriculum of 1st standard to 8th standard in the school. And this is being taught in the schools in the Maharashtra. This is a very good initiative, taken at both the level, community level, as well as at the state level, making the policies. Maharashtra Council on Climate Change has been established under the chairmanship of Honorable Chief Minister and the co-chairmanship of Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. All the ministers are the member of this climate change as a part of the council. Objective is to develop and implement a structured and time-bound action plan for the climate change. We have identified key sectors for the urgent action plans. First sector is energy, decarbonizing the power. Second sector is transport, electrical, shared, public and non-motorized vehicles. We are promoting cycles. At the same time, Maharashtra is one state in India where in 3 cities metro work is going on more than 14 lines. Unfortunately, I was instrumental in planning as well as execution of these metro lines in Mumbai on 9 lines. Mumbai is the only city in the world where 9 metro line work is going on simultaneously, and we have a plan of more than 1.5 lakh crores to be spent on this public transportation to make it state of art at part with the rest of the world. The third area we have identified about the buildings, more green buildings, sustainable buildings, and a lot of work has been done on this in the major cities like Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, and Nasik. Industry, modern and clean technology we are promoting. Agriculture, we are talking about sustainable practices. And urban, we are trying to make our cities livable. I would like to highlight few success stories or case studies in the Maharashtra during the last 2 years. Navi Mumbai is a satellite town of Mumbai. It is just 25 kilometers away from the Mumbai, and it is a planned city having an area of 108 square kilometer, and total population is about 1.1 million. Weather is moderately hot with high levels of humidity, and the rainfall is 200 to 300 centimeters. Sorry, it is typing mistake. Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation has done a plantation during the campaign period of 225,000 indigenous trees. Ecological restoration of the remedial dump sites by creating Miyawaki forest. Installation of more than 100 sculptures made from waste across the city. This is the Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation's administrative block building. Installation of approximately procurement of 350 electrical vehicles during the campaign. More than 30% reuse of treated wastewater. We have made it compulsory in the Maharashtra under urban development control regulations, reuse of treated wastewater in all the major cities. 25,000 solar and LED lights are installed in one city alone. This picture will speak for itself. Miyawaki forest plantation on the reclaimed dumping yard created by Navi Mumbai, which has resulted in coming back the lot of flora and fauna in Navi Mumbai. Then sculptures from the west were created to create awareness among the citizens, utilization of more than 22,000 plastic bottle caps. Then we have created charging facilities, more than 120 charging facilities across the city. Navi Mumbai has more than 60% of public transportation buses comprises of electrical vehicles. This is one of the biggest achievement. We are moving on a large scale on EV since there is a policy of state government, and we are supporting them financially also as a state. Second thing is reuse of treated wastewater, installation of mechanical screens to filter solid waste from entering water bodies in Navi Mumbai, ultra filtration unit for tertiary treatment water, because unless and until you give tertiary treatment you cannot reuse the water. So we are giving them tertiary treatment and making it fit for bathing purposes. That standard we are treating. Online monitoring of leakages and water distribution system across the cities. State-of-art SCADA system is operational in major cities in Maharashtra, Mumbai, Thane, Navi Mumbai, Pune, Nasik, and Nagpur. Major cities we have state-of-art SCADA systems for monitoring these water distribution systems. Then second, another case study is of Thane Municipal Corporation. It is on the west coast of Maharashtra, also known as City of Lakes, having an area of 128 square kilometer and population of 1.85 million. Weather is moderately hot with high levels of humidity. This is the municipal corporation building. Has created more than 48,000 square meter of new green space in the city itself. planted more than 30,000 indigenous trees, identification of 1,000 plus heritage trees within the local body as per the guidelines of UNESCO. More than 72,000 cubic meter of water holding capacity has been created with the rainwater harvesting system. Rejuvenation and beautification of 34 lakes out of 36 in the city has taken place during these 2 years of campaign. 514,000 trees are of indigenous species, 69%. Compost 96% of wet waste and converted 4% to biogas. These are some of the sites where the tree plantation at the various locations were carried out by Municipal Corporation of Thane. Identification of heritage trees, then biomethanation plan, compost from wet waste, and then there is a plantation along the roadside as well as on the dividers. Rejuvenation and beautification of the lakes. Government of Maharashtra has come out with the policy to support rejuvenation and beautification of the lakes in the cities as well as in the rural areas. We support them financially as a policy from the state level. They have created artificial immersion lakes or the ponds during the festivals, Ganpati festivals. People from India will appreciate what type of festival it is and how it has improved in reducing the pollution of water resources and water bodies. Next, I would like to give an example of smaller municipal councils also, Lonavala. It is a very famous hill station having an area of 38 square kilometer and population of 54,000. Weather is very pleasant, temperature varying from 12 degrees to 32 degrees, and the rainfall is varying from 400 to 500 centimeters. This is the administrative building of Lonavala Municipal Council. Has created 11 new green spaces of 7,000 square meter. 104,000 trees were planted at 40 locations. Entire city is covered with LED lights, reducing energy consumption by 45%. This is very remarkable feature of municipal council. Smaller municipal councils and smaller Gram Panchayat local bodies are coming in a bigger way, and it is very easy for them as a community to convince the people also, and we found the results in the smaller places are much better than the bigger cities. 20 kilowatt of solar plant installed, saving 3,000 kilowatt of energy and 0.25 million rupees annually. Rainwater harvesting system has been created and all the government buildings with the water holding capacity of 30,000 LPD. 20 kilowatt solar system to power the entire floor of administrative building has been created by Lonavala Municipal Corporation. They have created garden, they have done a lot of roadside plantations, as well as solar panel system at the administrative buildings, solar lights, cleaning of the water bodies. These are some of the lakes, and the beautification and cleaning has been carried out. With then the participation of the people, right from the common man to the senior citizens to the childrens. They have taken the e-pledge and all are taking the part in this initiative of climate change. Next. This is another case study of Karad Municipal Council. This is also a very small municipal council, about 320 kilometers from the Mumbai, and having an area of 10 square kilometer and population of approximately 54,000. Next. They have planted 100,000 trees, increased green cover by 1% within 2 years. Reuse of treated wastewater for agriculture purposes is very good and important feature. Creation of 100 percolation pits and 2 kilometer long continuous contour trench to increase groundwater table, because this area falls under rain shadow area, so they have a lot of importance for the water. Installed water metering system in all the houses and saved approximately 2 millions of water every day in the water supply system. These are some of the pictures of plantations carried out by Karad Municipal Councils and solar systems. And the third one is the reuse of treated wastewater for agriculture purposes. Then they have installed meter in each and every house, and through this installation of meters they could save 2 million liters of water every day. They have installed state-of-art air quality monitoring system also in the city. Next is a small Nagar Panchayat in the Ahmednagar district, Karjat. It is located about 300 kilometers from Mumbai, having an area of 50 square kilometers and population, very small population, 18,000. and tropical weather with the temperature varying from 16 to 37 degrees. Creation of Devrai, sacred groves, was done by this Karjat Nagar Panchayat. 55,000 trees were planted during 2 years of campaign. Established a tree bank of more than 50,000 native species. Created 15-kilometer long cycling track. Added more than 13,000 meter cube of water holding capacity through revival of old wells and farm ponds, and created a continuous, I just now told, more than 2 kilometers of continuous contour trench. More than 125 electrical vehicles were purchased in such a small town of 18,000 population. So plantation of about 55,000, these are some of the pictures, initiative taken by this panchayat. They have created 5 Miyawaki forest also in such a small place. They got rejuvenated the old wells also, and they have done a lot of roadside plantation also and created 21 new green belts in the small town. They have worked more than 700 days continuously during last 2 years of campaign. Next. Next is the smallest example of Gram Panchayat. This is Pimpalgaon Baswant in a Nasik districts, around 200 km from Mumbai, having an area of 28 square kilometer and population of 41,000, moderately hot with high levels of humidity. This is one of the richest Gram Panchayats. They have a lot of money because of there is a lot of export of grapes as well as onion, onion and grapes growing area. But they had a huge accumulated legacy waste of more than 40 years, and they have now initiated a scientific treatment, and they are treating daily more than 20 tons of waste, and they have reclaimed partially the dumping ground by installing a biogas plant of 3 TPD capacity and creating a garden. These are some of the pictures of heap of garbage and how they are converted into a beautiful places with the participation of the community. They have installed a plastic baling machine to treat plastic waste, installation of biogas on a reclaimed dumping area to treat wet waste, then creation of nursery, they have planted more than 20,000 trees during the 2 years of this campaign. These are some of the pictures. This is the last case study. I will say this is a very small population in Satara district, Manachiwadi, Gram Panchayat, having 1 square kilometer area and 420 people only. Temperature is from 16 degrees to 30 degrees. Maharashtra's first solar village with the solar installation in all the households. Just now, initially I told when the smaller the villages, the community come together. So they could convince each and every villagers, and this has resulted in electricity bill by 70%. Plantation of 16,000 trees, rainwater percolation in all the households, 3 kilowatt solar power plant, power street lights, administrative office, and pre-primary and primary schools in the village. And they have, even though it is only 420 people, they have procured 15 EVs and 2 EV charging stations. They have created charging facilities also in their Gram Panchayat. These are some of the pictures of roadside tree plantations as well as rainwater collection tanks they have done during the campaign. They have done the cleaning of the bodies also, water bodies. These are cement nala bandaras, which was full of silt. They have cleared the silt also and cleaned the body, and now it has become a beautiful water body. They have created a lot of environmental awareness among the villagers through campaigns. Thank you. This was all. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. If there are any further questions with regards to our presentation on Maji Vasundhara. Yes, sir.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation and varied kind of interventions by Government of Maharashtra. One of the very interesting and at a scale kind of initiative by Government of Maharashtra is metro. So to what extent, is there any study carried out? I'm sure it must have been. What is the extent by which the carbon emission offset is likely to happen because of this estimated metro after completion?
Actually, exactly, I don't remember the exact figures of carbon emission, but it is in millions of tons. Once all these 12 metro lines in Mumbai and MMR regions are completed, as well as 2 metro lines in Nagpur are more or less operational, barring a few stretches, and 3 metro lines in Pune. So it will have a huge impact, and we'll be creating a world-class public transportation system. We'll be promoting people to travel by the public transportation, which would help us in reducing greenhouse gases.
I think it is worth projecting that as contribution because it is going to be huge offset.
Yeah, definitely. Government of Maharashtra, all of you are aware, has been always a leader historically. And if I point out, even Government of India has taken this Swachh Bharat Abhiyan also, Clean India campaign, from the Government of Maharashtra itself. Government of Maharashtra has initially started in the Maharashtra Sant Gadge Baba Clean Village competitions. On the basis of this Clean Village competition, Government of India converted that into Nirmal Gram Puraskar and later on Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Hopefully, this campaign also Government of India will pick up, and this can be scaled all India level, and the other state can also replicate this model. It is scalable, replicable, and the expenditure is very less because we are just giving the prize money to the urban local bodies and rural local bodies, and that amount is hardly 100 crores per year. It's a very small if you look at the budget of any states. So a lot of work, thousands of crores of rupees work is being done by the villagers through community participation, just by motivating them and giving them recognition through the awards.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very comprehensive presentation, and clearly many actions in many parts of the states have been undertaken as part of this mission, and the impact is outstanding. My question was that when you announce the competition and when you get the urban local bodies to participate, what sort of support do you give them in identifying the right actions and identifying the pathways to change? Is it all done bottom up by the ULBs, or you also provide them with some technical support in identifying which kind of action to address which kind of problem?
It is both ways. Government of Maharashtra has framed a policy from the top down also and from the bottom up. And Maharashtra is having a very strong local self-government right from the historically, right from the beginning. We have a three-tier structures of Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti and Jilla Parishad. So because of that, there is very strong leadership even in the rural areas also. So we have created a state support unit at the state level, and at the divisional commissioners level also we have a support units. We are supporting them technically, as well as we are giving them the different ways how to go ahead about this campaign, and while working in these 5 sector areas of earth, air, water and everything. So we are supporting them, hand-holding them, and whenever they come to us, we guide them also.
Also toolkit is provided, so that can go ahead with it.
So if I can add to that, so whenever the toolkit is published, we create online sessions with them and we disseminate whatever the indicators specify, what is the supporting policy for work to be done for that particular indicator, so that they can utilize the funds from the existing schemes to work under Majhi Vasundhara Abhiyan. And apart from that, we have various types of organizations working with us who provide technical expert knowledge to them, and there are divisional technical experts in each of the divisions of Maharashtra, 6 divisions, who also go out to the particular local bodies from time to time basis, and they find out the work done by local bodies, identify their problems and come up with solutions. So there is constant communication going on from the state at the local body level. Yes, sir.
We have done the master training also, training of trainers also up to the district level. So we have taken a conference with all the divisional level officers, IS officers, collectors, COs, and we have even gone up to the block levels also. So we have informed them what are the components and the parameters and how they can go ahead with, and how they can basically converge the different government schemes in this campaign. So that is helping them a lot.
I will be more fond of this Miyawaki forest, which is promoted by the forest that is environmental department. And as I understood, this is Miyawaki is mostly we see in the town level, that is big town level and metro level. So is there any plan of creating this Miyawaki in larger area where there is a unutilized land we can see in the wasteland like bigger area, so that this can be replicated in a larger scale? At present, it looks like a very small patch of work we are doing in the city level. So that is, what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, these are, I will say, local initiatives of urban local bodies as well as rural local bodies. So we are promoting and helping them, but just to support them, we have a policy at the Maharashtra level. At the same time, we have environmental clearances for the bigger projects. In these bigger projects, we make it compulsory for them to provide 10% of the open space on the ground to create such type of forest. So we are enforcing through policy also and promoting also. Both ways we are working on it. But frankly speaking, we have a lot of degraded forest, and through forest department we can take this initiative. Thank you. It's very good suggestion.
Yeah, so basically it depends on the local body itself to do whatever that they have to do with the available land. They can plant trees over there or they can create a Miyawaki forest. It is up to them. Yes, sir. But we can definitely take your suggestion. Yes.
So thank you so much. This is Shirish from this side. Thank you for a very comprehensive presentation, and we have been following Maji Vasundhara very closely. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on how you want to take this forward and other initiatives that the state would like to do, because Maharashtra has been seen globally as a champion state to promote low carbon climate action. So what's your vision and thoughts on that?
If you look at our Maji Vasundhara 1.0, there were hardly 700 ULB plus rural local bodies who have participated in this campaign. But if you look at 3.0, there are more than nearly 17,000 urban local bodies and rural local bodies both put together. We have hardly 28,000 gram panchayats and 406 urban local bodies. Right now, all 406 urban local bodies are a part of this campaign. So we need to bring more and more rural bodies into this campaign. Hopefully, in the coming 2 to 3 years, the whole Maharashtra will be covered with this campaign, and will be able to contribute through this Maji Vasundhara campaign for the environment and climate change. And hopefully, Government of India, we have also sent our proposal to the Government of India. Government of India will also, like from the Clean Village competition, which was started in Maharashtra, in the name of Sant Gadavi Baba Grama Swachhata Abhiyan, Government of India took that scheme and started Nirmal Gram Puraskar, and that Nirmal Gram Puraskar further got converted into Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Hopefully this scheme also Government of India can pick up, because the budgetary support or finance required is very small, because it is just a convergence of different schemes together at the village level or urban local bodies level. And only you are spending on the prize money, which is hardly 100 crores in a state like such a big state like Maharashtra, which is a very small amount. So it has a very good potential for upscaling as well as replication in other states and the whole nation as such.
So I don't have a question, but I just want to add to this was very comprehensive. Thank you, and I just want to tell the gathering here that so we developed the district action plan for Pune and Nagpur, sir, and we worked very closely with the collector and with the municipal corporation, because this was probably one of the first time in India when both, comprehensive plan for rural and urban area was being developed, and we had very, smooth interactions with the departments. And one of the most commendable thing was that all the data for Maharashtra is very easily available online for all our we did emissions inventory, we did policy impact evaluation and climate budget analysis. So it was very smooth, and whenever time permits, we'd be happy to share our findings, because it's we integrated even the Maji Vasundhara work in that, and we can come over and share the findings of that with you, sir. So
You're most welcome.
thank
Most
you,
welcome.
sir.
Thank you. I am Dr. Vinita Apte, and my organization name is TER Policy Center. We are in afforestation, watershed management, and many other climate change resilience type. So this was a very good presentation, very comprehensive presentation. Actually, at the grassroots level, we find very difficult to reach to you people because I'm based at Pune. Pune, Mumbai is not that far, but we are totally devoted for and focused for working. And many times we have difficulties to reach to the forest people. Though I have a good relations with forest department, but we didn't get a good land for plantation. In last 5-6 years, we have planted more than 200,000 trees. Trees. It's not the plant. It's not the saplings, and those are conserved. Means it's 99% survival on high mountain ranges. So when you speaking about metro, that's a very good project, which I always feel when I'm in Pune, there is a lack of public transport always, and many cars and scooters are on roads. But that means simultaneously for the metro project, there are huge number of trees have been cut. So you have to at least give some means some figures in your presentation, because I know the Maharashtra government and the Metro Corporation have planted many more trees than the cut forests. But that need to be incorporated in the presentation, that how you are converted the cut trees into the new forest kind of thing or the new plantation. Thank you so much.
Maharashtra has come out with a new tree cutting act now, and we are not just asking to replant the trees. If you are cutting one in the terms of if you are cutting one tree, you have to plant 10 trees, but we are taking into account the age of the tree also. So there is a lot of deviation, and we are going into the micro details. And if it is a heritage tree, we have not given the powers to the local level. Even if you have to cut one heritage tree, it has to come to the state level. So we are avoiding as far as possible cutting of the trees. That is the focus of government of Maharashtra. So even if you have to cut one heritage tree, heritage trees has been defined as per UNESCO's definition, tree having a life more than 50 years. And that can be easily calculated. People in the village or the district level, they have the record. And all the big trees we are not allowing because it is coming at the state level. And even if the number of trees we have limited to the urban local bodies like municipal corporations of Mumbai, Pune also, we have limited them to 200 numbers only. If the number goes about 200, it has to come to the state level committee. So we are observing and monitoring it at a micro level, and we are not allowing tree cutting very easily. And at the same time, we are enforcing the plantation and survival of the trees also. Top leadership in Maharashtra is very committed. These metro plans on such a large scale could happen just because of committed leadership on Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Deputy Chief Ministers. And hopefully in the coming 3 years, Mumbai will have a world-class public transportation systems. You will not require any taxi or your own car. You will be able to go from the place where you have to come to every day for working is Secretariat or a Mantralaya. Then you have to go back to your place. Or if you want to catch a flight to domestic or international airport, you will be able to travel from the Secretariat or a Mantralaya in Mumbai to the domestic or international airport without changing any metro. So that type of infrastructures you will have within the next 3 years in Mumbai. So hopefully it will significantly reduce the carbon footprint in Mumbai.
Yeah, I think there are no further questions over here. With this, we would like to conclude our session on climate action through Maji Vasundhara. Thank you, Government of India, again for giving us this opportunity to present the work done by Maharashtra government on climate change. Thank you, everyone, for attending and for a nice response from your side. Thank you.
Mr. Bobade is very worried. He's calling you.
somebody is interested in biogas. Project should fund, then only. setting. मतलब कितना otherwise would have emitted. That great age being its own contribution as well as from the market contribution. Means that calculation is fairly straightforward because सभी करेंगे होगी. उस टाइम शायद इतना awareness नहीं था. Now it is there.
Hello, my testing. Parthai, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Loud
You
and
can
clear.
hear me, no? Okay, so this is the setting on that day, no?
Yeah, this is what's gonna look like.
This will be the setting. Okay, okay. I think we're sorted. Chalo. Thanks.
Chalo, have a good day. Bye.
Okay, and that day आप थोड़ा 1:15 पे join कर लेना. 1:30 it starts.
Hang on one second. Let me. 1:30 it starts. 1:15 पे join करना है.
हाँ.
We'll get the system started, but he'll come at 1:30 only.
ठीक है हाँ बस मतलब ये स्क्रीन आप सेटअप करके रख लेना ठीक है
Kindly
ओके
be
चलो
seated.
बाय बाय
No, it will not block. Presentation will come up.
No, but people sitting will not be able, as in we are small people.
Excuse me. Can you just touching the screen? It's a digital screen.
Shall we start?
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We from Meghalaya are very proud to get this privilege to present to you our team members who have traveled halfway across the globe. This is Dr. Marbakor Lindra. She is a project scientist with the Meghalaya Center for Climate Change. This is Kong Priscilla Bofang. She is one of the community members who has been taking the leadership in mobilized peeping for taking after our living root bridges. The third is our own Mohan Roy. He is the person who is leading the federation. And there is Sanjeev Shankar, one of our best friends of Meghalaya, who has taken forward the research of the living root bridges to levels which we have never seen before. I am Mr. Ivan Swear. I'm the director of the Meghalaya Basin Development Authority, and we are working extensively in order to get a role, to get a place in the UNESCO World Heritage Sites for the living root bridges. So we present to you a short film on the living root bridges of Meghalaya and its communities.
Kane kay paralog ba ong kiriw tumen. Pandigapsa kanam kahog ginom nganya panyen. Entray barot lang dirub, entray barot lang rub. Pandigapsa kanam kahog ginom nganya panyen.
Bakit kami di kamriang? Nisot po baga diri si tayo sa bere mo kami karachi priyo. Kajib kami manarin chobi. Naru di cloud kita kum kiwa tikito khad apna tat kiwe diri sa khao. Bidai ban sim kya ban kam kat kum gujeng kam baji sa chobi. Marian ka pa blay. Ulaban ka kerpang nang kita chobi. Ipai khusus nong jong kita beri menurut respon.
Bangsum ying hangda. Ida berkat berkain pa. Tang. Yung na gumata ba ungi hepe chupai kan ro ka ku basa. Wada masa ka talaga ka ku keno kim sina. Kiti doai tuara tupa ka keno to. Dulu aja kita babiang halo kata kita yang doai firat kita dulu pasen te keno he ka yusna. Hadin pakat la biang kata kita ka puta mutila bangsna kata jaga. Kena ke siap kasrim yang ini ke kasrim yang ini kena minta nak jep ajarong jarong ka amla ban le ya tu bala minta bawa ya ka latang tu ke kuat ban bam tu kuat ban bam ke ba minta ya ka ban bam di deal di sit di kuat di ayu mu bun kon ke ba pli kini nak man tu kapal ba lahir lah san kita kumno kamar yang terkelah kumno kamar yang kita long tang hakar jong ni ken hakar jong pergi jong lagi pakai je kalau ya chat te apa hakar jong pergi jong api yang juga itu kan ini mariam
Wi nela la sim kum ka kata mati barjat hi kita ke barim baya hada ki umge wa dari uno dia lai pentala ba ida ka ko la se ma saudong inde su benda subas kana jaga bar la ai promo kan da na tei nang tei temut kana jaga ka menot menong su ban la kana la long kariblai la long ka ngak ka dem hana la long lupa ke sakri ke ya ka ria dai nan ya ka ria da na menta kana ke jaga putana ke yang long beruman beru
Jong rim jong kan ka cooperative society jong ikalong kabanang kong kalong kejing yat teli abangi form cooperative society pia teli lang kawai berkamput tangkat ni kiparas nong jong kibar ro kinyadan bentala wilayah teli dia buram itu wei gidai bantuan kejing ya iye gidai bantuan kejing ya tres sitom bakat do kadai kejing ya sania
Hello. Yeah. A very good afternoon to each one of you. Myself, Marbakor Mary Linra. I'll just run through a presentation which will just show us like how the community, the traditional people, the indigenous people of Meghalaya have lived in harmony with nature, how they have adapted in the change of the climatic condition. Okay, to start with, Meghalaya, the name of Meghalaya is a bed of clouds. It is the home of clouds. And it is also housed two of the wettest places on the earth, Mausanram and Sora, as you know. And we also have unique features like the Sacred Grove, the Living Root Bridge. And also we have a rich biodiversity. But not only that, we also have the indigenous community with us. Next slide. Yeah. So to understand climate change from the people perspective, not about the scientific modeling, but going to the but going to the community. So what we have experienced is these people, when we went through, we did not even talk about what is climate change, what they have experienced, have they even seen, have they even go through. But this is what they have told us. They have told us that they have seen that there is early ripening of some of the agricultural crops. Okay? And then they also have adapted to it by doing early sowing of some of the important crops like citrus. And then they also have seen that there is a reduction in the size of citrus fruit, and also in the famous betel leaf and the betel nut that the people of Meghalaya are consuming. They have seen that there is a productivity reduction in that crop. And we also, next slide. And not only that, the community, like I've told you, they have lived in harmony with nature. They understand more the nature than the scientific understanding that we have. So what they have indicated is the early warning system. This has been like, they have been doing this since time immemorial. You can see that in the right side of the picture, there's a twig. Okay, there's one insect by the name John Sock. When they build the nest, they have created in such a way that if there are two protrudings, you can see that there are two twigs protruding. That indicates that there will be two cyclones in that particular year. And they also can predict the intensity of the cyclone. If it is long, then the intensity will be more. So in the year 2016, we have seen that there are two cyclones because there are two twigs, protruding twigs that we can see from that Jongsok when they had built the nest. And also not only that, they have also said that when there is a good flowering of mango and lychee plant, there will be cyclone in that particular year. So these are the two important things that I want to highlight that we have collected from the field with the knowledge of the traditional knowledge that the people have told us. Next slide, please. Of this, the green. Here we can see that how the people have adapted themselves. Just now we have gone through that video, we have seen like how the people have built the living road bridge, which is 400 years old. They have adapted to the climatic condition, to the climate variability, to the weather condition that they have gone through. So these are few of the things also, the nature-based solution that they have adapted in the agricultural sector. They have used this tobacco nicotiana, where they have mixed this with the water and then they spray it on the agricultural crops. This will help prevention of the pest and insect disease attack. And they also have the slick lime, where they have mixed it with water and they use it to spray in the particular crops such as turmeric, and even in the trunks of the tree to help in the reduction of prevention of pest and insect attack. And we also have that particular crop, which is a citrus species that is, we call it, local name is Pamelo, English name. This also they have used as biopesticide, where they have used the juice of this fruit to spray the important crops like paddy and also maize. Yeah, here also we have few examples where they have used it for the livestock rearing. Here what they have used, the Citrus macroptera, the bark, the Sima walichi, the bark of this tree, and also the leaf. They mix it with water or they mix it with the feed of the animals and they feed the livestock. This will help them in food poisoning and also in stomach diseases that they have. And even this fruit Citrus macroptera, this also they use for livestock diseases. And I think this is a few of the things that I want to share with you, the knowledge that we have gained from the field. Thank you. Yes, now we will have Kong Priscilla from the committee member. She will recite a poetry to us, which is about nature, in our local language, Khasi.
Nama. Itu kertas semua.
So that everyone can see.
Tenang kang ngaya tu kertas semua ya lade. ngadai ikong priska bupang ngawan snong sora kabajus laptam hakapertai ban ngawan kami khalaya jongka ri India phang sate lamingi mentangan penyak sngau ya phi ya kanai ka poetry ka ba mangalak tho bat ngin ya sngau ba kumno ka mai mariang ka la yangi ka ai hangi mentangan sedang no keteng jong phi ku mai mariang kanu kalong kabas ngau thiang si telup ka pertai keteng phi don tang ka wei hapne jong phi thum phi bat sau ngan men sem haba perkhat phim ju kan taj las neu ne pha daka jing e phip diang sirta phi sai ki so ki pai ki ki ngap ki luai ching bam ngi yo kerhai dai ma phi mariang ba ai phi sai hapne jong phi deng dri hari khasi lang ba ki the jong ki ngi yo ban sna lenti hakmat jong phi ngi long kat ju pimpai chiliang ne kerpang phi bu ngi dai ban burom mar keliang ngin pai nuksa namai mariang nhai ngu yu play yu try ya mai mariang hangi u ai ya jing ker khu ba u la the ha mai mariang chunom kinne tang kita khublai sibon.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Mon Singh Khongshun. I also am from community member from Meghalaya, Penusla East Khasi Hill. So I would like to explain what Kompreska has written, her point, little about Mother Earth nature. So in the first stanza, she said that Mei Mariang, she is talking about our mother nature, that is Mei Mariang. She is talking that the name of Mei Mariang that is very unique and it is so sweet. And all over the world that we all know only one name, that is nature, without different. And in the second stanza, she said that Mei Mariang, it gathers us upon its lamb. And that is soothing to our mind. And no matter it doesn't divide or partially, but it stay evils or nice, but it don't despise. With love forever embrace. And in the third stanza, she says that one mother nature, Mei Mariang, upon Islam, it's bring living root bridge, which is called in local name Jingking tree, which is very popular and very important, especially for us community in rural areas. It is like a connection or a bridge between one village to another village, and especially when we go to our field and we cross the river. And in next stanza, she said that our modern nature, Mei Mariang, it brings fruits and plants, which very important and needed for us as human beings, and water, honeybee, and wasps. And it keeps abundance of food by its gracious providence. And in the next, he also said that Mei Mariang or Mother Nature size is forever fair, without or never partially, but are equally special. So we are also to mutually respect each other and follow as our Mother Nature do to us. And in the last stanza, she says that we give thanks to our God, Lord, for the May Mariang to us provide. For blessing he has showed in May Mariang eternally remain. So with this few words, I really thanks to Ms. Priska also for nice point. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. As if you look at this slide, we Khasis is a tribe where we are matrilineal tribe, where we take our name from the mother. So Mother Earth is something that is very unique and very powerful for us. No, we believe that we came down from the tree, from a bridge, from the heavens down. So bridge has always been a very important character in the day-to-day life of us. So from the living root bridge to the bridges that we can connect, to this golden ladder which we climb up and down, to the fact that we belong to clans and we are not allowed to marry within the clan, but we are allowed to marry only outside the clan, which means that even in a clan system, we have a belief that we are always building bridges from one clan to another clan. Because once you marry from one clan to another clan, both the clans are related. Now, when we look at this, in the overall of the living root bridges, and in the overall of climate change that is happening in the state and in the world, we look at climate change is happening because we are not building enough bridges. The rich are having our own kingdom. The poor are having the kingdom. The entitled are having their own area. They are not entitled to having area. Unless and until we build these bridges between all of them, only then can we talk about climate change. What our Dr. Marbakor has mentioned about the small tribe of Meghalaya who reads the animals, who reads the insects, who reads the plants and understand this, we have suffered a lot in climate change. We were one of the states in the areas of the world. We get about 63 billion cubic meters of water in a year, but we are not able to use even 5% of that. We produce some of the best oranges in the world in limestone soil. We are not able to build on that. We have one of the best turmerics, which I mentioned, highest curcumin content, which people would flock into our area to harvest this turmeric, which grows only in the small select villages of 7. But then we are not able to do that because climate change is affecting our day-to-day lives. Pollution that is happening from the Bay of Bengal, together with the monsoons, bring in a lot of toxic fumes that is destroying all our vegetation, destroying our plantations. So the people living in the southern slopes are the ones who are facing the maximum amount of effect from the climate change. So as the people here build bridges through living roots, we build bridges through intermarriage, we build bridges now. We are a very open society where marriage is happening between the tribes of our state with people from across the globe. We're building bridges there. So until we look at climate change, climate adaptation as a bridge by which we can help each other, only then can we honestly believe that the efforts that we have put in to build conventions like the COP will bear fruits through bridges that we build amongst ourselves. Thank you. Thank you so much. I welcome Sanjeev to say the last words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Bhai Banswar, Mrs. Priska Bhupang, Bamohan, and Dr. Marbakor. We are running a little late, so we will try to wrap it up at the earliest. This is our reflection over the last few years. We are all dealing with complex problems, whether it's the problem of reaching here on time, struggling with COVID. We had an accident on flight where one of the members was seriously ill. At the root of all this, or even COP, is to find solutions. That's an attempt that each problem, in the way the human eye and society sees, is... Oh, sorry. That was a problem also. As human beings, we are always solving problems. Egypt may have a certain problem, and they came up with the innovation of pyramids. India, Peru, If you go to Guatemala, you will read about the Mayan civilization. We are adept at finding solutions. So if we all come together as a group, as a society, we should be able to find a solution. And the first step is problem diagnosis. What is the problem? Maybe the bright lights here, maybe the sound outside. Each of these constitutes a set of elements which is not isolated, it is interconnected. And that is a web, especially in a country like India, where you have environment, economics, governance, policy, construction, absolutely woven in, like the dresses we wear. I want to draw an example of Elinor Ostrom, an extraordinary scientist who won the Nobel Prize in Economics. Her life research was about looking at empowering regular people. Regular people can be outstanding, just like the outstanding poem which you just heard, the outstanding conversation which I had with Ba Mohan Singh. She proved that traditionally decentralized systems work better than centralized systems. So if we want to solve climate change, a problem which affects all, it means every single person on the planet has to be involved. It shouldn't be limited to academics, intellectuals who are dressed like me or have a lot of money. It has to be understood by the person at the bottom of the pyramid. That is our first insight. And as part of the state COVID team also, we understood this reality. This is a sacred forest from Meghalaya. If we all understand what went into this innovation and this commitment for thousands of years, you will understand that climate change in this acronym was not something new which we are trying to solve. It is quite simple in terms of understanding. It requires collective commitment. This is a proof of collective commitment, one of the best states in the country with the highest number of sacred groves. Understanding the source. We are a country, India, Egypt, Africa, Madagascar. We have thousands of years of history embedded. Ignoring that history and going forward is at our own expense. That history, that heritage is as scientific as what Elon Musk is doing, or as my professor in quantum physics did. Seeing that beauty and appreciating the way Kong Priska is wearing her dress, or the way you all are covering your head, has a deep science to it. It is not just a ritual, or a culture is not divided from science. This is our second insight. These are all our champions, just like the Nobel Prize winner before, Elinor Ostrom. That's Baf Niang from Maulam village. That's Kong Yora Dakar. This is Kong Khongtani. The first phase of our journey, the first 5 years, was like children, just learning from them. Just like I would learn from Suruchi ma'am about her journey. Without that learning, evolution stops. I am an extension of Bharti ma'am or Ba Ibanswar or Ba Mohan Singh. Without that, this system or this ambition will not be achieved, and that is our honest opinion. What have we tried to do? After learning, we try to innovate. Architecture and the construction industry contributes to more than 20% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. We cannot have a system of this building being called a green building when we have these systems which are done within $2,000 in the most innovative manner. What did we do as part of innovation? We connected this to the local forestry and nurseries. So we have to take from 5,000, 2,200 years of intelligence and connect it to the present. That would address few percentage of the global greenhouse gas emissions. This is the entire community coming together, symbolizing and celebrating a phenomena called Yarumsni, which is working without money. Money is not the only way to solve climate change. It is your mind and your heart connected together. And that is why Kong Priska or Mrs. Priska was singing a poetry today. Technology is part of the solution. What is more important is your heart. When the entire community comes together and works for reciprocity, voluntary work, to teach each other, and there are actual literature for that. It is called Yarumsni, Yashausni in the local language. We continue to learn from elders. They have extraordinary space-time awareness, perhaps more than even GPS systems in the forest. When we asked these elders in the 80s to draw, this is what they drew. This is an entire forest drawn by hand without any GPS. And we started with this and turned it into the most advanced map, which even NASAC, which in India all of you know, is surprised by. We have the answers within us, around us. We just have to step out and start acknowledging first and then celebrating. What did we do? All of us think of ourselves as scientists, as professionals, as Terry, as MBDA, as India, as Africa. But climate change and COVID taught us that we can't compartmentalize each other anymore. That is a fact. So we work like the diagram on the left, but actually if we start dissolving this and enjoying each other's potential, magic happens. And this project is about magic. We invited 40 of India's senior-most scientists for the first time ever to come and stay in a village which was facing 90% migration. In 2 days, toilets were built, ropeways were repaired, a kitchen was created, and people like Ba Mohan, in fact it was Ba Mohan's village, shoot him, he's smiling there. 40 scientists started teaching and learning from each other. There were scientists who work in organizations like mine, IIT or TERI, and they started learning from indigenous people. The person on the right fell in love with a handheld microscope. And the senior-most scientists from Botanical Survey of India, they became friends for life. I do not know how they communicated, but you should have seen them. The person on the right is Dr. Uttam. He's a bat specialist. And he fell in love with our own team member, Ba Golden Star, and they wouldn't leave each other. Those are relationships which this COP is about. COP is not just about coming and running, it is about relationship building for life. Just like now, I know who Suruchi ma'am is, who Bharti ma'am is. That is COP. The result is this. The result is we are going to create a bioindicator development map where the indigenous knowledge about what constitutes climate change is going to work and merge with contemporary ideas of what is development. They know when butterfly patterns change, they know when earthworm movements change, and that is the potentiality you are looking at. These are members who may not be called climate science professionals or climate adaptation professionals, but they do know when their soil is getting eroded. They do know when their food quality is deteriorating. These are all the scientists who celebrated and since then did not want to leave the village. This is the parting photograph after they lived for 4 days and 4 nights in one of the most remote places on earth. We have spoken about living root bridges, and this is a case study which we just want to highlight because this has recently been nominated and officially entered in the UNESCO World Heritage Site tentative list. When we started 9 years ago, we didn't understand and no one believed that that has that value. But when you believe and when you go on a journey, magic does happen. And this is a story about dreams and magic. In fact, living root bridge is not a bridge. So the English word which got attached in 1843 by a Bengal engineer who was an Anglo-Indian was actually a misnomer. In the local language, it is Jinkingjiri, which is a very, very beautiful word in itself. It is connected with the word Jingyadei, or relationship, as Bhai Banswar just highlighted. The genius of the indigenous community that you can take a gentle baby plant and create one of the most resilient bridge structures on earth, which can survive the wettest places, is itself celebrating indigenous knowledge. We want to celebrate local solutions. We want to innovate with local solutions, whether it is Africa, India, Guatemala, or Madagascar. If you go to Papua New Guinea, you will see the same. I want us to think of the mind of the person who can take a baby plant and wait for 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, and grow a bridge. How much love and patience does that need? Today we are rushing. We don't have time. And time is running out. And yet, we have infinite time. And that belief is very important when you solve a problem. But Jinkingjiri is not just that. It is every single genius which is around us. Whether it is the way you cover your scarf, it is the way you smile, it is what you eat. Each of that is genius. The mehendi you put on your hand, the alta is genius. The position in your body where you wear the earring is genius. The stones which are crafted is genius. When you die, where your bones are buried and what happens to each clan is genius. Gentlemen and gentlewomen, we are surrounded by genius. We just have to see it. And we have to commit to it and believe it. Genius is not what is just seen, it is also what is felt. We live in the world of spirits. We don't talk about it. But the indigenous community believes in spirits and dreams. When we work with government, we look at policy change. And as a professional, I believe in both and I celebrate the both and I see the power of both. So we take the genius of the community and we bring it into regulations and policy. We don't do the other way around because it is only sustainable if the community believes and nurtures it, not if there is policing every single day. We started with sacred groves, we turned it into regulation, not the other way around. We actually now have created a cooperative because there's a local language for cooperative. And this is the result of scientific work. For the first time, we are finding out this 75 million year old relationship between the unique fig wasp and the ficus tree. And that is the work of Professor Rennie Borges and Dr. Lucy Nongbre. We have a bat species which has been discovered. FRI is talking about health assessment now, and Geological Survey of India is actually looking at spirits and signs on those geological rocks. And what is the power of collective wisdom of working together? 44 villages have come together, and Ba Mohan Singh Khongshun, sitting next to you, has been democratically elected as the secretary. For the first time, he has taken flight in his life, and every few hours he's getting lost, and yet he's so happy to be here. It is a dream for a community member at the age of 21 to step out of his village and be in the greatest climate summit on earth. That, for me, is a vote of confidence and a vote of hope. They have created honey, which is a wild honey to connect with watershed management. The water tank over there uses traditional clay technique and firing. A nursery which is connected with traditional construction. What I want to highlight is the potential is infinite. We have to tap into that potential. And this has been our journey over many, many years. A lot of challenges, a lot of commitment, and then finally acknowledgement that yes, there is value in something which is called heritage and yet is very scientific. And now, just 3 days ago, we had a meeting with Narega, the largest livelihood source in India, but also perhaps on the planet. We are looking at bringing in policy intervention as to how Narega or construction works can tap and actually execute and be done with traditional knowledge and practices. All of these works, whether it is stone toilets made by Ba Mohan's village, Shutim, has become so popular that now every village in the cooperative is asking them to make stone toilets. We don't have to depend on industry for everything. When COVID happened, the supply chain was broken, so you had to innovate. This is the water tank which you just saw. These are stone signages. We don't necessarily have to use materials like reinforced cement, concrete, or steel. They necessarily are not developed materials in the way they are celebrated. Bamboo has more tensile strength than steel. Nurseries where every single woman, boy, and child in every village is growing their own plants. Firing technique, which had vanished, has been revived again. And finally, we are also looking at traditional footpaths. I want to end with these 5 words, which is what the motto of the 44 cooperatives is. We start with respect, which is Burom, love, which is Jingit, hard work, Treishitom, trust, Shanya, and most importantly, unity. Without unity, we are not a human species. We may be divided and we would celebrate and do various things, but we will not survive the next 50 years. Thousands of people involved, and yet acknowledgement and credit is due to all who supported and believed in this journey. Most importantly, as of today, thanks to all of you, the pressure of COP has asked us to celebrate it. So we are launching a website which will be a digital physical learning ecosystem for the 21st century. All of you who believe or even who want to challenge are welcome to contribute to this website. It's called Mariang.in. Mariang is the indigenous word for nature, earth, environment. And this website has gone live. So I request all of you to watch it. And finally, if time permits, I can play a video from the Principal Secretary. It's a 2-minute video. So I request our colleague Poojaji to please play the video. And I request everyone to see some books here and also the dossier, UNESCO dossier is here. Thank you.
Its entire mandate to address global climate change. Meghalaya is a state in India which is largely inhabited by indigenous population. And the indigenous population know how to live with the nature with respect. We call it Burong. And it's known for, the state is known for some very interesting conservation ideas. The state has these living root bridges, which is unique in the world, where people learn how to weave the bridges to cross the streams and rivers, because Meghalaya has the highest rainfall in the world, and they learn how to actually deal with that. And these bridges are constructed using the ficus trees. These trees are keystone species for over 1,200 flora and fauna, conserving the nature, the biodiversity. Besides that, Meghalaya is also known for sacred groves. People sacred, they respect, as I said, Burong, the nature, and that again to protect the catchment areas, to protect the environment. So these are the practices that are already there. So the state government, what we are trying to do, along with active participation of the communities, is that how to actually we can promote a decentralized, distributed leadership model for conservation, research and development. Today, we have organized the communities into the cooperatives. And not only that, we also have identified the young people, because India has young people, a large part of India is with young people. So we are leveraging young people and their capacity to use the technology. So everyone has a mobile phone in their hands, and how actually they can use the technology for conservation. So we have about 14,000 village level community facilitators to work on the climate change action. And this is actually, it's a kind of a movement that is happening in the state. We are very happy that we are coming and participating in this COP27 to share our experience and to share our learnings and also to learn from other countries. But I'm sure these efforts actually will definitely contribute in addressing the climate change, though in a small way, but in a very constructive way. Thank you all.
So on that note, and with the blessing of Poojaji here, the entire session concludes, and thank you for being here. Kublai Shibun in Khasi language.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This topic is arguably has the highest relevance in today's scenario. We had, of course, a lot of enthusiasm and hype in Paris, and then the converting into the outcomes in Glasgow. So there was the satisfaction of the rule book being approved. There was a satisfaction of 1.5 degrees being articulated as a trajectory. And we were all hoping there would be the end of the pandemic. We had the Omicron in January. But I think from the aspect of clean energy transition and climate action, the sanctions on Russia and the corresponding impact on, of course, the global energy and food markets, but more specifically in Europe, which had a very high percentage of RE, Europe which has invested tens of billions of dollars of, smart grids for, transmission distribution systems capable of absorbing high percentages of RE, but it was exposed. It was unable to provide energy on demand as required by communities. It forced not just, reopening of coal and lignite-fired power plants, but even led to a situation of some wind farms having to dismantle to expand lignite mining. Now, these are optics. And I'll just quote something which I used in September when we had our climate policy and business conclave. As you can see from my white here, I've got a granddaughter, and if I've got a granddaughter, she must be a Swiftie. So it's a quote from Evermore. And in a different context, but Taylor Swift says, by making you an enemy, I cannot make it go away. So I think this is very important, I think the green activists, by making energy companies and governments enemies, they're not going to make it go away. And conversely, if we start making the activist enemies, we can't make a situation go away. So we have to find a solution. For sure, storage, hydrogen are long-term perspectives. But I think we have to be grounded that these are really post-2030 as mainstream. I'm not trying to say they're not commercially viable. I'm not trying to say that we will not have significant investments. But are they going to be able to replace coal, lignite, forget oil and gas? It's, debatable. But such an excellent panel we've got, I'm sure will be. And maybe as an Indian to take some brownie point, because we got fated in the first week of Glasgow, and we got a little bit castigated in the second week about this insistence of using phasing down instead of phasing out of coal. But the reaction in Europe of getting back coal and lignite shows that we weren't really stupid to say it has to be phased down and phased out. Now, another important thing I'd like to think, because you see in the topic, we use the word transition fuels. We do need transition fuels. So in the context of transition fuels, I think the indispensability of natural gas as a transition fuel has got flagged. And in Glasgow, we did have the global methane pledge. So I think if we can, accept the necessity of natural gas, but try to make sure that the, emission and leakages of methane can be arrested, it needs a more pragmatic approach. I'd like to also mention that, I happen to, be the India Chair for Energy and Green Economy at BRIC Business Council. And we have been talking of hydrogen being a transition fuel from 2020 onwards. It's not just 2022. Because if you are going to have variable RE, you need engines and turbines to start and stop. And engines and turbines work on gas. So we do need to have gas as a transition fuel and not demonize gas. And we need to see how we can work with it in a manner. The beauty of it is when we're going to be talking of RE, and we're going to be talking of hydrogen, we are also talking of methods of how we can decarbonize gas. Now, biomethane is a very good method of decarbonizing gas, again, because if you're going to get biomethane from biomass, there's some nature-based solution for carbon capture, maybe a zero CO2 cycle that can be used, in a country like India has humongous potential for farm waste. IOC has done a study, and a paper says 62 million tons potential. The SATAT scheme is 15 million tons. The IEA 2021 study talks of 30 million tons replacement of LNG by bio-CNG. Then the entire spectrum of e-fuels, not just green hydrogen, but all kinds of e-molecules, they can also, decarbonize. So natural gas as a transition fuel, but with strong emphasis on decarbonization in 2030, in 2030 onwards, strong displacement, and who knows, maybe it disappears by 2040 or 50 or whenever it can, The other thing is Brent prices has shown that oil still is there to stay. We cannot be willing away things. The latest economist very frankly put it pragmatically, says that let us accept 1.5 degrees C will be breached. Let's get pragmatic. Let's say it get breached, but we will bring it back. Because if we live in denial, we're going to have the knee-jerk reactions like what we had in 2022. Even a 1 million tons removal has shot up Brent prices, so the oil demand has not disappeared. But the beauty of it is that decarbonizing oil is far more advanced. The entire spectrum of liquid biofuels, which IOC will be presenting, and also, the e-fuels potential is very, very, very large. And the good thing of e-fuels that we are talking of those which are already commercialized. So the question is, can we have, different directions of capital to make sure that we have more and more e-fuels? So I think displacement of oil by biofuels and e-fuels is very tangible and needs to be scaled up. Now, we couldn't have asked for a better panel, and it gives me great pleasure and a privilege to request Mr. Lalit Bora to give the keynote address. As an individual, he's a thought leader, and from the ministry, he'll give us policy perspectives, the Government of India schemes, enablers, short-term issues, long-term roadmap. So can I request you to start, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kisan. I will go through the, Kisan has given a great emphasis on the transition fuel. So what I will do is, I'll go through the overall scenario of the energy market in India and how we are planning to move towards the net zero. So, Deepesh, can you move the slide?
Presentation.
Who is controlling? They are controlling. They don't have any. They don't. Do you have any remote to control the presentation? Yeah. Is it working? Yeah. So, like in last COP27, the Honorable Prime Minister has given 5 nectars, that is Panchamrit, in which India has said that it will achieve the net zero by 2070. It will have a non-fossil electricity capacity of 500 gigawatt by 2030. 50% of the energy capacity will be from the renewable energy again by 2030. The carbon emission, we are projecting to reduce it by 1 billion ton by 2030. Emission intensity of GDP to be reduced by 45%. And in one of his Independence Day speech, he has given a target that we should become an energy independent by 2047. If we look at the present energy consumptions pattern of India, so more than 80% of the energy consumed are from the oil, coal and the traditional biomass. However, if we compare from 2000 to 2020 data, the traditional biomass consumption is not increasing, rather it is reducing, thanks to the scheme where the accessibility of the LPG gas has increased at the village level. The coal consumption and oil are two major issues. The major sectors which are consuming the energy are industry, household and buildings, and transport. In building from 2000 to 2020, the consumption has more or less increased by 40%. That because of the increased use of the appliances and the increase in income of the households. The transport sector has seen the major growth, and that was 3.5% compared to the 2000 figure. And if we look at the greenhouse gas emission, then we can see that the electricity is a sector which is producing the maximum greenhouse. So how we are moving ahead? Yeah. So we have three sectors and three pillars of the energy transition. The one is energy efficiencies, where we are working on increasing the efficiency of industries, appliances, buildings, saving the fossil fuels, and demand side management. The second pillar is electrification, where we have gone for the universal energy access, modernization of the industrial processes, and the electric mobility. And the third pillar is renewable, where the share of RE is increasing. We are going a large way in decentralized renewable energy solutions, green molecules, hydrogen and ammonia, and biofuels. Now, in energy efficiency area, the one of the things which we are working and which is the theme of the India Pavilion also is behavior changes. That is Mission Life, which the Honorable Prime Minister has given in the last COP, that lifestyle for environmental change. Then efficiency improvement area, our Bureau of Energy Efficiency has been coming out with various policies to increase the energy efficiencies. We have the energy conservation building codes, appliances ratings, demand side managements are being done to ensure that the people uses the electricity as conservatively as possible, and national missions for enhanced energy efficiency. These are the policy interventions which have been done by the government side. We have come with a market mechanism where the performance achieve trade schemes is there, where the industries are supposed to achieve their energy efficiency, and if they exceed it, then they get a tradable bond in the market which they can sell it. Apart from that, the other mechanisms which includes the carbon credit, etc., are in the process of being notified. So the next thing is the, I think it is, I'll just change my phone. Yeah. So when it comes to electricity, we have seen that the share of electricity in total consumption, we have made a target to reduce it, and electricity consumption, which as of now is about 17%, will become more than 50% by 2050. Household, we have electrified, and the effort of India to give electricity to millions of villagers has been appreciated at all the international fronts. When it comes to industries, a lot of modernization of industries work is going on, and industries are being encouraged to go for the modernization. Indian Railway, which transports a world population every year, has given a target to be electrified completely by 2024, and it will be net zero by 2030. So that itself will reduce the carbon emissions by more than 60 million tons. Then mobility is another area where the National Mission on Transformative Mobility and Battery Storage has been issued by the ministry to encourage more and more the electric vehicles, and we have come out with the production linked incentives so that we have an indigenous production of the batteries. Now, coming to the RE area, the ministry which I represent, if we look at the present share of the renewable energy in the electricity mix is 24%. And we have a target to make it more than 40% by 2030. So which means that apart from having 500 gigawatt of renewable, out of which about 280 to 300 gigawatt will be solar, about 100 odd gigawatt will be wind, and rest all is battery storage and nuclears and hydro, pumped hydro, all those projects will come. The distributed renewable, the government of India is running two major schemes. One is the rooftop solar, where like individual households are being encouraged to have a solar on their rooftop. The Electricity Act has been modified to make them a prosumer, where like he act as a consumer as well as a producer. And we have so far achieved more than 1.5 gigawatt of rooftop solar in the residential sectors. Apart from that, the rooftop solars are being encouraged in the MSME and other industrial sectors. The other distributed RE work on which the India working is de-digitalization of the agriculture sector. The agriculture as of now is consuming 17% of the electricity, and part of it is working on diesel. So by encouraging the use of the solar pumps, which not only increases the farmer's income, because farmer normally consume electricity for 150 days out of the 365. So remaining days, he sell his electricity to the grid and he has an additional income. And at the same time, the T&D losses which are happening in the electricity sectors reduces to the large extent. Reliable RE is another area where we are working and we are using the battery storages to ensure that we get a round the clock renewable energy to the people. When it comes to hard to abate sector, which is mainly the transport sector, and that to the freight transport, the National Green Hydrogen Mission has been announced by the Prime Minister, and it's in the process of getting notified, where like we are encouraging not only the electrolyzers production as well as the industrialization of the hydrogen. Then transition fuel, the Satat program and the ethanol blending by 20%. A program where like we initially had a target of doing the 20% ethanol blending by 2030. But due to the tremendous response of the program, the target has been preponed, and now the India has set a target to have 20% of ethanol blending by 2025. We have already achieved more than 10% of that. Yeah. So when it comes to the RE sector, if you look at the India's potential, we have a solar potential of about 750 gigawatt, wind of 695, and bioenergy is 42 gigawatt. The India has an advantage of a one grid, one nation. So far as we have added about 170 gigawatt of solar, the 170 gigawatt of the renewable in our system, which is mainly due to having a robust grid infrastructure. Apart from that, various works are going on to ensure that not only at the transmission side, even at the distribution sides, grids are encouraged, so that when we achieve a 500 gigawatt of the target of renewable, the grid is there to support the system. We have a counterparty framework for contracts and payment securities. Then robust demand for energy and electricity with economic growth. We have come out with a renewable power obligations on the various state governments, where like state has to ensure that they have a certain percentage of the renewable power. So it's more or less creating a demand side. Strong policy backings for renewable through Electricity Act, the NDC and the state policies. India was having a target of achieving the NDC in 2030, which we achieved in the December 2021 itself, and now we have increased our NDC targets. Ability to attract domestic and international capital through proven, sustainable and the profitable business models. Strong institutional framework we are having, where we have a dedicated ministry which look after the new and renewable part. We have regulatory body, and we have a nodal agency in each states. At the federal level, we have a Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. At state levels, we have a nodal agency which look after the renewable works. So that the conflict between, which exists everywhere between the utilities and the renewables are resolved to a large extent. We are running the Surya Mitra program. We have an NCPRI with the IIT Bombay, where we do the curriculums and trainings of the people to ensure that we have a sufficient manpower when we achieve 500 gigawatt to handle them. So we have a rich experience, we have regulations, project development and financing capabilities for doing this project. And I just wanted to tell here, out of this renewable addition, most of the renewable has been added by the private sector. So government is acting more as a facilitator rather than entering itself and putting the money for the RE plants. If we look at the achievement of India, we have 165 gigawatt installed RE capacity from 2014 to 22. In last 8 years, our RE installed capacity has grown 3 times. And this has resulted in a reduction of 1 billion ton of the carbon emission. The RE right now is having 24% of the electricity share. And we have got an investment of about $78 billion for these projects. And we have a competitive bidding where we do go for the reverse auctioning in the RE projects. And the lowest rate which we have got is, in case of wind, it's a 3 cent per kilowatt hours. And in case of solar, it's a 2.5 cent per kilowatt hours. When it comes to the decarbonization, we are working in the area of the green hydrogen. As I have said, that already the green hydrogen mission has been announced and it will be published pretty soon. There are certain industrial sectors which cannot be electrified, like refinery, fertilizer, steel, long-haul transport, shipping and aviation. For that, the green hydrogen is an immediate solution. These sectors contribute to 15% of the India's energy consumption and 20% of the related emissions. So what do we have in a green hydrogen mission? So green hydrogen mission, we have a demand side creation where, as I told you, that the industries like a fertilizer, refinery, city gas, they will be using the hydrogen. And the ministry will be supporting the direct financial interventions in the electrolyzer manufacturing as well as the green hydrogen productions. The major enabler will be the ports. We are coming out with the hydrogen hubs, where the hydrogen hubs will be made in most of these ports. We will having refueling facilities so that our transport vehicles have facilities of hydrogens at a regular interval. Then the supply chain mechanism, these are all part of the hydrogen mission which are going to come up. Since we are aiming a lot of export of hydrogen, therefore the lot of work is going on in testing facilities, standards, regulations, safety and the certifications. And a continuous R&D fund has been created so that the research in hydrogen is supported by the government. This is the area where you can see that EU has already said that they are going to have an import target of about 10 MMT, out of which 10 MMT will be imported by the Germany. Japan and South Korea are also going to import. And who are the exporter? It's Chile, UAE and India and Australia. And in order to ensure that our industries are able to catch this market, our regulations will be as per the international standards. We have already taken a lot of initiatives in this area by having a bilateral agreements with various countries. The Australia-Japan Green Hydrogen Trade Partnership, UAE, Netherlands MOU on the hydrogen trade, Germany, Canada has already signed agreement on trade and innovations. So hydrogen is going to be a big area in which we are moving ahead. But all these things include a lot of preparatory works. So like what we have done in the case of the solar and the wind, we have given transmission and open access provisions to the green hydrogen, where like they will have a free transmission if they are moving on the grid. Regulatory framework and standard, model bidding guidelines have been prepared by the ministry. Long-term roadmap for R&D, PSU and private investors has been initiated some pilot projects for the green hydrogen. And we are engaging with the world major countries to see that we have a ready market for our industries. So this is my last slide. So there are a lot of things which are challenges for us, and we have to move in the R&D. R&D is happening at all the level, and we have been requesting all the leaders that whatever the R&D works is done, it should be shared with every country. Because the globalization, this climate change is not a problem of one country, it's a global problem. Policy support and regulatory frameworks need to be shared. Finance has to be provided. International cooperation is needed in all these sectors. So with this, I will just end with saying one more statement where the Honorable Prime Minister has said in last speech in Glasgow that we do not make the promises. We work hard, and we work hard to ensure that whatever we said, we achieve. We have achieved our NDC target 9 years ahead of it, and we will be achieving whatever we have promised. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for not only showing very clear-cut pathways, but also a very encouraging thing with progress. Now, Sean, you're a storehouse of knowledge and a volcano of enthusiasm. So I'm sure you have a lot to say, but can I give you a pointed question too? You know, the world finance has changed dramatically. And Taiwan and phasing out Russian gas and oil is going to lead to a lot of investments in EU and US. So the perspective for India to draw capital, and if I may pointedly say, treating transition fuels of oil and gas decarbonized with e-fuels and biofuels. So if you could make a comment on that also, apart from, I'm sure, what you have to say.
The transition fuels is a tricky one, I'm afraid, Koluru, that I appreciate is the topic of the conversation today. There are some yes, some no. Let me step back a minute, if I may. We know what our 2030 climate science targets are. The IPCC's made this very clear. If we don't get 50% reductions by 2030, we're toast. And that means India more than most. That's part one. The war in Ukraine has not weakened Europe's targets. It has strengthened and increased Europe's targets. We have seen a heightened of targets. So yes, there's noise now because you've got to keep the turbines moving over winter. And there are coal plants but open. I'm on the record as saying, keep the coal plants open. Don't build gas. And I have to come back to you on gas as a transition fuel. Unfortunately, the IPCC has put out all these reports over the last year and this year on the incredible footprint of gas, greenhouse gas, as a result of leakage across the supply chain. We have a disaster. We have had so much extra gas, methane, I should say, put into the global system in the last 10 years that our climate projections are off. Things are worse than we thought they were. because of the methane leakage in the system. And if you now see satellite mapping of the methane leakage around the world, you will see big plumes across the Texas Permian Basin, across Russia, across Indonesia, across Turkmenistan. We have a disaster on our hands. We have indeed been saying for 30 years that gas is transition, and now we're discovering, oh my God, the disaster is upon us because we haven't understood adequately what's been going on in the transmission and the extraction. And when I say transition, I'm not just talking about leaky pipelines, which are a big problem in lots of areas. I'm also talking about shipping. Leakage as you shift to an LNG carrier and move it around. You know, and remember that gas, methane, is 84 times as potent as CO2 on a 20-year horizon, which means, and it's the next 20 years that count, it means it's a real problem. So that complicates some of our transition conversations. I have to say, it gives me a headache trying to understand how we get through this particular problem. But I want to stress, in Europe, yes, of course, coal plants are being turned on, as they should be, because governments have got to stay in power. If Prime Minister Modi turned off the lights, he would be out in a week, as we all know. So we've got to keep the power on. We are, however, seeing a significant shift away from gas. While Europe is importing gas from Qatar and the US, it's also drastically looking at alternatives. And the bottlenecks that were stopping the rollout of wind in Poland or grids in Germany are being shoved aside very, very quickly. You will see Europe meet its very ambitious 2030 targets. I'd like to say they should be more ambitious, frankly, but nevertheless, I'm going to say the main point is heightened ambition is the result, and Europe has a policy called Repower EU, which lays this out in much detail. Part of that, of course, is hydrogen, and that hydrogen is going to be largely green, that is produced from renewable energy and hydropower, and pink from nuclear, in the Ukraine especially. While blue qualifies, the truth is the cost and the difficulty of measuring methane over the life cycle make it hard to make work at the moment. And leakage factors and the carbon capture and sequestration alternatives make it challenging. But look, if we can do it, we should do it, right? Our job is to get emissions down, not to worry about the specific technology. And the ministry doesn't care what works financially, it just cares that its targets get met. And that's where we are now. So that's step one. You mentioned 1.5 degree will be breached. Yes, it will. But that is no reason to stop aiming at 1.5. Because realistically, the hope we have for human society is that we are getting so much better at reducing carbon in the next 10 years, we can get emissions down again with a lot of direct air capture, with huge volumes of reforestation in India, in Africa, in Latin America, and so on. We've got to suck carbon out of the atmosphere. You would have seen the announcement this week from Occidental Oil in Texas that talked about how they're moving from using sequestration to pump out more gas to sequestration simply to bury CO2 from direct air capture. Oh, that's a future for an oil company going forward. It's a different future to continue to produce oil and gas. We're going to have to do a lot of that. And the 2030s are going to see a lot of those schemes. I'm not a big fan of counting on CCS where there's an option to do something else, which there is in many places. Take the steel industry, for example. There is an option, especially in India, to shift to green hydrogen DRI very quickly, because we're going to need the CCS capacity for direct air capture going forward. But look, that's the background. In terms of the question you ask, we have a world awash in capital. I know it sounds bizarre when you're having difficulty raising capital at different times, but the truth is we have more pools of capital around the world than ever before in human history. It's in the wrong place. It's in negative interest rate German bonds and places like that. It needs to shift to get more yield because it can't pay my pension if it doesn't. Fundamentally it. Now, there are risk yield appetite problems. There is a skewed global system of sovereign credit risk rating. We know that. We know there's more risk assigned to India than there should be if we are looking sensibly at it because of the dominant role the US Fed and the US currency plays in reserve systems. Okay, this is a mess. How can we fix that in the short term? Well, clearly what we need to do is to reduce the cost of capital for green if we want it to flow in the right place. This year, unlike previous years, we now have a very robust conversation going on amongst G20, G7 countries in particular, and G20 as part of the Indian presidency next year, on blended finance instruments and how governments in the rich world can do more to provide capital in emerging markets. Now, I'm not saying this is necessary in India, by the way, because India, unlike many countries, has adequate domestic capital resources. But nevertheless, if we can get risk mitigation from rich countries, even for Indian local raising, we can reduce the cost of capital for Renew or Greenco significantly compared to the alternatives. It makes it even easier for them to build out at the scale they need to meet the ministry's targets. But even then, there's still a role in international capital in the way that Renew has managed to attract equity capital from CDPQ that's made Renew a pioneer in the Indian market. We can still see a lot more of that. And my feeling is the appetite amongst international investors is significantly higher this year than it was 5 years ago. We just need to get the pipeline opened, to open the taps. For that, we need more aggressive work by DFIs, by development finance institutions, by blended finance facilities, by risk mitigators. We are seeing the US government starting to offer more green guarantees. We've already seen the Chinese government in many parts, although somewhat pricey for poor old Pakistan. But we now see the Japanese government coming forward with green guarantees as they drop back on their fossil fuel guarantees. JBIC and JICA are now coming into the market to support these kinds of investments. So the ways to reduce the cost of capital, to make those investments more attractive to risk-averse institutional investors in the rich world, and also the Life Insurance Corporation of India that has a credit rating limit that it can go down to, so it can't take on the riskier projects, that is beginning to happen. I have no problem with the capital availability. We are going to have to invest for hydrogen in particular, which is enormously high capital expenditure pathway, with fantastic OPEX going forward, many trillions of dollars just in green hydrogen around the world in the next 10 years. I have no doubt that capital is available. I have no doubt we can do it if we can get the planning and permissions right to make it happen. But it's not just hydrogen. We'll hear about that in a minute. It is synthetic fuels. In the aviation sector, the big opportunity for us is drop-in syn fuels. Now, I'm not convinced about petroleum transition, I'm afraid. I am convinced about biofuels, though. But we need strong feedstock control. The ministry needs to be involved in ensuring this industry, which will balloon, does not lead to food substitution, does not lead to damaging of agricultural production that we need for other purposes, that uses waste or other matters. We can do that, or secondary production or whatever. But I can say that if we were to get all the airlines in India, as a result of their government license to operate, to say they were going to move to syn fuels in 2030, it's a condition of your license, the industry would step up very quickly. I can tell you, the companies around the world who are saying, you give me a large-scale offtake agreement, I will give you synthetic fuels at an affordable, competitive price. It's a scale play. You've got to get the volume together. Bring the airlines together. And let's see how we can make that work. And then that would mean a 60% reduction in emissions from the aviation sector, whoosh, by 2030. Now that would help with our targets. It doesn't solve the problem. We've eventually got to go to hydrogen and battery, but that's going to take more time. In every sector we look at, there's an ambitious opportunity for us. So capital is there. Green bonds prove that, but there's more to be done around it. India, of course, is going to be an incredible source of deal flow for key international investors as well as domestic investors. Can we replace the CO2? I actually think we can. I'm sorry, I don't think that we need to keep. I think the reducing cost benefits we're going to get in syn fuels, in renewable energy, large-scale operations, renewable energy prices are going to keep tumbling. Robbie Singh from Adani says they're going to produce hydrogen at 97 cents a kilo in 2026. That changes everything. When we do that, we can shift away from CO2 at a pace that will make Prime Minister Modi's extraordinary ambitions seem pale. We will achieve way more than we currently think we can.
Thank you. Passionate as always and very, very important points. In your closing comments, I would like your remarks on the Global Methane Pledge in Glasgow, which was 17 or this year, 120 countries. I appreciate that. Now, Ram Babu, just to take on that, you've been a leader in round-the-clock power with multiple storage technologies, now migrating into green hydrogen and ammonia. So can you give your perspective on that? And since Sean has spoken on aviation, I'd like to talk about marine. You know, in the Hong Kong Charter to displace HFO, what your thought is on that?
Thanks, Mr. Krishnan. And thanks, Vicky, for giving me this opportunity. Yeah. I think my previous speakers have very nicely covered the various challenges of India's commitments and a sort of Indian roadmap. And also Sean has covered, given a very nice optimism that it is possible and finance is there. Of course, there are operational issues that you need to work out, but it is there, and it looks like even technology is there. We know significant amount of proven technologies that only needed to be scaled up, and once the finance is there, it will happen. So there is no reason to push back. There is no reason for any kind of, pessimism around it. No kind of even thinking about some future technology will develop sometime. Let me continue what I am doing. I am talking about including carbon capture, utilization and storage, or direct air capture, or nature-based solutions. All are required, but all need to be, and whatever is known today can be scaled up today, has to be done today. Okay, that's my one point. The other point is that even though we have 2030 goals, we also have net zero goals. Everywhere it looks like 2030 is too short. Wherever I am talking to people, people are simply started thinking about 2050, 2060, 27, whatever that number is. So I think net zero is dominating the whole debate. So that's very, very different. If I am talking about a 2030 goal, I can still do certain energy efficiency investments in my blast furnace and basic oxygen furnace in my Tata steel plant or any other steel plant. I can still do that if I am looking at 2030. But I am looking at 2030, doing something for 2030, while I still need to do 2070 net zero or 2050 net zero, because I am a corporate in India, not necessarily the country in India. I am a business in India. I need to do it by 2050. Then my option of doing energy efficiency on BF-BOF is completely goes out. The only option that I can look now for is either electric arc furnace or a DRI. These are the two technologies that have a route to net zero. BF-BOF possibly will not have any option to go to net zero. So what I'm now trying to say is that whether it is a country or a corporation, when we are looking at investments and emission reduction opportunities, it is very, very important for us to look at or choose those options which have a clear path for net zero rather than which can do something today. So whatever you do something today should not need to be abandoned as I go towards the net zero, those investments. This is basically because I am coming to this question basically because one of our steel manufacturers has gone through this debate during the last 2 years, whether to expand the capacity of BF-BOF or expand the capacity on EAF or expand the capacity on DRI. So it is a large number of questions debates are happening in the Indian boardrooms, basically because 2030 is too near. And 2070 or 2050. In a business environment, it is mostly 2050 or 2040. So that is another thing. Now coming towards the, in a net zero situation, if you want to get to net zero, what do? I think you have emphasized very rightly, you would electrify because electricity seems to be is easier target. You will electrify as many applications as possible, whether it is in the industry or in the mobility or in the household, wherever you can electrify as many, as such electricity demand is increasing. On top of it, you will electrify most use cases. Now, if you do that, the next step could be very easily re-electrify. Re-electrify, what I mean by saying is that whatever is getting electrified, make it RE. So the moment you electrify most of the use cases and then make RE, okay, 24/7 RE or a dispatchable RE, an RE that follows the demand, okay, if you can do that, then you're quite comfortable. Then once you have an RE, 24/7 RE, you are rightly placed to produce electric fuels or green hydrogen or green fuels or green chemicals. So once you have that, I think in many countries, depending on the countries, at least for India, 70% of the net zero equation is mostly addressed. Then you have a challenge of material reorganization, and that is where the circular economy, and that is where the life, all these things, consumption patterns, everything comes in. Circular economy has to address that last. Over and above that, I think then we need to go to carbon capture, utilization and storage, direct air capture, etc., etc. In India, possibly, that is going to be a huge challenge. Any land-based carbon solutions, may it be nature-based solutions, may it be carbon capture, utilization and storage, the kind of land per capita that we have, okay, we have a very big disadvantage, and we cannot leave more than 5 to 10% of the last bit of net zero equation to be sorted out by that. Now, what I am hearing from COP26 to COP27, COP26 was majorly raising the ambition, and to a large extent, I think we succeeded in raising that ambition, even though there are some disappointments like phase out, phase down, and many, many more things like that. 2070, 2060, 2050, there were disappointments, but it looks like there is a positive note all over that at least all the countries have agreed to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, and we are moving in that direction. What I see in COP27 is much better optimism, not coming from not the governments, but the better optimism coming from the businesses. And also a very important thing that I have seen is that the technological progress that is occurring all across is much more accelerated than any one of us could wish for. In India, for example, India has about 200 gigawatt of peak capacity demand for electricity, with a laid out capacity of 400 gigawatt. We have 400 gigawatt to address a peak capacity of 200 gigawatt. Hence, we have to be most expensive power generator, and that is our disadvantage. More and more renewables into the grid will make the grid impossible and increase the electricity cost itself. So that challenge we have been seeing. And that is the reason why there is a back down of renewable energy generators, and there is also back down of the coal, and all of them are operating inefficiently. Have to, because of the back down. Only solution is the storage. We have explored the storage, energy storage, batteries. Greenco especially has significantly invested into pumped storage. We are very sure that by 2024-25, India could have the largest capacity of daily pumped storage, up to something like 50 gigawatt hour. So that, and the number of pumped storage projects that are on the anvil in India, if you see, that is what I am saying. Solution, industrialize the available solution, and we are moving in a very good pace to address the challenge of limiting the temperature to 1.5 degrees centigrade. India is one good example. India is further excited because once you have a 24/7 renewable power, alkaline electrolyzers, in comparison to PEM electrolyzers, will become viable. And alkaline electrolyzer capital cost is significantly less. Efficiencies are significantly more. Capacity utilization is significantly more. In India, Greenco especially today has an architecture to produce green hydrogen at around 3 to $4 per kg. I would not say a number of $1, etc., etc. We also believe those numbers should be taken very cautiously, because at a scale, if I today do not get an order for my hydrogen, for my ammonia, my capital coming into my projects is not possible. If there is somebody who is talking about $1, I will not be able to raise capital. $1 by 2026. So this is another huge problem. The technology is accelerating so fast that the capital also has to chase that and also has to incorporate some of these factors of the risk that is involved in the acceleration of the technology. So, end of it, I really feel whatever is noted here, including transition fuels, especially the biofuels, not definitely the natural gas. I also take a similar position, not necessarily the natural gas, but biofuels plus the electric fuels, okay, syn fuels. I think they need to take that challenge. And as you said, you asked me to talk about the marine. And you all know that in the Glasgow COP26, there is a first movers club. And in that first movers club, there is aviation promise, and there is a marine transportation promise, there is a fertilizer, there is a chemical, all these people promised. Marine is moving very, very significantly faster. And just as much in the aviation, we are not getting the sustainable aviation fuel in quantum. Demand is there. Same thing has happened to the marine fuels, methanol. All over the, even in India, there are significant number of efforts for methanol. Price is not still a problem. Demand is still not a problem. But I think long-term contracts continue to be a problem at a price today. For example, even for green ammonia, we are finding a problem. Today, we can supply green ammonia to Europe at a price comparable to grey ammonia. But will the guy sign at that price for another 20 years the contract, 10 years the contract? Or he will say the moment Ukraine war is over, okay, my contract has to be relooked. He wants to sign a contract only for 1 year, 2 years. So I think the changing technology scenario, not regulatory, changing technology scenario is, and changing geopolitical scenario at times is giving us a challenge. So if the long-term contracts are promised to some of the technologies, the way that we are talking about, whether it is RE, whether it is storage, whether it is green fuels, etc., etc., I think the finance can be managed and technologies are already there to address that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you for a very comprehensive thing. Now, Vikram, you've been a leader in the REPA generation. You're doing backward integration to a wide spectrum of manufacturing. You're doing forward integration to green hydrogen. So now I am going to ask you to comment. I reserved this comment of mine. I was purposely provocative in quoting Economist. And I was purposely provocative in quoting natural gas, though I'll comment something on the natural gas. The Economist's point is, take what happened in Rio, take what happened in Kyoto. It's so easy to kick the can down the road. Let's look at 2030, gentlemen. And that's what Ram Babu also said. Green Babu, so sorry. But, so we are so obsessed on 1.5, we are so obsessed on, therefore, DAC. We are so obsessed on solar geoengineering. I feel scared. Okay. So, can we not be talking of pragmatic pathways? When I talk natural gas, are we ignoring as Indians that the government of India has a stated objective of natural gas being 15% of primary energy? Are we oblivious to the growth in CGD? Are we oblivious to the aspect of the ICE engine and the transition to EVs? Are we so oblivious to natural gas vehicles being a big thrust being given in, let me at least say Russia and China, which is not a very small geography? Are we so oblivious to the fact that companies like Kawasaki and Cummins are working on hydrogen ICEs, not fuel cells. So since you have such a large bandwidth, you have SPAC, you have the US thing, so I would like you to give some of this thing. I just said I've been provocative because I would like thought leaders in the panel to be able to speak.
No, thank you. I think it's a fabulous question, and I just want to lay out three, four base facts, right, or base beliefs, if I may say so, right. I think first of all, if we, I don't think as humanity we have a choice right now to choose a versus a B versus a C, right. I think we would need to push many of these decarbonization levers simultaneously, right? And in certain scenarios, if gas makes sense, then so be it. In certain scenarios, green hydrogen makes sense, then so be it. Certain scenarios, electrification makes sense, so be it, right? As long as we are moving the curve and bending the curve, I don't think the debate is X industry versus Y industry, right? Because then we will, I think, overall lose the plot. The second thing I wanted to say is that at least I have been surprised by the pace at which, even in the last year, things have begun to move and get accelerated. So things which looked like, oh, this is the decade of 2030 and beyond, right? For example, green hydrogen is becoming real today. It is not to 2030 and beyond. It is today. And this shift is literally a 6 to 12 month shift. Let me give a few examples of why I say what I say, right? There are shipping companies, and the point that the colleague made, who have already ordered large quantity of ships which will start getting delivered in 2023, 2024, 2025 and beyond, which will require green methanol as a fuel, right? So the ships are coming. They're searching for a significant quantity of fuel. Aviation industry is being talked about, and it is usually one of, if not the least profitable industry globally, right? It's one of the bottom decile industries. Even that industry, right? I was in a conference in London a few weeks back where the thought leaders of or the business leaders of the aviation industry was there. Even an industry which cannot afford literally a cent more on their cost line is talking about taking specific targets, almost 10% reduction or 10% of their total fuel requirements by 2030 to be sustainable aviation fuel. And remember, sustainable aviation fuel today is at least 2 times, if not 3 times more expensive than the existing sources of fuel that they use, right? So I think, and they are looking for volumes. They're looking for volumes, and they're looking for developers to bring forward this thing. Now, 1 year back, neither marine nor sustainable aviation fuel, these were concepts. This is a reality now, right? This is a reality now. The third point I wanted to make is that I think this is India's moment, not only because of the ambitious targets that our Honorable Prime Minister has set up, whether it is 500 gigawatt, whether it is 5 million tons of green hydrogen, etc., but also it is India's moment because, we can be a very large exporter of multiple green products to the world. And in fact, I would be provocative to say, without India stepping in, and given all the geopolitical challenges with China, I think the world will be at a risk of not achieving this transition. Let me just back that statement up with a few facts. And again, let me just stick to just to demonstrate what I say is in context of green hydrogen. If you look at even the most conservative reports, right, and many think tanks are probably in the room, and we've all seen so many panels going around. Even the most conservative reports talk about, let's say, 50 to 60 million tons of green hydrogen being produced and consumed by 2030, right? Now that is about 1,500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity equivalent to be installed between now and 2030. This is, by the way, over and above the renewable energy capacity which will need to be installed for pure electrification. 1,500 gigawatts just for green hydrogen. That's 200 gigawatts incremental every year. Now, which country has the scale of execution? You know, what does that mean? You know, this requires engineers. This requires planners. This requires contractors. This is not going to happen like this. This requires someone to go out there and break ground, right? You know, people talk about green hydrogen and how Australia is so well positioned and Chile is so well positioned. I went to Australia, and the first conversation most Australian developers are saying is, hey, can you guys supply us solar modules? You know, the Australians are looking to Indians because they can't source, they don't want to source solar modules from China. Same, the US developers, despite the IRA, right? Despite the IRA, the first conversation you end up having is, hey, you guys are setting up backward integrating the PLI scheme. We have heard about it. Can you guys supply us solar modules? Right? So I think the fact that we will be backward integrating as a nation into manufacturing of solar modules, the fact that we have execution capacity at scale puts India into a very, very, very good position, right? But what will it take for India to capture this? It is not going to be automatic, right? It is not going to be automatic. I think we need to participate in 2-3 very, very central debates at a global scale. We need to engage both as an industry and as a government-to-government channels. Again, you know, let me just take the example of green hydrogen, and you know, since that has been the thread to demonstrate what will it take. As we speak, the green hydrogen standards across the world are being set, right? The unfortunate reality is that today the world is a little bit discoordinated on that. So Europe is coming up with their own standards for green hydrogen. The US is talking about its own standards for green hydrogen. India is talking about its own standards for green hydrogen, right? The first and the foremost is we need one global standard for green products, right? Because without that, you unnecessarily expose the project and the project developer at risk, and that increases the cost of end product, right? Now, as a potential supplier, for all the reasons I said earlier, if we are going to be one of the dominant suppliers of green products, we need to be engaging in setting and this particular global green standard. Right? We need to engage with the European Union. We need to engage with the US. We need to engage with the Japanese. We need to engage with the Koreans. Right? That's the 4 places where the largest part of the green hydrogen or green product demand is going to come from, at least from an export standpoint, from an India perspective. Second, we need to emphasize that the standards need to be practical. Look, while we all know that there is this gold standard of greenness, but if we start with the gold standard of greenness, neither are we going to be able to produce enough quantity, nor are we going to be able to produce at the price that the world could afford for this transition to move. So we need to, this is an industry in nascency. This requires catalysm. This doesn't require hindrance. Therefore, the standards, and we need to emphasize again some of the ground realities. We need to educate, and some of the large consumers of some of these green products, that standards need to be practical. They need to take into account today's ground realities, right? Whether it is the RED2 standards, whether it is the standards being proposed under IRA, etc. And I think third is we need very, very clear demand signals, right? It was being talked about that unless you have an offtake contract, unless there are mandates which are put onto the table, while at the macro level there is a lot of funding available, but the funding to flow into some of these new asset classes will require some of that very clear demand signals to be provided. So I think, so just to go back, I think to reiterate the 3 fundamental beliefs that we as a company and we hold, I think is one, I think this is not a time for either or. This is a time for and, right? This is a time for and. I think second, this is a this is not the talk of 2030 or this is the actions today, right? In the last 1 year, there has been a tremendous acceleration. As developers, we are doing a lot more than what we were doing 12 months back. And we are seeing our competitors, we are seeing our partners doing a lot more. And third, this is India's moment, but it will require some significant efforts both by the government and by the industry bodies and by individual corporates to capture that moment. That's
Thank you. Very lucid comment. Now, in the way before I come to you, I'm going to ask, continue being provocative, to the advocates for green hydrogen. Adding storage, transport, refueling infrastructure, where today production being 25% of consumer cost. Okay? So when we talk of hydrogen and Renew and Greenco end up by exporting, I favor it. I favor it because we're creating an economy of scale in India. When you were talking of gold standard, I presume you're talking of the 30-day wheeling and banking we are permitting in India, which is 1 hour in the EU. So I again support that. But I think we also got to bear the ground realities. Let us not talk of hydrogen of $1 a kg. Let's talk of hydrogen to the consumer. Absolutely to the consumer. And Mr. Adani is brilliant, but he has to be God to give it at $1 within 2024. So we should be aspirational, but we must be pragmatic. So maybe EVs has a role. EVs will be decarbonizing by replacing. Another very important point I want you to understand, when I'm making a case of gas, I'm talking of how it's so easy to decarbonize by blending. You can blend with biomethane and you can blend with green hydrogen and dramatically. IEA is talking of 80% displacement of natural gas by biomethane. And it is talking of post-2030. This is an IEA 2021 report. So it is talking of what India should be post-2030 with 80% of gas pipelines being through green hydrogen biomethane. So some of those in your closing comments, but I think you make a strong case as to why EV has.
Hello. So thanks, Vicky, for having us over here and enlightened by this panel. Hydrogen has been the topic throughout, green hydrogen to be specific. And I represent the contrarian side of this. I am a founder for EV Age, a company that makes electric trucks. And there are a couple of things that we need to be clear about. We are talking about production of green hydrogen, how to produce it, which was a point rightly pointed out, is how do you get it to the consumer? That is a far bigger challenge, which would need perhaps, if not more, but then equal amount of investment that is needed to make green hydrogen electrolyzers and green hydrogen investments that will go into it. The second and far more complex part is, at least from transportation or mobility sector, that's what I represent, how do you get the vehicles to run on a hydrogen fuel cell or a hydrogen engine? What are the efficiencies you get out of it? What is the life of a hydrogen fuel cell on a vehicle, right? That's something which nobody talks about. My strong opinion on this, of course, is the fact that electrification in the automobile sector is the first way to go about it. Supplementing the grid with green or re-electrifying the grid, as we say, and also decentralizing the grid is something that needs to be looked at in a major way. Why so? When you're using an electric vehicle, you plug it into the charger and the vehicle gets powered up. The efficiency losses in this case border between 2 to 8% depending upon how efficient the powertrain is. Whereas if you look at hydrogen, there's a lot of efficiency losses that will start to pile up, right from manufacturing to dispatch to the end consumer, dispense, and then the efficiency of the fuel cell on its own. There are estimates which say that almost 40 to 45% of the cost would be inefficiencies in the system. And these are, theoretical challenges which need to be solved before it becomes mainstream. Whereas electrification, the losses in the whole ecosystem are going to be very low. Having said that, electrification needs a lot of thought-provoking ideas. For example, the whole world is going crazy. Someone is putting out a 500-mile range, someone is putting a 1,000-mile range, someone is putting a 1,200-mile range. How much is it that you actually need? We have been supplying vehicles now to a lot of e-commerce players for the last 3 years for their deliveries, and we realized that urban transit vehicles the max they can push out, given the current traffic conditions, is just 110 kilometers. And that's not even the average. That's the max I'm talking about. Why do you need a vehicle which has a 500 kilometer range for that matter? How long would the batteries last? How can we make charging more efficient? And these are the problems to solve in electrifications. We at EVH, for instance, are charging our battery packs in less than 20 minutes, moving to 3 minutes. We are already testing some prototypes already. And the fact remains, if I can charge it in 3 minutes, I don't necessarily need to give a 100-kilometer range even. That means I'm going to actually mine out far lesser minerals from the Earth's core than what a traditional vehicle would do. And then, how long will those batteries last? We are working aggressively to have a 20-25-year target on the batteries, so that once they have gone through their first use of life, they can be supplemented to microgrids, to renewable energy projects, so that we can have 24/7 power. So that's a holistic view that we as a transportation sector could look at in sort of bringing forward green energy. Beyond this, there is one factor which is always looked behind is, as a consumer, what is the actual efficiency that can be pushed out? The more efficient we become, I always say, and there are a lot of scientists in this forum, a lot of technical people, 80% of the time you'll use a car to go from office to home, home to office. And there will be maximum 2 people in the car. What is the energy required to propel 2 people with an average speed of 18 kilometers per hour in India? That's the average speed you'll get in India to reach your office. I think you don't need more than 2 kilowatt hour of energy to get there. And some of them are possibly using 200 horsepower, 500 horsepower, God knows how much. Do we need those things? So there is one factor is we move towards greener fuels, but the other factor is the lifestyle changes that are necessary to make a healthier planet. The thing is, humans were originally, as our ancestors go, when they would have perhaps started civilization on the Nile, we were designed to have food once a day. And now people, depending upon which part of the world you are, you can go from 3 to 6 meals. So there is this whole lifestyle that needs to come into factor also. So I mean, that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we actually have the gorilla in the room, which is Indian Oil Corporation, which has done all the heavy lifting. Now, Shijesh, I was going to request you, because you cover the spectrum. You have, the entire thing of displacement of oil and gas through your SATA, Jeevan, blending programs, then, stellar R&D work, which encompasses from, advanced refineries with low energy consumption, whole spectrum of biorefineries, storage. So if you could share that, and after that, I know you have a film to show which everyone would like to do. Maybe have the closing comments of the panelists, and then we go to the floor. Is that okay?
Definitely.
That's what I said.
May I have the slide changer,
Let
please?
IOC make it come.
May I have the slide changer, please? If you can please start the presentation. So, the other one of Indian Oil. So I represent largest national oil company of India, and people might think that it's a bit of a controversy that I am here, but ultimately what I will be presenting is 2 major initiatives. In one, we have already achieved emission mitigation of 5 million tons per year. We are doing that. Another one which we are planning to achieve about 50 million tons of emission mitigation per year. So this is what I will be presenting. Ultimately, we all know about climate change. Whatever is happening, we are reaching some sort of points of no returns, and it will become more and more difficult for us. Being an oil and gas company, we understand that this is the points where we have to do some major transitions. Temperature is rising, Arctic ices are melting, and also we have an Earth overshoot day where we are seeing that it's reducing every year. The amount the Earth is producing, we are consuming more and more. So this is also causing another problem. In that,
our government's target is very clear. We want to achieve net zero by 2070. It was already presented by Joint Secretary MNRE that we want to achieve net zero by 2070. So how is Indian Oil working with these targets? And we have also seen the projected energy shifts in India. Oil will be there because we have to give energy to the entire nation, but there will be a huge transition in renewable energy, especially biofuels, which will be expected to be increased by 6 or 7 times from the present levels, giving an increased impetus to the entire sector. So what Indian Oil has done is, presently we have an emission of 24 million tons, that is Indian Oil's emission. Because of various expansions and everything, and we have to give energy to the entire nation, we are expecting an emission of 40 million tons by 2030. Now, our plans are that we want to bring to a net zero situation of scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2046. How we want to achieve it is reduce 25 million tons emissions through energy efficiency, switching to natural gas, maximizing grid power because the grid is growing more and more green. A few years ago, the grid emissions of India was about 0.82 kg per kilowatt hour. Now it has gone down to 0.78 and it is expected to go down to 0.5. So the grid is growing more and more green. We are producing and will be producing more and more renewable energy. I would like to give a very interesting fact that today we have the world's largest number of fuel stations running on solar power. 20,000 out of the 30,000 fuel stations of Indian Oil runs on solar power. Then we have compressed biogas program, I'll come to that, and green hydrogen programs. But we understand that we cannot use this to all these mitigation efforts. Some offset efforts has also to be done. So we are looking at CCUS projects. We are looking at, and maybe we have to buy finally carbon credits or do something to mitigate the entire thing. So this is our plan to achieve net zero by 2046. I'll request to play the video, please. It's a running thing.
Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India aims to meet 50% of its energy needs from renewable energy sources by 2030. Also build a model for a better and more sustainable future for all.
लेकिन एक क्षेत्र ऐसा है जो शायद बहुत बड़ा रिवॉल्यूशन ला सकता है और काम ये कि बिजली से चलने वाला चूल्हा.
Now, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's dream has been fulfilled by Indian Oil's Research and Development Center, Faridabad, India, presenting yet another innovation from Indian Oil, Surya Nutan, an indoor solar cooking product. It retains the required heat for longer cooking duration through customized thermal battery and optimized insulation. When the sun is shining, it works through fully solar mode. During low sunlight, without sunlight, and also in bad weather, it works in hybrid mode using grid electricity. It can cook breakfast, lunch and dinner for 4 family members.
अगर ऐसे यूजर फ्रेंडली इक्विपमेंट तैयार होते हैं तो वो दिन दूर नहीं होगा कि लोग अपने घर में सोलार एनर्जी से चूल्हा चलाएंगे.
In this way, Surya Nutan is a new eco-friendly and user-friendly product which is available in the form of clean and green energy for cooking. On the auspicious occasion of the Amrit Mahotsav of the India's independence, keeping Indian Oil's vision of creating a green future in the year 2022, and on the occasion of Golden Jubilee of Indian Oil R&D, Surya Nutan, a new innovation of the infinite possibilities, is hereby being dedicated to the world.
If you can come back to the presentation, please. So now I'll come to the biofuels initiatives. India is going in a large way in biofuels. We are tapping all the available resources, waste and biomass resources, to produce biofuels to fulfill our energy demands as well as create carbon emission mitigations and adaptations. Here, Government of India had announced the national policy on biofuels. At first, we targeted that by 2030, we will be achieving blending of 10% of ethanol and 5% of biodiesel. But then we got that target forward. Now, in the 2022 amendment, we plan to achieve 20% blending by 2025. So, how are we doing that? There are multi-dimensional impacts on biofuels. As we all know, there are it will reduce our crude demand, because we are importing a huge amount of crude which is growing from year to year. It will give an additional income to our farmers, which is important from the government's and our perspective, and it will help in achieving of that 2070 net zero targets. It will have a multiplier effect in net zero emissions, increasing in farmers' income, the government's ambitions of Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-dependent India, and Clean India, Swachh Bharat. So, as present, if we see, we are blending about 4 billion liters of ethanol in petrol every year. We plan to get this to 10 billion liters by 2025 to achieve that 20% blending levels. If you see, in 2012-13, it was less than a billion liters. Now it has gone up to 4 billion liters, and it is increasing every year. So this is a growing trend. We are offering a very good price on ethanol so that people produce and supply. These are all produced by independent plants, independent entrepreneurs. The plants are being set up by various sugar mills in India. So this is a market-based solution to the entire thing. Now what Indian Oil has done is taken the next step. Because we have a huge biomass resource, and maybe some of you have heard that there is a crop burning problem in northern India. So to mitigate that, we have set up a plant which will be processing about 200,000 tons of paddy straw or paddy straw waste, which is being produced every year to produce 130 kiloliters of ethanol per day. So this is this plant which has recently been inaugurated, and this will be using enzymes to convert this biomass to ethanol. So this plant has recently been inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister. Next, so this is the details on the plant. It is 100,000 liters per day with an emission mitigation of 0.3 million metric tons per annum that will be achieved. The project cost is about $110 million in US dollar terms, with a viability gap funding of about 17% by Government of India. Next, someone mentioned that rather than carbon capture and storage, carbon capture and utilization is a better solution. We are setting up one plant which will be producing 128,000 liters per day, or 35,000 tons of ethanol per year, using refinery off gases. So these are the waste gases, flue gases from the refineries, like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. So the bacteria will be taking in this and producing ethanol. The project cost is about $55 million, and it is in the pipeline. It will be commissioned by the end of this year. Next, what we are looking at also is sort of what Brazil is doing at present, flex fuel, because we are moving from 10% to 20% blending, but that is not the end. We have a huge amount of bio resources and waste resources which can be used to convert to biofuels. So we are looking at flex fuel engines, and recently Toyota had launched a Corolla Altis, which will be running on petrol, ethanol, as well as on electric. One of our major initiatives is in biodiesel. We have commissioned a few plants, and more plants are coming up. This is based on used cooking oil as well as tree-borne oil seeds. So we are going in this also. Next, due to the CORSIA norms, because we have to blend 1% and then 5% of sustainable aviation fuel in aviation ATF, which we sell, and Indian Oil is a major marketer of ATF. And also due to the global requirements, we are looking at decarbonization of aviation. There are various low emission propulsion technologies. Sustainable the options are low emission propulsion technologies, sustainable aviation fuels, and optimizing of operations of the aircraft. So we are stressing on sustainable aviation fuels, where we will be using that ethanol which I talked about, the second generation and the third generation ethanol produced from either from waste streams or from off gases, refinery waste gases, to come to sustainable aviation fuel through sugars to alcohol to hydrocarbons route. So we will be our first plant will be initiating very shortly by next year, the first plant on sustainable aviation fuel. We will be using all this waste materials to produce sustainable aviation fuel. There will be, what we project is India's requirement of sustainable aviation fuel will be about 185,000 metric tons, only to cover the international aviation. And after that, when CORSIA norms comes for the domestic aviation, the demand will be even more. So there's a large demand, and we are willing to supply aviation fuels. Next, a very important program for us, Indian Oil, is compressed biogas or biomethane, or as you know it in US, renewable natural gas. Here what happens is various waste streams like manure, crop waste, food waste, wastewater sludge is converted to methane, which can be used for running vehicles. So this is a perfect circular economy in which the waste materials is used to produce methane, which is used to run vehicles. The vehicles produces carbon dioxide, which is again taken back by the plants. So it's totally a circular economy. Two important products which is also being produced from this is the digestate, which is the organic manure, the solid and liquid, which is an excellent fertilizer for the soil. What we have done is, and there are various revenue sources for this compressed biogas plants, as you can say sale of biomethane to for industrial fuel, commercial fuel, as well as automobile fuel, sale of that organic manure, sale of carbon dioxide, sulfur, as well as carbon credits, which are to be introduced I think very shortly in India. So all of these revenue sources are there for this. So what we had done is we had launched this Satat scheme. The Satat scheme is sustainable alternative towards affordable transportation. This was launched along with our Ministry of Petroleum, where we plan to set up 5,000 CBG plants across India to produce 15 million tons of compressed biogas or biomethane and 50 million tons of manure as a substitute to chemical fertilizers. This was launched in 2018. The first plant which was set up was commissioned on September 2019 in Pune, Maharashtra, India, which is based out of food waste. So the local food waste is being used to produce CBG. At present, on a national basis, we have 38 commissioned plants with another 50 plants which is in various lines of progress, and by 2027 we plan about 13-15 plants with a capacity of 2 million metric tons. So this is the photo of India with the various 38 plants which are being commissioned. You can see Indian Oil is selling this CBG very successfully, and it has a great acceptance for the consumers. Now the model is for this is something like what Amazon or people like that do. We have given an open offer. We are willing to buy at a minimum price of 70 cents this gas anywhere in India. So we have suppliers, and we have sold about 10,000 tons of this CBG. Indian Oil is also setting up their own CBG plants. You can see our research and development wing has developed a technology to enhance the CBG biomethane production capacity, as well as also to increase the amount of gas which is being methane which is there in the biogas. Based on this, we have set up our first plant in Jaipur, India. This is based out of cattle dung, and this is set up in a place where there are about 20,000 cattle at a location. So we have set this up. We are setting up another 2 plants of 200 tons per day paddy straw capacity and another cattle dung to CBG plant. So what is the next step? The next step, as we see, is that we want to convert this CBG to green hydrogen. Here what will happen is that SMR reactors, steam methane reforming, will be done to produce green hydrogen from it, and the carbon dioxide there will be combined to produce e-fuels. So this is what we are planning to do in the near future, with the digestate being there. So this will be producing hydrogen from waste resources, and India is already sort of deficient in power, and the excess capacities are there, but more and more power is required for a growing India. So we feel that this is a better alternative where the waste resources and the biomass will be used to produce green hydrogen. A few strategic opportunities which we feel are there is that Indian Oil's offerings are offtake and marketing of any biofuels all over India if anyone wants to produce and supply to us. We are also offering technology and inoculums across India, investments in the 5,000 CBG plants which is coming up, and we are also willing to supply sustainable aviation fuel as per the CORSIA requirements. What we are also looking forward is strategic alliances in compressed biogas, sustainable aviation fuel, and biodiesels. So any company which wants to come in and talk with us or create alliances, we are very open to that. And also we require financing, because low cost financing, these plants are all set up by small entrepreneurs and in a distributed model. So we require low cost green financing or any other financing mechanisms. We are already in talk with various bilateral and multilateral institutions like World Bank, ADB, JICA, and even last 2 days we had a long meeting with World Bank, who are creating some sort of mechanism to finance these plants. There is this organic manure which needs to be off-taken and sold. So enrichment of the organic manure, we are welcoming parties who wants to do that, and lowering the cost of 2G ethanol and ethanol production. So we are encouraging this. Also, there is a huge requirement of R&D to further enhance the CBG, biofuel, ethanol production, enrichment and storage, and valorization of the various waste streams. So, and book and claim methods also we are trying to create in India. So all of these things, there is a huge scope. Next to our refineries have been, we are upgrading the configuration of our refineries, optimizing the feed, using more of the energy which is being wasted in our refineries to save energy. So what we have achieved is, in our refineries, there is a huge energy savings. In 2021-22, we had saved about 66,000 MTOE of energy, and we are expecting that by 21-30, this is going to grow up to 890,000 tons. And accordingly, there is a large amount of carbon dioxide emission mitigations, reduction by 2 million tons up to now, and in future up to 7 million tons. The Surya Nutan, we had already shown a small video. So this is our cook stove which we have launched, and this is basically a interesting technology where the electricity is converted to thermal energy, and which is being stored in the cook stove, which is being used to produce food, and it can produce 3 meals for the entire day. So this option is there. A few brochures are kept outside if anyone is interested on this. So it can cook food across the day. And this is my company. It's across India, and we are supplying energy to the entire nation. So this is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, I think, your presentation covered the entire spectrum. So it really gives the other panelists a chance to make their closing remarks linked to that. I'll start with Ram Babu because I think you got a time pressure.
No worries. I think. No, look. So I'll just make two simple points. Some of them I've already made in my this thing. I think one is, I think this is really about pushing many alternatives together. This is not about either and. This is about this is not about either or. This is an and, right? And to my fellow panelist, what he mentioned, I think while green hydrogen may or may not be the answer for long haul trucking, but it is surely, for example, an answer for refining decarbonization or a fertilizer decarbonization, right? So we will find use cases. And I think the second point I want to make is that as India thinks about the 2030 and 2070 goals, I think apart from decarbonization and net zero, I think this is also a massive opportunity to propel ourselves to become the top 3 economies in the world on back of green businesses, right? This is far bigger than the service industry, the services industry and what it did to the Indian economy over the last decade of the last century and the first 2 decades of this century. I think this could be far bigger than that, right? So, and I think we should not let that opportunity slip by. Thank you. India imports its gas. Gas prices are through the roof and they're going to be volatile. The 15% target is gone, I'm afraid. I think it's crazy now, especially as we have another alternative, which is biofuels and hydrogen, which we didn't have before. They weren't available. So I'm going to say that methane-based solutions are yesterday's solutions. They're not the forward solutions. But anyway, I'll give you a chance to respond to me in a minute. 1. 2 is clearly hydrogen and biofuels, I fully agree with you, are the future. I disagree with terrestrial transport. I think that's an error. I think, unfortunately, our electric vehicle companies are going to eat you for lunch when it comes to land use. But aviation and industry, I mean, India's 8 billion litres per annum of jet fuel requirements could go entirely biofuel, not just in a proportion, because our planes can take them. So there's incredible opportunities there. But nevertheless, I applaud your transition strategy. I just want to finish up by saying the capital is there. There is work to mobilise it, but we have been getting it. We simply now need the solutions to feed the extraordinary demand we have from capital. Now, we have a combination of work from industrials, with the ministry, and with development finance institutions and richer countries, as we will see discussed at the G20 presidency this year. I remain utterly convinced that we can move much more quickly than we think on CO2 to clean energy transition.
Perfect. And before I pass on, you answered your question yourself. You said methane-based solution. We are talking of biomethane. We are talking of laying gas grids. The gas grids will be used for biomethane and green hydrogen. Unlike Europe, unlike US, we do not have a gas grid yet. So we are progressing in that sense. But when we say gas, we don't necessarily mean imported LNG.
Yeah, it's very clear, I think, as the other panelists also emphasized. It's a great opportunity for India. First of all, great opportunity to become energy independent, which our Prime Minister talked about by 2047. And it's a great opportunity for India to export decarbonizing solutions or green products and services to the globe, including the knowledge and the skills, etc., etc. I think it's very, very important that that opportunity is there for India. But what is more important is that how do you get all that happen in India is going to be a challenge. And one simple instance, I just want to draw your attention to as to what US has done. The moment what US has done is going to attract even including possibly some of the Indian investment, probably Asian investment back into US to make hydrogen. So unless otherwise you are very clever, sometimes not puritanical like some of the parts of Europe, and if you show that pragmatism, I think it is possible for India to harness this opportunity. And this opportunity, I just wanted to tell you, is much, much larger than what happened in the information revolution. Last 3 decades, we were spending our time helping information to be reorganized. Next 3 decades, we have to spend our time, energy and materials to be reorganized. In fact, energy also is a smaller game. Materials reorganization, its production and consumption reorganization is going to be a huge, huge thing. And I think that every country has an opportunity, and India specifically so. I think we need to harness that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the diktat is there. It's India's decade, and it's going to be ridden on top of green technologies. However, there's an important thing which we sort of missed out in this panel discussion is there's a lot of investment going into creating new technologies, new products, but all of these should, at the end of the day, solve a problem for the consumer, for the common man out there. Only that's when these technologies and strategies would become adopted at mass scale, and that's where the whole inflection point will come. So we talk about demand aggregation, as and when these technologies solve problems for the common man. I think India is such a huge country, demand would be the least of our worries at that point of time. Thank you.
So we have a panelist who has said that capital is not a problem. We have industries who has said that they are ready to go for it. So I can only say that government is there to facilitate on all the sectors. One of the panelists raised an issue about the policies on hydrogen. So I can assure that all policies which will be made will take into consideration the interest of industry so that the export of hydrogen, especially the green hydrogen, is not affected. We have been working in this area and we will continue to work in this area. The moment is very clear. We have been the exporters of the manpower. We exported our talent all over the world. And we have seen the result that they are at all the top places. And now it's time for us to have an energy export. So I'm very optimistic with that. And I thank you, Vicky, for this event.
I really learned a lot from this. Of course, we are going to watch a more detailed presentation by IOC. But I'd like to supplement what has been just said by the JS this thing. Years ago, I used to work a lot in these construction companies. And, India had about 9 million construction workers in the Gulf working a lot in the oil and gas. India has enormous capabilities in building coal, lignite, gas-fired power plants. Now, these resources, when deployed for producing green hydrogen or advanced biofuels and an entire, I use the word e-fuels into synfuels, an entire spectrum of e-fuels. I think this is an advantage we have. And the last thing, I lived for more than 3 decades in Bangalore. I'm telling the youngsters out there, you had 2 decades of the information technology, you had 2 decades of digital technology. The green economy is going to be taken over, as you said. And I think we'll shift out there while you make your... No, it'll be easier for us to see. Huh?
Our planet is awe-inspiring. Our planet is spectacular. Our planet is one of a kind. And it is our shared responsibility to preserve it. Beyond the maps and borders, we are all caretakers of Mother Earth. And each of us needs to stand up for it. The global target is to limit global temperature rise within 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2100. Today, our nation is leading the way when it comes to fulfilling its role as a global citizen.
वर्ष 2070 तक भारत नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य हासिल करेगा.
India has taken an ambitious pledge to ensure planetary sustainability. And Indian Oil aims to uphold this commitment for the nation. We pledge to achieve net zero operations by the year 2046. On the 99th year of our independence, Indian Oil will be independent of operational emissions. A bold initiative backed by bigger steps. Our decarbonization ambition for net zero includes Scope 1 and 2 emissions and is aligned to Paris climate goals. Most of our efforts would go into decarbonizing our refineries and petrochemical complexes that contribute to nearly 97% of our operational emissions. Indian Oil's green push will involve a massive investment of over rupees 2 lakh crore, mitigating emissions to the tune of 0.7 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide by 2046. Indian Oil is also energizing the nation and revolutionizing it with its green initiatives, promoting use of natural gas, increasing thrust on renewable power, green hydrogen, carbon capture utilization and storage, 2G and 3G ethanol plants, ethanol blending, compressed biogas, and use of sustainable aviation fuel. History has shown us that our collective energy leads to freedom. The net zero target is Indian Oil's promise to the upcoming generations to leave behind a greener world. Indian Oil, crafting a green future.
So, thank you, and thanks to MOEF, Bharti Madam, and Sarad Sapraji for this. Thank you.
So this is the one, right? So this is the fourth child, next one.
Next and
back, right?
Back.
So, नहीं नहीं
नहीं 2 मिनट में आती हूँ. Somebody is bothered. I just need 5 minutes with somebody, but I'm here. I can you come here. Okay.
So good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear? It's fine. So we are going to start the next session on tree-based food system for the transformation for the life and environment. And colleagues who are sitting there would like to continue. It's still quite relevant to what you are already going through. And I invite the session moderator and chair, Dr. Ravi Prabhu, to come on the stage. And then Dr. Saxena, our the keynote speaker, the one. Please come on the stage. So what we can do, this is about a 1.5 hour, 90-minute session. And we'll do the keynotes in the first keynote 1 and 2. And after that, we have quick Q&A. And after that, we will be the panel. In the panel, so we're going to have a discussion about the perspective of the tree outside the forest and tree-based system transformations in India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and surrounding countries. And with that quick introductions and keeping time, so I'll invite Dr. Ravi to share the session.
Many thanks, Chandra, and good evening, everybody. I'm pretty excited about this session because we're talking about a really ambitious partnership program that involves a lot of organizations working together with the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, but also 7 states in India on a very ambitious program to put trees on farms outside forests across India, but not merely to put them there, but put them there so that they bring value to farmers, to the environment, and to society as a whole. How we do that is what this program is about, and that's what you're going to hear from the two keynote speakers. And then we're going to go into a panel discussion about experiences from other countries, India and other countries, about what this means for them, the whole aspect of increasing tree cover, increasing ecosystem services from the trees we get. So I will not be able to join you for much longer. I'm told there's total chaos at the airport, which frightened me so much that I have decided to leave a little bit earlier. But I will leave you in the capable hands of my colleague, Dr. Chandra. But to start off with, I have the great pleasure of inviting Dr. Vivek to step up and give his keynote presentation. The floor is yours, sir. Please.
Very good afternoon or good evening to everyone. And it's really a very interesting session when we are talking about the challenges related to the climate change. The very basic which our Mother Earth has provided, the trees. So how to respect the trees and what role trees can play in meeting the global targets of NDC and various other global commitments and also national level commitments. So I will be talking about tree-based systems, how they are essential for dealing with climate change. As you see, that tree-based systems, they play a very important role, and many times that are synonymous with the agroforestry, with particular emphasis related to the agriculture system, forest, woodland, shrubland, as well as pastoral. And their significance in terms of the environmental, social, and economic roles, that needs not more emphasis. It has become now need of the hour, because when we expanded our agriculture, we went for the development projects. We did not take that much care, and over the period of time, now again we are going back to the roots and ensuring that how we can have the optimum number of trees and how to have harmony between the development and conservation needs. Then agroforestry benefits are also linked to our SDG goals. If you see that when compared to the other land management approaches, as per the IPCC, the potential of agroforestry stands out with mostly medium confidence, and agroforestry has a highly positive impact on each on the 5 global issues. These global issues are contribution out of the 17 SDGs, adaptation and mitigation of climate change, fighting of the poverty and hunger, enhancement of the farm-based income or livelihoods, and provision of ecosystem services. So if we acknowledge the benefits, then certainly it is a win-win situation. Then if we also talk in terms of the carbon revenue or benefit through the, you can say, carbon sequestration, which farm-grown trees or agroforestry-based trees have a potential, then the net revenue of agroforestry system plots with carbon revenue, now with the carbon price ranging in the range of somewhere between $7 to $8 to up to somewhere $28, or even with some estates even more. So these potential and lot of commitments by various corporates or various people to meet their target, then certainly the farmers or farm-grown trees, that is an additional, you can say, source of the revenue for them for their initiatives. Now coming to the Indian context, then India has also taken a number of initiatives. One of the important is the Glasgow India Pledge, the Panchamrit, which during the last UNFCCC Glasgow Summit, our Indian Prime Minister had launched, and we had also made a commitment that by 2070, India will be achieving a target of net zero. India will also have reduction of total carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030. And for this, meeting these commitments, certainly the role of trees outside forest or agroforestry is very, very important. And apart from that, there are a number of other initiatives have been taken, ranging from the improving the soil health to have the soil health card. Dedicated, there is a one submission of on agroforestry under the National Action Plan on climate change. Apart from that, on 20th of October in 2022 only, Indian Prime Minister with the UN Secretary General have launched the global mission of Mission Life, lifestyle for environment. Again, it gives the message what sort of a lifestyles we have to adopt, and certainly when we take care of our nature, our connect with the nature, then tree is one of the answer. When you can, if you adopt a tree, you care for the tree, whatever you plant, if everybody takes care, then certainly we are going not only to meet commitments, we can improve the ecosystem services, and at the minimum cost, we can tackle the climate change aspect also. Then agroforestry and climate change mitigation in India, that also has been quite prevalent. Some of the reasons the agroforestry has been quite a very good success story, like Haryana state in the northern India, that has shown to the entire globe that how a forest deficient state can become a wood surplus state, because Haryana state in the northern India has just about 3.5% of the forest area, but the farm grown wood success story has led to the emergence of one of the largest farm grown wood market in Asia, and contributing to the local economy, and also contributing to the various wood based products, like the state with so much deficient natural resources and forests, that is also responsible for more than 50% of the country's plywood production. Now again, a number of other initiatives, the USAID supported with the CIFOR ICRAF, that Tree Outside Forest in India program, in which the Haryana state is also one of the 7 partner states, where we will have a number of initiatives to upscale the potential tree outside forest, adopting a appropriate, you can say, tree species, linking with the farmer needs, linking with them the industries, and also setting up the incubation center. Those are the expected results from the TOFI program. And very recently, after the national level launch last week only, in Haryana also we had a state level launch, and the program of this goal is to expand the area under the tree outside forest in those 7 states, and while at the same time enhancing livelihoods and ecosystem services, especially carbon sequestration. Again, I already mentioned that Yamunanagar region in the northern belt of Haryana, that has been quite a global success story, and a number of, you can see along with the various agriculture crops, how the trees have been integrated into the farming system. So at the same time, that supplement the farm income, also improve the green livelihoods, also support the industries, the local economy is also improved. That's all. Thank you very much. And I now invite Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar to take today's presentation further. Thank you.
So, good evening. Can you load my second one? So while he loading okay, it's already there. So thank you so much, colleague, and thank you, Dr. Saxena, for giving a head start on the why trees are important for the climate, and what I go through this journey of the tree-based system, and how important is the tree outside the forest and the agroforestry, and we talk about the system approach everywhere. You heard about it in the last few days here. So everyone talk about system transformations and system approach and the what are called interventions and the inclusive process. And we look into this the picture very clearly. And we talk about in the past mostly the focused on the production oriented, not looking into the ecological systems. And this is what we call a complete approach. That one, if you address the structure and functions and composition of the systems we have, if you taken care of the productions, the functions and production happens. So this is what they're taking, but this is what required a diversification of trees, crops, and animals, along with the intervention of the systems level. So just looking at that one, we are very clearly that one, the business as usual, the gray line, and then we have some little bit conservation if we started that where hit the yellow line, but still we have to bend the curve so that we can reach the SDGs as well as the NDC target. So it's very clear that restoration, regeneration, resilience is very combined together, so that how the conservation, production, they combine together, that co-benefits the people and nature and the culture. So this is very clear that when looking at the India target, like where you are 2022, and by 2030, we need to have at least 33% of forest cover, and by 100 years of Indian independence, by 2047, we need to have at least 50% moving towards the renewable system, and net zero, the declaration you might heard about that Dr. Saxena was talking a while ago, the 2070 net zero. So in this the entire process, very clear that the tree outside the forest and agroforest play the vital role. So looking at that one, why trees are important for the system approach. So the tree often in agroforestry, think about trees as timber. It's not just trees as timber. Tree is the entire life process, what you call tree of life. And looking at that, the tree contributions were the rainmakers to the balancing the ecological process and the system approach, and including the elixir of the life, what you call about. So that often there is a lot of massive tree planting schemes across the world, and often they're looking into the system level. The tree is not just only the timber, but he has a whole lot of the thing. This is what required a right tree for the right location for the right purposes. And this clear, you can see the picture. So this is one of the area in my area. After 6 months of continuous drought, and I took the satellite as my eyes to the earth, and I look into down that one, still there is some green patches. What are those green patches? We drive to that one, we found that, so those are the patches where the trees, agroforestry is the system. So that's despite of the long prevailing drought, and they are still surviving. That's what we call a system level intensification required. So it's one of the program under the USAID and Ministry of Environment Climate Change Initiative under Green India Mission to bring the more trees under the outside the forest, and to reach out nearly 2.8 million hectares under the new area under the agroforestry and tree outside the forest. That leads to the nearly 1/6 of the NDC target of 420 to 30 million tons of the carbon equivalent, and that reached over 13 million the growers. So idea is to significantly expand the area under the tree outside the forest, not only expand area, but how this enhancing the livelihood security, how the ecological sustainability and economic viability can be brought under this scheme. So like looking at that option is very clear. Roadmap for the system level trust very clear. Enough research has been done in terms of, in terms of the demand and what we call interventions, innovations. What is required, the scaling dimensions. How best the scaling really going to work on that dimensions. So that here's what we call a roadmap is very clearly enabling the enabling factors. Then looking into the diffusion of the technology is very important. So that we know that one right tree for the right location for the right purpose, that where the impact measurement is very critical. So this is what you're trying to address in this one. And we know that when India used to be as a cradle of agroforestry, tree-based systems, and before the green revolutions, a massive amount of mostly it's driven by the tree-based systems. But what happens in the right now, look into that one, all the landscape, what you can see here, it is completely treeless landscape. Nearly 80% of the trees has been removed out of the mainstream agriculture. So this is how best you can bring. When looking at the satellite picture, at least given 1 or 2 months in an entire season, something is the barren, nothing in the cover on the soil or on the earth. So that's what we do, bring it back. But we bestow so many the agroecological zones, uniqueness, and you can bring at least some portion of that into the what we call a tree-based system. So the trees for trees, what we call it, and tree outside the forest, save the forest. So growing the tree out in the farming systems or outside the mainstream agriculture, that reduces the pressure on the main forest, so that we can protect the forest. Simultaneously bring the ecological economic zones to the people living there. I'm just giving quickly one example here. Just planting the one rows of the tree around the farm, we did some very detailed the satellite data analysis and farm boundary. And just looking at the one small district, I'm giving example, consider the time. And just take one small example of the Devas district. It's about 700 the hectares. If we look at the farm boundary, length of the farm boundary, nearly the 3 lakh the kilometer. Just put about the 4 meter of the canopy cover in that farm boundary, and that bring nearly 18%. We struggling about like a 25% of cover to the 33%, just 8%. Just bring it the 1/10 of that one, really the meet our the NDC target. So you see in the background picture, this is the same rice field, but the variability in the farm in terms of the soil, the characters in terms of the soil moisture and the residue burning. And but look into all the farm boundaries, absolutely no trees. I think this is one of the opportunities I'm talking about. So that along with that one, tree outside the forest can be anything, agroforestry, and along the road, linear infrastructure, and the revenue lands. A lot of the revenue lands has been cleared for the fuel wood, and after this Ujala scheme, something like people are access to the clean energy, but not have the land is restored. So this is where we need to bring it back. So it's very clear. Look at the rice fallow there. Whether you can bring it to the more into system approach, introducing the more trees outside the forest, and just looking at the 25 million hectares in the South Asia in the rice fallows. After the first rice harvested, left the fallows. And secondly, nearly about 26 million hectares, what they called the wasteland. Nothing is the wasteland, basically is the degraded areas. And also when looking to the soil organic carbon, less than 1%, that accounts nearly 130 million hectares. So that's really the massive amount of the system. So giving example here is quickly, how the rainfed area used to grow only few crops, but having introducing the trees into the system, within 6-7 years, it's a complete transfer. This is I'm talking about. This is the picture down. It's less than 500 millimeter rainfall, and hardly any the water flowing the surface. All a subsurface flow. I think that's where we need to adopt the system, and we have to bring the degenerative the practice to regenerative practices, so that the trees that play the vital role along with the crop diversity and tree diversity. So this is where I'm giving example here. And there when monsoon comes in India. And I'm sure like Dr. Kakade from the Maharashtra here is working in the Wadi systems. He pretty well aware of how this flooding happens because of the dead soils, that hardly any percolation happens because of the hard pan and all things. It's adding the few trees in the farm that breaks the hard pan, percolation happens. So this example you can see that what happens, the floods is the consequence of the drought and vice versa. So that the idea here to bring the more diversified system so that there is no surface flow. Everything water, the percolate and subsurface flow, so that we won't lose the soil and nutrition. Also simultaneously, the farm become a climate resilient. So another one thing, when it comes to the farming system like agroforestry, people are afraid of that. Under the shade, nothing can grow. But we have to bring such a smart system. We did a couple of adoptions, different places where safari crop been working, and in just on the growing the medicinal crops on the trunk of the tree. For example, I'm giving the pepper or vanilla and some of the shade-loving trees under the tree. And one tree, very surprisingly, one single pepper plant growing under the drumstick, producing 40 kg of the pepper. I think that's really the massive transformation required. So why agroforestry became more profitable. So this is where we have to nurture the soil and water and food, and it's possible through only the tree-based system transformations. So another one thing I'm talking about urban areas. This is one of our own the house in the city, and instead of building entire plot, we're just building half of the area for the constructions, and thereafter going 50 types of the fruit trees they're growing. This just is a 3-year-old. It's producing almost like every month at least one tree producing the fruits, and along with the herbs and shrubs, like what you call vegetables, we are growing throughout the supply. I think this is you have to be modeled, you have to adapted from the farming systems to as well as city landscape. So cut short into the considering the time, and as conventional system, you see that one how much the return of investment coming, but agroforestry, when our studies are nearly about 40-50 publications, it is 8 to 13 times more profit than the conventional agriculture system, and it's more resilient, and important is like a peace of mind because of whether drought or the flood, and farmers just continue to grow. Something is growing all the times there. So this is what we need to do, but this is what required digital transformations and augmentation, the technology, and I'm sure like we did one in the Haryana, and Forest Department, they did a rapid assessment, within the day, nearly about 13,000 trees is monitored using the technology what you're developing. So you need to have technology on the different level. Before the planting and during the growing period and the post-harvesting, how the technology will help you to close the gaps in terms of the ecological transitions for the green economy. So this is what example I'm talking about. So the vision and target 2030, what I call it here, and by 2030, and at least 30% of the populations, of that 30% their plate should consist of the tree-based systems. I think that's the real transformation happens. Of course, when you reach that one, less than 10% now to 30% by 2030, I think this is a real clear-cut path for the transformation, that climate-resilient agriculture. So with that, so I say thank you so much for your patience. Now I invite Dr. Sunita Narain and take the panel discussion. The colleagues here in the team.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar. I will then call upon my fellow panelists. I have
Dr. Saxena, then,
if you could just help me on that.
yeah, sure. Dr. Buddhi, so please come on the stage and Dr. Ola, please come on the stage.
So I have Dr. Buddhi, I have Dr. Nasser.
Bharat. No, no, yeah.
I think it's better if we stand.
We have chairs there, please.
Unless you like,
You want?
we won't be seen. So we need to be as tall as that. Thank you very much for joining. I think today's session is very important. And standing
No, you can sit down,
trees and outside the forest. Absolutely. So, you've heard the first two presentations. I'm going to invite my fellow panelists to give a few words on how they see the potential of this in their own situation. And then we will take it forward with some discussions. And I will also add to it my little bit that I have to say. So maybe I will start with my panelists on this.
You can sit down.
Yes. Go ahead. Yes, please. I will go down like this.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. So, distinguished dignitaries from different parts of the world, please accept my greetings from Nepal. I am Buddhi, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Forest and Environment. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to share a few words with all of you, though we are on the same page. As the world is facing the adverse impacts of climate change, and we are here to explore the possible solution and seek support from each other. It is a kind of proven theory that greenery, especially trees, are the easier, more economic, and nature-friendly solution to minimize not only the adverse impacts of climate change, but also to maintain the natural system and biodiversity. Due to the growing population of our shared earth, trees are under pressure to sustain not only their lives, but it has also been exploited by humans to meet their needs as well as greeds. So as a result, natural and grown-up forests are struggling for their existence. Now we have only the opportunity left to grow the trees outside forest, either on barren public land or on private farmland, in combination with agricultural crop, which generally we call agroforestry. Realizing the same, now we have, in Nepal, we have a dedicated agroforestry policy in place, and we are keeping this, making green and planting activities embedded as an important activity in the projects that we are executing. Trees are the most important tools also for most of the nature-based solution to all the environmental problems. Evolving carbon is a marketable good through the carbon trade mechanism nowadays. It has got an added value and become just buy one get one offer. So trees outside the forest and agroforestry should be our agenda to promote it further to save our environment for the generations. So wishing best and thank you all for your opportunity. So thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Shalom, I'm Gilad Ostrovsky. I'm coming from a very remote country, Israel, just 1 hour flight. And I'm the chief forester in the Israeli Forest Service. Actually, the concept of agroforestry is not a solid concept in Israel, but when thinking about it, we actually do some activities that can fit to this concept. As a national service, we actually collect, all our afforestation is based on seeds that we're collecting from the tree forests. Some of them we actually give to farmers to actually plant trees mainly for timber. So we have hundreds or thousands of plots around the country which farmers are actually allocating and growing trees, mainly eucalypt, for timber. That's one issue that we actually do, and farmers are looking for ways to expand it to even more practices. Even more interesting is, since Israel is a semi-arid climate, most of the area, we actually promote and help farmers to protect the lands by soil conservation systems. That means actually planting trees on the edge, along of the farms, mainly along streams, and actually it gives, mainly in a semi-arid climate, a beautiful scenery and also a great support for farmers. So this is a great deal that we actually do. But when I saw the pictures, I think we should elaborate the concept in a very specific conditions. We don't have jungles and very humid conditions. But maybe it's a good opportunity to think about how to elaborate it. Thank you.
I will now call upon you.
Thank you.
I will bring in with the question and answers.
Thank you so much, and thank you organizers for giving me this opportunity to come and participate in this wonderful session. I am Bharat Kakade, President and Managing Trustee of Biop Development Research Foundation, working in India across 12 states, covering about 1 lakh villages, about 100,000 villages and 325 districts. We reach out to about 3.3 million families every year through our various programs. I'm joined by my team of 3 experts in different fields, Mr. Yogesh Sawant, Dr. Nimbalkar, and Dr. Ravi Kote. So it is very interesting to really look at what Dr. Biradar has presented, the tremendous potential which we have in India for planting trees outside forest. While appreciating that potential and while working with directly with the families in rural areas in India, we have seen various different approaches in working with families and also looking at the environment. One of it was that working in South Gujarat area of India, we have seen, despite the fact that India has progressed well in agriculture through Green Revolution, post-Green Revolution, we are food sufficient and all that. Despite this fact that in the remote areas, tribal-dominated areas, in the central Indian conditions, typical issues of migration of the tribal families for at least 3 to 4 months for their basic living, then it is primarily because of low productivity of these areas. despite the fact that it has huge rainfall, but there is water scarcity during summer period. There is lands are degraded, soil health is quite poor in these areas particularly. So despite these efforts by various state governments and government of India, these areas need a lot of attention. With this context, BIAP in South Gujarat, as I mentioned, we worked with the tribal people and tribal people come out with the solution. And they thought that tree-based farming, the combination of agriculture, horticulture and forestry and crop cultivation would be the best solution for them to settle down in the villages. And this approach basically is quite comprehensive and integrated approach. The tribal people, they work in their own land, within their own settings for a period of 3 to 4 years initially. They transform these degraded lands with whatever resources they have into productive orchards. So it's a combination of the horticulture trees in the 1 acre of land. The border is planted with multi-purpose tree species, and the interspaces in the 1 acre land, they cultivate the crops for their immediate requirement for food security, as well as the surplus is sold out. So this land of 1 acre by the families is transformed into productive orchard, which gives them good amount of income to the extent of 50,000 per year from this small patch of land, with the investment of only 50,000 over a period of 5 years. So this approach is already, we have worked with almost 0.2 million families through this approach. It has actually created a huge potential, not only in terms of giving benefit to the families through income, but it has created potential, or it has already sequestered the carbon to the extent of 2 million tons with these lands. And considering the potential across these different regions of this kind of approach, I think NABARD had come forward, various tribal departments have come forward, and they already replicated this approach in various tribal regions of country, I think to the extent of maybe 10 times what we have done ourselves. So there is tremendous potential of planting trees outside forest, and here is the approach particularly to address twin issues of degradation as well as the living of this rural poor. Here is the solution, and yeah, there is a potential. Thank you.
You can take that, please.
Okay. Does this work? Yeah, great. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be on this panel, and exciting to hear about the work and these views. I wanted to talk a little bit out in the context of USAID's work, the U.S. Agency for International Development. And in particular, given the context here at the COP, talk about it in the context of our climate strategy. USAID has highlighted working on natural climate solutions as an important part of a global strategy to address climate change. Natural climate solutions can be important for reducing emissions, increasing removals of carbon, as well as for helping to assist in adaptation. In the context of much of our work around mitigation, we're often focused on thinking about how do we help countries reduce deforestation. And this is obviously a major element of emissions for many countries. But I think it's also very important to look at this other aspect of where we can work to improve restoration and thinking about trees outside of forests. And in that context, I wanted to highlight, some of the important elements of what working on trees outside of forest and agroforestry can bring. I think we heard some very nice examples already, but it really is important to think about the opportunities that increasing trees outside of forest, working in agroforestry systems can achieve not only climate benefits, but really the important benefits towards increasing food systems resilience, increasing the opportunities for economic transitions, and thinking about also how these systems can provide diversification in food systems too. For that reason, USAID has partnered with the government of India, the Ministry of Environment, and C4ECRAF in the Trees Outside of Forest program. And we think it's an excellent example of identifying how to achieve these multiple results working with a range of partners. And so we've heard a bit about that already. We'd like to see, as this program progresses, that there's also opportunities to really think about how to do similar work in other regions, other countries within the region. So really for today, I just wanted to highlight that we see, the importance that we see kind of taking the approach of thinking about the multiple benefits of agroecology and applying it to kind of our climate work, as well as broadly all of the development benefits that it brings.
Thank you, Dr. Notman. And if I may add a few words before I open it up for discussion. So we're at COP, and I think the issue you very rightly put is nature-based solutions, and we need to look at our discussion in context of what is being discussed for nature-based solutions. There is no doubt there is a huge win-win opportunity here. Using the land, the resources, natural resources, to mitigate carbon dioxide, to sequester carbon dioxide, but at the same time, to reforest our lands, to regenerate our forests, and of course, to improve our soil health. So huge, there's no question about it. But with that said, I think we need, and as we are looking at an action agenda moving forward, we need to make sure that there are some preconditions to making sure that this program works for the benefit of people and the planet. And to do that, I think there are three major preconditions that we need to think about. One, when we talk about agroforestry, we need to understand, and I can speak for Nepal, I know on this as well, that India, Nepal, our agriculture itself is an agro-silvopastoral system. Our farmers do not practice pure agriculture. They practice a system in which grazing lands, crops, animals, and forests are all integrated into the agriculture system that is practiced. But this also means that this agriculture is under huge threat right now. And we need to talk about the trees outside forest in relation also to the smallholder diverse agriculture system, which also is very good for the planet. Because we know that food-related emissions are one of our biggest causes when it comes to GHG emissions. So it's not a reinvention, it's really going back, valuing, and at some level giving back the respect to the smallholder agriculture system, which was built on the health of trees and on the health of the land. But it also means, and that will be a new discussion, and I don't want to get into it, means valuing the food that we get out of this. New issue. But the other issue, as I see there are a lot of forest-related people here, is if you are talking about trees outside forests, let's be clear, the Forest Survey of India report talks about 9% of India's geographical area being under trees out of forest. The Forest Survey of India report also states that the 40% of the carbon stock that we have is in trees outside forest. It also states that the growth in forest that has happened over this last year has been in trees outside forest. So people are planting trees, but they're planting trees against all odds. And they're planting trees against all odds because our system to make sure that the trees that people plant can be cut, can be harvested, can be transported, and that people can regrow it. So if we are really talking about trees outside forests, we really need to understand that India and Nepal and Sri Lanka, all the countries in the region which have swung the pendulum from extraction of wood to conservation, will have to come back to a balance of a wood-based economy. We need to be able to plant trees, cut them, and replant them. And that's really missing in today's context, simply because as a farmer, I can't sell a tree. I can't transport a tree. We need to liberalize our tree plantation system. For the global community, and for most of us who are sitting here, and the interventions we make globally, I think it's very important to understand that nature-based solution is not going to be a magic bullet. You cannot sequester carbon unless you make sure that people have rights over the forests, that the communities who own the forest get benefits from it. These are not carbon sinks. These are forests. These are habitats of our people. So I think when we look at this whole debate, and I am a little worried when I see all this talk about nature-based solutions without linking it to the issue of livelihoods, linking it to the issue of communities, we need to make sure that we keep our focus on that. And I think, but to end, I think there's a great opportunity. And I think the work that BEF has done, the work that you are doing, the work that you're talking about in Nepal, Israel, and that Vivek, you talked about in your opening, I think these are definitely a huge way for us to move, in which we can build a wood-based economy which benefits people and so benefits the climate as well. Enough said by me. I'm going to open it up now to questions from the audience, and then I will have all my esteemed panelists with me. Please say to whom your question is. Yes. And maybe you should just introduce yourself because there's a whole lot of people.
Thank you. As far as tree outside forest is concerned in India, the extent is yes, madam. As far as tree outside forest is concerned in India, since the Forest Survey of India is the only report available with us, and on the basis of the analysis given by the recently the Forest Survey of India, since most of the forests are not digitized, so that under the definition of the forest cover, what is the definition of the forest cover? The extent of the tree outside forest is around 30%. It is not 30%. So that is so important. So I am just adding that it is so important. Another aspect that potential of the achieving 2.5 to 3 billion ton and more than that lies more than 50% with the tree outside forest. Again, another point that how we can motivate farmers to grow more tea, and there is a change in the draft forest policy. Of course, it is not finalized. So grow more wood and use more wood. And in the 88 policy, it was substitution of the wood. So that is a very major shift from the previous policy to the new draft policy, that use more wood and grow more wood. And another aspect that carbon finance is booming now, and we have to provide and passing on the benefits to the farmer. And even from TERI, we are implementing carbon finance project under agroforestry in more than 50 districts in the different states, Gujarat, UP, and even Haryana we are also taking up, and Punjab. So this is an important aspect that we should take advantage of that. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Mr. Sharma. Abhi, you wanted to add anything? Oh, hi, Abhi. We only discussed it remotely.
Thank you, Sunita, and thank you. Hi, I'm Abhi Vanak from A3. We are also a partner of the TOFI Consortium, and one of our roles in the consortium is to take forward the topic that Dr. Birada was talking about, right tree, right place, right reason. And the reason this is important is that trees grow in a particular environment, and they should not become a burden on the environment that they grow in. And what do I mean by that? Because trees also require a lot of water. And if you plant too many trees in the wrong water regime, you'll actually end up exacerbating the problem of soil water, groundwater, because often, especially if you do it for the benefit farmers, they might then end up using groundwater to irrigate trees and actually make the problem worse. So therefore, it's important for us to plan what species of trees we plant, but also at what densities we plant them in, because hyperdense plantations might actually end up being ecologically unsuitable for those areas. The other thing we also want to keep in mind is that we want to plan for what's going to happen not now but in the next 10 years, 20 years, with the changes in the climate that are taking place, with the changes in the rainfall regime that are taking place, so that we plan plantations or plan the mix of tree species that are a mixture of fine leaf and broadleaf, again depending on the environment of that place, but that will not provide a shock to the farmer if there's an extended drought or if there is very high rainfall for a couple of years, because they're basically investing in this area in terms of providing livelihoods over a long period of time, over 10, 20-year horizon. It's not crops that are planted. So, this is something that we hope to build on, develop. It's going to require a lot of analysis, a lot of remote sensing analysis, a lot of using some new tools and techniques that will be developed. So I look forward to this challenge and working with all of you, and hope that works out well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Abhi. Jagdish ji, can I call upon you now? Would you like to make a few words, say a few words?
Thank you, ma'am. Well, ladies and gentlemen, when Chief Forest Officer from Israel was speaking, I was thinking of asking a question from you, whether if given a choice between, say, horticulture tree crop and forestry tree, whether the farmers in Israel will go for tree crop or horticulture. That is a big question. I was just I was to ask this question, but now I've been given opportunity. As far as India is concerned, in India, the Indian farmer is more concerned with the money right now. He's not concerned with the environment, and therefore, when it comes to making agroforestry popular or tree outside popular, I think what we need to do is to go for multi-purpose species, as rightly pointed out by somebody. Some of the examples, like we can focus and we can look for their genotypes or species, like walnut. You see, walnut, it is a multi-purpose tree. It gives brain food. It gives heart friendly food. It gives timber, which is not really available. So that is one thing we should focus on, the multi-purpose species. And then another thing is that if we really want that the tree outside forest should flourish, agroforestry should flourish, as rightly pointed out by Madam Sunita Narayanji, we should impose as less restrictions on agroforestry species as possible. Now, Haryana, you see, Haryana is a forest deficient state, but people across the world should know that we are good surplus states as well. It's because of liberal policies of our government, liberal policies of forest department. We have no timber transit rules in the state. As a result of that, the farmers can fell the trees without the permission of the forest department. They can transport the trees without the permission of the forest department, and that is the reason we have countries plywood market in the state. Yamunanagar is known as the plywood market of India. More than 50% of the country's plywood is produced in Yamunanagar. And one more thing I would like to add, that the trees are generally blamed for consuming a lot of water. Ladies and gentlemen, well, agriculture crops do consume a lot of water, but the benefits that we draw from trees are far higher. Thank you very much.
Very good point, Jagdish ji. Can I ask for any questions to the panelists? Otherwise, I'll turn to the panelists for any comments. Yes, please. And if you can introduce yourself, it would be good. Maybe we can get a mic to you.
Thank you. My name is Ram. I'm from Tel Aviv University. And I wanted to ask, I'm sorry if I missed this earlier, what kind of financial schemes are there in place now to incentivize and remunerate farmers for any trees that are planted?
Ram, and I will ask my esteemed neighbor Vivek to answer that.
Thank you. Very important question. And certainly in India, we have a number of schemes. We have, as I mentioned, under the National Action Plan on Climate Change, we have a national submission on agroforestry, based on which the agroforestry is being promoted, and the farmers are also incentivized in undertaking more and more agroforestry crops, tree-based farms. Apart from that,
How are they incentivized? Are they receiving any compensation for monetary compensation?
there are two aspects. First is making the availability of the quality seedlings or quality planting material, and capacity building to undertaking right type of plantation activity. Second aspect is that compensating them by undertaking a projects linking with that you can say the carbon benefits also. So that can be an added income for which a number of new collaborations and partnerships are coming up, like our colleague from Terry, he mentioned that they are also working in some of the states like Punjab, UP and others, in Haryana also they are taking up. So that is one aspect. Apart from that, at the international level, as I mentioned, that Tree Outside Forest in India project, that is a TOFI. So that it is different from that TOFI which is here. So that TOFI itself is synonymous. We are in the 7 partner states in India. Because another aspect is when we want to promote agroforestry. One is the farm-based agroforestry, in which the farmers have to grow trees and they expect that they will be getting the returns in 5 to 7 years. Because one size can't fit everywhere. Somewhere you have a short rotation trees which can be linked to the industry demand, so that whatever wood is grown, that is consumed by the industry. Second is the ecosystem services base, where you can't have those short rotation crops, but there are many other such type of land where you can just go for the agroforestry sort of, you can say ecosystem services has been the prime criteria, so that even if there is a barren land, and that can sustain only, you can say, the tree which is slow growing. So there you can have other, you can say, non-timber sort of a benefit. Somewhere you can have some income from the seeds, somewhere from the fruits. So these are various type of other schemes. Other than that, in India especially, I will give the example, because when we lose the forest for any development projects, or when the forests are diverted for a non-forestry purposes, so there is a scheme for compensation in lieu of the whatever forest we lose. For that is called a compensatory afforestation, and under which the Campa authority, like TOFI, it is again an attractive word, like Campa authority. So that through that undertake also the lot of restoration initiatives, and restoration initiatives that includes planting of the trees, that includes the restoration of the soil health, improvement on the soil health, so overall vegetation cover. So these are the number of the schemes. Apart from that, promoting the local communities, the local villages, local panchayats, and as Dr. Biradar also mentioned in his presentation, when we talk at the global level, meeting the Bond Challenge land restoration project targets, again for which the India has the largest pledge of 26 million hectares by 2030. We are also having this UN decade of ecosystem restoration. Lot of targets we have to achieve by 2030. And Dr. Biradar also mentioned that 30% of the people in 30% of the land area globally need to have the area under the trees outside forest. And again, enhancing, upscaling this target in 2050 by 50% of the people at the globe in the 50% of the area. So these are all ambitious targets, but the challenges which we are facing, certainly a lot of finance also needs to be supported when we are talking here at the forum of UNFCCC, when we are talking of the commitment for the global finance, climate finance, then agroforestry or tree outside forest should also get the appropriate, you can say, due presence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you as well to respond to that? In Nepal, do you have any scheme? I will also, I'll give everyone no problem.
Okay.
Questions, so I think I will ask. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, madam. So in Nepal, we have been traditionally practicing the agroforestry systems. We have integrated forestry and the agriculture practices. And when it comes to incentives for the local farmers or tree growers, then we have been supporting them through free distribution of seedlings. We have been giving some capacity building activities, and then we are also providing some financial benefits so that they will be encouraged to promote more tree species in their own farmland. So we have that scheme, but in our agroforestry policy, we have been practicing more suitable agroforestry systems, such as the fish-based, cereal-based system in lowland Tarai. Similarly, the fruit-based, fruit trees-based system in the middle mountain, and then the livestock-based system in the high mountain. So we have been incentivizing the farmers, but again, we have to work more on this area. So thank you.
Okay, well, I can give some examples from Haryana state of India where I am working. Pardon me? Haryana. So, yeah. Yeah. So first thing that I told was that we are a forest deficient state, but we are a good surplus state, and it's because of certain schemes. To cut short, we supply all sorts of seedlings to institutions, to the farmers, to the companies, free of cost. And another thing, it's not only this free supply of seedlings, we also do plantations. We also carry out plantations on farmers' land, and we do not charge anything. We do not, we will not take any cost from the farmers, and we also look after the plantations. And once they are established, we hand over to the farmers. We do not take any money, any pie, any paisa upon the harvest by the farmers. Thank you very much.
So, is there a good example from Israel that you could tell us where farmers are incentivized to actually grow the trees? Because remember, a tree takes 4 to 5 years, maybe 10, and they do block their land during that period, and they have labor costs that they have to expend in it as well. And it's always a competing land use issue for them. Do I grow a short-term crop, which I get today? Do I grow a tree, which I get 5 years later? And that's why I think Ram, right? Very interesting. Ram's question is, I think, a very core question when we discuss agroforestry. So in Israel, do you have any good practice that you would like to talk about?
Actually, the situation in Israel is very different, but I can think of a natural incentive. In Israel, KKL, the National Forest Service, is providing seeds to beekeepers. The beekeepers actually ask the farmers to plant the trees, and there also sometimes a commercial agreement between them, and they get the nectar from the trees, and the farmers enjoy too. So we provide the seeds, so it's a big thing, and then the process runs for itself. Another option maybe to think about it is grazing. Sometimes when we have to plant or regenerate a forest, we have to limit the grazing area. So we look for ways to compensate the grazers. So it's another, but it's a very small scale comparing to India.
I'll keep this discussion going. I'm going to ask you and you, Evan. So, but first, Ram, because you provoked a very interesting discussion, please. Yes, maybe we can get a mic to him. Vivek, आप जगदीश जी आपका माइक कहाँ है? जरा आप पीछे दे दें.
I'm just.
Hello, hello.
Just raise my volume.
Yes.
I'm raising this question because from my experience with Indian farmers, they are excellent businessmen and women.
I agree.
And the Indian government has already been extremely successful in providing certain incentives for certain crops. For example, MSP,
Rice and wheat, yes.
guaranteed prices, assured income. Indian farmers know how to respond to these kind of incentives. Perhaps an MSP for trees would work very well, and it doesn't have to wait till the trees bear fruit. You know, there are now technologies to monitor when trees are really there through remote sensing or otherwise. You can imagine a scheme where there is assured income for that every year, even while the trees are very young and do not bear any fruit.
Very good point, and I will ask my two friends. I have a comment on that as well, but I will first give you the.
Sure, thank you. I think the question is very interesting because ultimately you need finance. In addition to whatever our colleague has explained, there is, based on the WADI program or agro-hortiforestry program of BIAP, and also it was supported later stages by National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, in India. So based on that, this program, the same approach which is being promoted by NABARD, is fully financed for not only for plantation, but also for taking care of those plants and the entire system for 5 years. So, because the plantation is not going to only, survive, it is just very limited support for plantation. So, for even maintenance, the support is provided for 5 years. So this ultimately then is later on, once the fruit start getting in market, farmers start getting income, and farmers are then capable of aggregating, taking to market, and maintaining those plantations. So for this, NABARD has a program. They have created a fund called Tribal Development Fund (TDF), and it is available across all the tribal areas in country. Number one. Number two, there are state-specific schemes. Say, for example, in Maharashtra, for plantation of horticulture trees in your land, farmers get compensation again for the establishment, making provision for even watering the plants. So there is also this kind of support through state governments. In addition, each of the tribal development departments in the states, they also give support, and it is full 100% compensation for tribal and BPL communities, and for non-tribal to the extent of say 50 to 80%. These are the provisions. In addition, there are also schemes. I just forgot to also mention that this approach, which BIAP and NABARD supported later on, is again end-to-end kind of approach, because unless these farmers get benefit out of any system, nobody is going to conserve the trees or the plantations. So this system actually helps farmer to generate sufficient income for their survival and for their settlement within the village. So that's very important. It helps provide local employment opportunities for entire community. So as a community as a whole, they come together, they form their cooperatives or any form of the organization, and then they sustain the program. So for this as well, now this farmer producer company program launched by Government of India gets fully paid for all these purposes, forming the companies of the farmers, working on the commodities to be aggregated and marketed and then sustained. So this program of FP, farmer producer companies, across country it is available through Government of India, and it is channelized through state governments.
Would you like to add something to this debate?
Well, you put me on the spot in that I actually, so I work in our global programs.
Give us an example from your global program where something like this is.
Well, so I think it's in terms of thinking explicitly about how some of the incentives are derived. It's complex from a global perspective because it really depends a lot on the context within the country. We do in our global programs have some work to help identify opportunities to bring payments for carbon. Again, those systems need to be aligned with the context of what's happening in the country. Simply kind of providing some financial benefit for having trees for carbon is not sufficient. There needs to be clarity on what will be the benefits in the long term and what will create sustainability. So I don't want to provide details for country-specific programs that I'm sure to get wrong, but I think that that's kind of an example of some of the ways that we approach it.
Do you want to add to this debate? Yeah. Yes, of course.
Just to add to the supplement to whatever is discussed, definitely this is a very important point. If we want to promote tree plantation, especially on farmlands, definitely it's going to take some time, 4 to 5 years, to really produce something out of the trees. And that is the period when maintaining the motivation of the farmers is very crucial. And so in this BIAF's Wadi program, so I'm Yogesh Sawant from BIAF. So under this Wadi program, what we have tried to do is, we have tried to develop location-specific short gestation interventions in combination with tree plantation that will give benefits to the farmers. So the background in these areas is basically farmers migrate for 5 to 6 months in a year. And so for them to stay back in the village, they need to have some immediate returns. So there are certain short gestation activities like intercrops that can pay off immediately to the farmers. Also some small plot, high value cultivation, say for multi-layer vegetable cultivation, trellis farming, which is widely being adopted throughout many states, or even certain floriculture based models which are very highly accepted. So these small plot, high value cultivation models in hand with tree plantation is really helping to sustain the farmers until the trees start producing. And this is the approach, that model that we have been adopting throughout various almost 13 states, and also has been adopted by NABARD, which is tree plantation with short gestation livelihood activities. So thank you.
Excellent. I think you've overall got a sense of the nature, but I think, given the debate today on nature-based solutions and the fact that we have to evolve a framework in which we can get money in the hands of farmers, the point that you made is very valid. The fact is, Indian farmers, Nepalese farmers, all the farmers of the region are very smart. They respond to price signals. They respond to the fact that there is a market there for the wood that they will produce. I'm not talking about horticulture crops. There is that market, but wood-based economy is what I'm talking about. Now, there are two issues there, and I think the issue of MSP is definitely one that should be discussed, both here, but also in the framing of the discussion as we talk about nature-based solutions. The reason is that there is great unreliability and risk in the market as well. And if you look at the Indian experience recently of popular cultivation, this is a crop that farmers grow largely for matchsticks. And it grew in very large parts of North India. Big industry was grown, but the market crashed. And remember, for a farmer who has invested 5 years, 6 years, blocked their land to keep that forest, to keep those trees growing, then if the market crash, it breaks their back. And it creates such a bad news about tree-based agriculture that nobody ventures into it for at least a generation. So we need, and especially today, where risk mitigation is important, where the world is talking about a global shield program, we're talking about insurance, I think a lot of it, as we move towards a wood-based economy, and we move towards saying that people are going to grow the trees, and we are going to use this as part of a system in which wood is grown, cut, and regrown, we will also have to look at many of these different tools that exist to see how farmers can be supported. Much more than providing seedlings, we need to have a market which doesn't get distorted. And that's going to be an important part of the game. Any other questions to the panelists on this? इस पे तो अब थक गए अब आप और कुछ पूछिए हाँ हाँ okay so नहीं नहीं जगदीश जी I can't say no to you
thank you
Please go
thank you
ahead.
thank you very much thank you very much आपको तो मैडम हम सुनते हैं और as regards MSP, see, it's not practical. See, madam was citing the example of poplar. Now, see, poplar is mainly used for plywood, of course, for mastics also, but mainly it is used for plywood. The issue is that the wood has to be, peeled. It has to be, for veneer making, it has to be peeled within 1 month. And you see, if we offer spot prices to the farmers, and if the wood is not used within 1 month, then government cannot afford to run into losses. So there is a practical problem. Otherwise, we thought of going in for MSP. And then as regards popular, you see, sometimes it becomes unpopular also because of market forces. But then the farmers have become very intelligent. You see, about 3 years back, the popular prices had crashed to 600 rupees per quintal. But now, again, there is the prices have increased to 1400 rupees. So the farmers are now very intelligent. The only thing that we need to do is we have to be liberal, provide technical support to them, liberal in terms of providing, no restrictions, imposing no restrictions for felling and then transporting. So if we do that, the agroforestry or tree outside forests will flourish like anything. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other issues? Change the topic now. We've had enough on this topic. I'm going to ask for some new issues to come up, and maybe those related to why we are here. MSP nahi, no more. Enough. We'll do it outside. We'll do it in India. We're at COP. Any questions on to the panelists on the issues of what they have said in relation to the discussions here? Anything that you would like to hear, to ask? Just 1 minute, just 1 minute. Yes, I have 2 hands. Please. First you, ma'am. And introduce yourself and we'll get a mic to you. No, we'll get a mic to you. We need to hear you.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Perfect. So listening to so I'm Harsha Arya. I am working with NIU right now and on a project which is about ecosystem services, but there's a whole session I can talk about it later. So what I wanted to raise right now is we're talking about new models and the older models. So I've worked with philanthropy for 2 years. So what I have realized, just something I would like to raise here. So what happens is we have new models and the old models. So people who want to invest to make money and get something out of it is something which happens in the later part when we already have models which are tested, which are taken care of. So that is when the new organizations and new markets start to get into it. So when we're talking about the new models and the new thing which can come up, it is the philanthropy we're talking about. So these are the models we're not even sure will work. So we have to give money and not expect any returns, though if it happens, it's definitely going to be taken forward. So this is something to be noticed or taken care of when we talk about such things. So that's,
Excellent.
I just wanted to raise
Excellent.
this.
Sir, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Binod Hyodru and I'm from Nepal. Well, I just want to bring one issue, whether that is, I think that's relevant to the India. And in our country, land abandonment is a very, pressing issue at the moment.
Very good point.
So, I wonder if we can bring some kind of the mechanism whereby we can promote the tree growing in that type of abandoned land, and that's gonna make mitigate the climate change effect as well, and at the same time that will stop the degradation of the land. And I wonder if you have similar kind of issues in India, and if yes, and how you are taking this to take ahead. Thank you.
Is there anybody here from the Forest Survey, Uttarakhand, Himachal? Yeah, but Himachal, Uttarakhand have very similar issues. So, but do you have anything? Because this is a very real issue for us, and I will come to you, Abhi. This is, I think what we need is to understand what are the issues happening in India and what are the ways ahead. Because that would be very interesting for Nepal and India to both understand each other and to see. So, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So I can quote one example from Uttarakhand, the Himalayan terrain, very similar terrain like Nepal. So what we have observed, particularly in Champawat and those districts, that lands are abundant primarily because the apple growing areas are no more apple growing areas because of rise in temperature. So what we have done is we have identified the apple species and we brought it all the way from this western part of the world, Europe, a apple species which is called a mini apple. I mean the plant is mini, but the apples are of same size. So we brought a few years back those varieties. Those are all quarantined and all that processes had happened in coordination with local ICR system and Government of India's systems. So now these plants are very well grown by the farmers in Uttarakhand, particularly in Champawat, and it is taking good shape. And some of these varieties are almost like similar varieties of apples in India. And they are prepared by the consumers as well. So this is one kind of solution for this problem of land getting abundant because of climate impact. So number one is this. Number two, I think it is very important to also adopt the diversity of plantations, diversity of crops, whether it is in Uttarakhand, primarily in the hilly terrains and the desert terrains. So since we are working in both these areas, we are also ensuring that the native crops are not only promoted but also characterized and ensured that whatever we are promoting is also well tested and from the point of view of nutrition value, then they are promoted, not for the sake of promotion. So ensuring all these characters and these are promoted. In fact, one of our lady farmer from Maharashtra, again in the Western Ghat area, Rahibai Popere, she had received Padma Shri award by 2 years back, primarily because she had conserved more than 100 species of the local crops, and such farmers they're also doing this kind of initiatives.
Abhi.
Thanks. To answer your question, there's several reasons why land gets abandoned. One is due to soil degradation. So, for example, salinity, increase in salinity.
I think in the case of Nepal as well as Uttarakhand, Himachal, Down to Earth did a very detailed cover story of the number of villages in Himachal and Uttarakhand that are getting abandoned.
Yeah.
And that is only because there is huge migration out of those places. You're beginning to see communities move out and villages are getting abandoned. Now, the point that he's raising, and I think that is something maybe, Chandra, if you could make a note of it, because I think maybe that's an area of future work, which is to actually work on a joint program between Himachal, Uttarakhand, as well as Nepal, on putting together a program to look at abandoned land. As you know, in EU, they have the same issue. And one of the biggest green subsidies that is given in the European Union is given for maintaining those lands as green. And they've moved the blue subsidy to green subsidy and all those fudging has happened. But the fact is, that's a very important part of what we need to do. And so I think that's an area which maybe, Chandra, you can take a note. And I think between the Indian government and Nepalese government and, of course, ICRAF, could be a very interesting area to look at today, to look at, again, that tree-based economy there. But there the question is, how do you get people back? And do you do the trees without people, which you can't? So, and do you do the trees on forest land where there are lots of limitations in those areas because they're above certain altitude in terms of tree felling, green tree felling as well. But I think all those issues need to be discussed. They need to be on the table because that's an opportunity that we have to be able to both do large-scale land regeneration and to use the land for economic benefits. Anything you want to add to that? I
wanna-
have another question at the back, and I want to wrap up.
Yeah, just
so
quickly want to say that, so for example, in Raichur, where land abandonment has happened for other reasons, we are working to grow crops that pastoralists can use, including fodder trees.
Wonderful.
So that allows people to use the land even if it's not being used by the primary farmers.
I think the question that we have, and I think the question that the gentleman from Nepal has raised so well, is we have to find a way that we can stem the migration from these villages. And can we stem the migration from these villages by building a wood-based economy so that people don't leave? Why do people have to leave their homes? Why do people have to abandon their villages? These are very, very important ecosystems of our countries. So I think the reason I'm responding with such excitement to the question you've raised is that I see a huge opportunity to actually look at mountain ecosystem, but also to rebuild a relationship of people with their local economy. And I think that's, yes, please, ma'am. Please go ahead.
So, hi, I'm Dr. Sunita. I am with Mahindra Life Spaces. We are a developer. It's part of the larger M&M group. But I had an interesting project to do for my son, who went to a sustainability-based school. He was old enough, but since I'm... Yes, so the question is, I'm actually sharing a best practice of how a particular village in Melghat brought back all the village youth. It's called Pai Vihir. And it's a tree-based economy, and they grow sitafal. And they have youth in the village now and livelihood generation through sitafal. So this is an example, I think, which is a successful, of course it was aided, however, it is a successful example that I wanted to share.
No, absolutely. I've just come back from villages in Orissa, where I have seen 4 generations of women protecting forest land. And basically, so India is hugely, we have massive examples where people have a relationship with forests. The question I think all of us are really excited about is the new opportunity to make sure that we can reinvest in that economy of people, of forests, and of land. Chandra, I have just a few more minutes before I wrap up. I wanted to ask everybody if they had a last point, but is there a time I can give you to? No, I think we have, I have another place to go to as well. I'm sorry. And I think we've kind of, we've had a fascinating, and there are things that you drag on, gets to be, we've had a very good, I'm going to ask, wait. I'm going to start from you. Very, very quickly, any points you want to, and very quickly, 1 minute each, anything that you want to add to the discussion we've had here. But what I'd really like all panelists to do is not to keep this India-centric, but to really use this to tell me, what can we do now, taking the negotiations, how do we make them forward? Please.
So very quickly, I think your point about how do we look at models that are taking place in one country, understanding why they're succeeding where they're succeeding, or why they're failing where they're failing, and understanding what are some of the constraints and opportunities and how do we apply them. I think that's an important lesson learned and something that can come out of this kind of exchange.
Brilliant. I think that's a wonderful suggestion. Please.
I think we need concerted efforts. Not only the non-profits like BIAP creating examples, but also the various government agencies working in different areas, the international organizations like CG centers, the various financial institutes, and also the carbon financing mechanism. So for addressing these issues of small farmers of livelihood and also creating the carbon sinks in those areas, we need the integrated and partnerships across the globe.
Excellent. Vivek, and 1 minute.
Less than 1 minute. Without repeating what the integrated approach, right choice of a species, right linkages between the trees which are grown outside forests with the industries or with the ecosystem services. And we also need to think some sort of a insurance-based instrument, because we always support crop-based insurance system, but we can think of so that if there is any expectation by tree growing, and if there is some, you can say, nature-based shocks or because of which they don't get the return, then how to compensate through that. So if that is can also be integrated, that nature-based insurance mechanism, some sort of a thing. So I think that we need to think of.
I would like to strengthen two things. One is trees as defenders of degraded lands. It's a thing that we have as well. And the second is what we call community forests. That means alongside settlements and cities, and it's a kind of a multi-purpose forest land that we can widen.
Because if we develop less labor-intensive agroforestry models for different places, for different regions, then I think it will be a good opportunity to greening our abandoned land and also giving benefits to the local people. So again, we have to do collaborative research works to develop a good model of the agroforestry systems. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is very, very interesting, interactive, the session. A lot of the questions very, very interesting. So the TOFI program is one of the things, is not just like a tree planting program. It's completely coming out of that traditional tree planting. So we are going to the system approach, and I just take example of the green revolution, right? So that when the Borlaug introduced the high yielding varieties, so what they did first is the high intensive mechanism. So that the incentive mechanism in terms of the irrigation, in terms of fertilizer, in terms of the capacity building, and most importantly, a buyback mechanism. But the same when it comes to the agroforestry, a tree outside the forest, all these 5 components are missing. Of course, Indian government is still pushing a lot of the efforts towards to bring the more trees into farming systems, whether it's natural farming or organic farming, along with the agroforestry policy framework. I think this is one of the things, like what we said, that if you address these, the bottleneck, the hindrances, and one of the important aspect is the quality planting material. If you address that one as a quality planting material and the farmer access to the good quality planting material, and the second one is the capacity building in terms of the right tree, right place, the right region, and third one is a buyback mechanism. So the value addition, of course, it is there. And other one would be the ecosystem-based services, whether the carbon sequestrations, also biodiversity index. It's very well known that farmers have the more trees, they tend to have the more crop diversity and more biodiversity, but so far we not have incentive for that. So is there any mechanism to bring out the biodiversity indices so that we can also value addition to the carbon sequestration, these two things. And the important thing is, like when I mentioned during my talk, nearly the more than 60 to 70% of the land, the soil organic carbon less than 1%. And good to have a healthy soil, it should be at least 3% of soil organic carbon. So having the more trees into farming is very well known that just one row of the tree around the farm add 1 ton of the carbon. And shade is not bad. Shade adds the more soil organic, the carbon, also soil biota. The food is grown under the high soil organic carbon, high diversity. It tends to have the high nutrition. Can we have the value addition to the food coming from 3% soil organic carbon, the additional incentive for that, or the additional price for that? I think these are the things is really, really worth to consider. And this is what in the incubation hub, we're talking about innovations and bring the multi-stakeholder approach in the program so that we can address these the nitty-gritties of bringing the more insight. That's basically going back to the what I say, when you go back to the ancient food systems, and you are everything in the integrated within the system, within the circular economy, so that's where the system they come in, extra things go out. But now farmers grow one crop, he sell out, and he have to buy the 10 crops to the consume himself. So where the loss of the economies happens. So this is what I feel few things I'd like to add here.
Absolutely. So let me take this opportunity to thank the audience. Wonderful, great questions. Clearly an issue which is of importance to our region. Clearly huge opportunity for co-benefits here. But it's also very clear that if we are talking about a wood-based economy, we need some structural changes. We also need to make sure that we can go back to as you said, the agro-silvopastoral system, where we can value biodiversity and the food that we grow on our lands, which has to be one which is using nature. But that also to a global audience and to the fact that we are at COP27, where nature-based solutions is an issue of great interest. And I saw your government has also taken some big leads in this. I think the challenge is really going to be that with nature-based solutions, we need to make sure that nature is not used as carbon sticks. That nature is about the communities and the rights of communities over their natural resources and their ability to use nature for livelihood security and for building local resilience. And that has to be the bottom line, and not forests for carbon sequestration. And I think that's the upside down picture that this panel is in some senses trying to convey to all of you. So thank you again for joining us, and we look forward to staying in touch. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to thank you, our panelists, wonderful panelists, and Dr. Sunita Narain and the VX Saxonaji, Bharat ji from BIFE, and Ivan Nutman from USAID. Thank you so much for coming. And Dr. Buddhi from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change from the Nepal. And Gilad ji, thanks for joining in the... Yeah, group photo would be nice. So, yeah. So. And this is very fantastic. I know that a lot of the questions and very much because of the time. And anyone can help us to take over.